Chapter 577. The 9th day of the 7th month was Shui Rui's birthday. The young masters and mistresses of the Shui residence were not fond of extravagant banquets. Even Shui Rui, the eldest son of the first wife, was no exception. Last year, when he returned to the capital, Shui Lingnan hosted a grand banquet. This year, as usual, he only prepared 3 to 5 tables in the residence and invited his colleagues and friends. In the morning, when Shui Rui woke up, the steward of the courtyard brought along a group of servants to kowtow outside his room to congratulate him. The manservants and servant girls who were presentable personally presented birthday gifts to Shui Rui. They cannot be considered as rare gifts, but they were all from their hearts. Shui Rui smiled and accepted them, then asked Bauda to return to the back of his room. "Has grandfather returned from court?" Shui Rui asked the steward guarding the door. Shui Lingnan was of the first rank. Other than the winter and summer holidays, he had to enter the palace to attend to affairs. This was the so-called close minister of the emperor. "Young master, master has not returned yet. Go, send someone to keep an eye on him. When grandfather returns, pass it to me." Shui Rui stood in the corridor and looked at the rising sun. He thought to himself, "There is something that needs to be clarified today." Shui Lingnan had just returned from the palace and changed out of his official robes when he heard that Shui Rui had come to pay his respects. "Is today Cheng Bai's birthday?" Shui Lingnan turned to ask Su Li. As the second steward of the Shui residence, Su Li was Shui Lingnan's right-hand man. When Shui Lingnan was middle-aged, he once led an army at the borders. Su Li was one of his generals. Later on, he violated military discipline and was spared by Shui Lingnan. Su Li could not continue his career and stayed in the Shui residence. Master did not remember wrongly. Su Li took the cup of tea from a maid and lowered his head to smell it before handing it to Shui Lingnan. "I have prepared a gift. It is a book on military strategy that you mentioned last month for young master to read. I had someone send it to the East Chamber early in the morning." Shui Lingnan nodded and looked at the white hair on his temples in the mirror. He sighed softly. "I'm getting old. I'm not as energetic as the day before. I cannot remember things." Su Li lowered his head and said, "Master is busy with state affairs. In order to share His Majesty's worries, I have racked my brains. How can I keep everything to myself?" Shui Lingnan did not comment. After rinsing his mouth, he sent someone to summon Shui Rui to his room. As soon as Shui Rui entered the house, he saw Shui Lingnan sitting on the couch and greeted him. Although the grandfather and grandson lived in the same mansion, they did not see each other every day. The Shui clan's second master had listened to Shui Lingnan's arrangements when he first took office in the Ministry of War and moved to the West Manor. In the eyes of outsiders, this action was obviously a display of Shui Lingnan's firm determination to pass down the Shui clan's business to Shui Rui in the future. "Have a seat." Shui Lingnan pointed to a chair not far from him. Not a few days ago, the grandfather and grandson had a dispute in the study over Shui Jinxuan's marriage. After the matter was over, they acted as if nothing had happened and continued to be Yan Zhongshuan's daughter. "Today, you have grown a year older. In the future, you must be more prudent. You must be well-mannered on the outside and cultivate your character on the inside. You must not bring disgrace to the Shui family." Shui Lingnan reprimanded him. Seeing that Shui Rui was listening attentively and did not show any impatience, Shui Lingnan's expression gradually eased, and he said, "You came here in a hurry this morning. Is there anything else besides greeting me? People say that no one knows a son better than his father. This was because his son was taught by his father." Shui Lingnan also raised Shui Rui as his son. How could it escape Shui Lingnan's eyes? Shui Rui's eyes were looking at Shui Lingnan. He said, "It's about my marriage." Shui Lingnan glanced at him and guessed what he was going to say. So he said, "The Earl's daughter is talented and beautiful. What is there to be dissatisfied with?" "I'm not dissatisfied with Miss Rui, but—" Shui Rui turned his head and looked at the open door. Shui Lingnan understood and waved his hand for Su Li to disperse the servants outside. He closed the door and waited outside. Only the grandfather and grandson were left in the room. Shui Rui then slowly said, "Some time ago, I dreamed of the 10th princess's soul." Shui Lingnan frowned and said in a low voice, "She has been dead for so long, and you still can't forget her. Why? Are you telling me that it was her soul who told you not to marry?" Shui Rue held the armrest and lowered his head. "The 10th princess only said that she died unjustly and asked me to help her find the murderer. Grandfather also clearly understands that it was impossible for younger sister to harm the princess back then. The murderer was someone else, and their target was the imperial consort and our Shui family. Does grandfather not want to know who plotted against us from behind?" Hearing this, Shui Lingnan was unmoved. He said coldly, "Things have changed with time. What is the point of looking into this? Even if you find the murderer, do you think His Majesty will help you?" Shui Rue carefully looked at Shui Lingnan's expression and suddenly showed a trace of self-mockery. "Grandfather, you already knew that the whole thing was instigated by Prince Ning. He had always wondered why Shui Lingnan was so indifferent when the Shui family suffered such a big loss. He even tacitly agreed that Shui Jinxuan was the murderer of the 10th princess. It turned out that he already knew the truth. That was why he kept silent. It was no wonder that when he had just returned to the capital last year, Shui Lingnan had insisted that he break off all ties with Liu Hao. He didn't hesitate to fall out with him. He said that it was because Liu Tan had returned to the capital, but in fact he had seen through Liu Hao's sinister intentions and had wanted him to stay away. "Is this your idea, or His Majesty's?" Shui Rue asked. He thought it was the latter. If the emperor was kept in the dark and didn't say anything, Shui Lingnan could use this to bring down Liu Hao. But he chose to swallow his anger. He had no choice but to swallow it. Hearing Shui Rue's words, Shui Lingnan's expression finally changed. He put one hand on his knee and looked at him, saying, "You are really old." Every time he saw Shui Rue, it would cause him to recall his eldest son that had died young. Sometimes he felt hatred, and sometimes he felt pity. He hated the child before him for causing his beloved son to lose his life. Yet it was a pity that this extraordinarily quick-witted child wasn't the bloodline of his Shui clan in the end. "Tell me, how did you know it was Prince Ning?" Shui Rue said. "Grandfather, you forgot. My sworn sister, Yushu, is good at the art of death." Shui Lingnan's eyes sharpened. He sat up straight. Can the art of death really determine life and death? He thought it was just an exaggeration. But the 10th princess's death was so strange. It was unbelievable that it could be calculated so clearly. "Yes, but I can only make a rough guess. For example, I can know that the 10th princess committed suicide that day, that she had an affair with someone before she died, and that the villain behind her is a man named Shao Ji. Then I can deduce and investigate." Shui Rue didn't want Shui Lingnan to think that Yushu's art of death was omnipotent. Shui Lingnan could see that Shui Rue didn't hide anything from him. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. After the incident, this old man used some spies to investigate the 10th princess's contacts. "I found that she had an affair with Kong Qi of the Hall of Civil Splendor, and that Kong Qi was under the control of Prince Ning because of a murder case. So I knew the real murderer." Shui Lingnan's eyes flashed with coldness. He told Shui Rue this secret. Shui Rue sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier. The Shui family had 100 years of foundation and deep roots in the court. Even he didn't know how many cards Shui Lingnan had in his hands. But I didn't make it public. I waited for His Majesty to punish me. It was important to know that the princess had an affair with an official. A prince murdered his sister. How could such a scandal be exposed? Sure enough, His Majesty didn't intend to pursue this matter. The emperor didn't investigate further, nor did he punish the Shui family. At that time, people thought that the Shui family was favored by His Majesty. But who knew that it was His Majesty who had a guilty conscience? Is that why grandfather tolerated it? What else could he do? Shui Lingnan sneered. A ruler is a ruler, and an official is an official. If a ruler wants an official to die, an official has to obey. Not to mention, he had to take the blame for a prince. Shui Rue's face was as dark as water. Even though he had guessed the truth, it still sent shivers down his spine. Everyone envied the power of the Shui family. But who would have thought that even though Shui Lingnan looked good on the surface, there were also times when his teeth were knocked out and he had to swallow his blood. Everyone was like an ant under the feet of the emperor. Shui Lingnan looked at his expression. His heart was slightly at ease. Even though Shui Rui wasn't his grandson, this child valued friendship and loyalty. Just based on the Shui family's kindness in raising him, he wouldn't do anything to betray the Shui family in the future. On the contrary, if Shui Rui had other thoughts, he wouldn't tolerate him. Ning Wang is shrewd and is a person who can achieve great things. His Majesty favors him. It's clear that he has the intention of making the crown prince. But Ning Wang is narrow-minded. The day he ascends to the throne will be the day my Shui family is destroyed. Shui Lingnan lowered his voice. His eyes were shrewd. Because of this, he must stop His Majesty from making him the crown prince. Shui Rui deeply agreed. If the Shui family wanted to survive, Ning Wang couldn't be the ruler. It's just that Prince Jing isn't familiar with his thoughts. He's still young and inexperienced. Compared to the fully fledged Ning Wang, it will be difficult to change His Majesty's mind. Hearing this, Shui Lingnan restrained his expression. He lightly patted his knee and said to him, "This old man knows what to do. With this old man here, it's not your turn to worry." "Yes. All right, this matter ends here. Don't mention it again." Shui Lingnan changed the topic. "As for your marriage with the Count, don't try to use the 10th princess's death as an excuse. Give me a valid reason and I may reconsider. Otherwise, the marriage with the Count is not negotiable." Shui Rui struggled for a moment. He sighed inwardly and stood up. He said softly, "Grandfather may think it funny, but grandson already has someone he likes. In this life, I will not marry anyone else but her." Shui Lingnan narrowed his eyes with a whoosh, his voice a little cold. "The person you're talking about, is she your so-called sworn sister?" Shui Rui's face froze. He looked at him with some astonishment and said, "Grandfather, why would you think so? The person I'm talking about is not my sworn sister." Shui Lingnan stared at him and said, "Then who is it?" Shui Rui lowered his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "It's Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying's sister, Princess Jiangmia." This time it was Shui Lingnan's turn to be shocked. "Prince of Dongjing? What's going on? What did you know Jiang Huaying's sister?" "I've been away from the capital for 3 years. 2 of those years were spent in the northeast. That's how I got to know Prince of Dongjing. Jiangmia is the daughter of a general. She is straightforward and doesn't care about trifles. In addition, she once saved my life. I will not let her down." Chapter 578. Shui Lingnan listened to Shui Rui's words and looked at him suspiciously. "If so, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The Jiang family was a conferred king with a different surname. They had been rooted in the northeast for generations and were a tyrant of a region. That Jiang Huaying was young, but he had already accumulated many military achievements. He had no children, but he had a younger sister who he doted on a lot. If Shui Rui had really taken a fancy to this princess, then Shui Lingnan felt that it was worth pondering over. Shui Rui said, "As soon as I returned to the capital, I went to the Supreme Court to take up my post. Only then did I realize that the emperor's heart is unpredictable. His Majesty is afraid of Prince Dongjing's influence. If the Shui family and the Jiang family were to unite by marriage, we would be suspected. So I did not confess to you. I have missed this chance and will regret it for the rest of my life. I will not be stubborn for love again." Shui Lingnan listened to his last sentence and looked at him meaningfully. "You know how to look at the big picture. I don't have to worry." After saying that, he paused for a moment before continuing. "Let this old man think about this carefully before making a decision. You can leave first." Shui Rui hesitated. "What about the marriage with the Earl?" Shui Lingnan said, "Since you don't like it, I will not force you." Shui Rui breathed a sigh of relief and left with a relaxed expression. After he left, Suli came in and stood next to Shui Lingnan. He lowered his head and asked, "Does Master believe eldest young Master's words?" "I believe. Why wouldn't I believe?" Shui Lingnan clasped his hands together in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and said lazily, If Changbai can pull the Jiang family onto the boat, the chances of success in the future will be even greater. However, it is still too early now. We need a delay. Suli said, "What about the Earl? I heard that the Rue family's young lady made a fool of herself at the hibiscus banquet. How can a woman with a big mouth and no cleavage be a match for my child?" Suli hesitated. What if eldest young master did not mention the Jiang princess today? I'll find a good marriage partner for him as soon as possible. If the count's mansion doesn't work, there's still the minister's mansion or the grand preceptor's mansion. Otherwise, I'll choose from the 12 prefectures. So, master suspects that young master has taken a liking to the female fortune-teller from Yang. So you're testing him? Xue Lingnan narrowed his eyes. "Ali, you talk too much today." Suli was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. Eldest young master was brought up by old master. So wasn't he also a child who was raised by old master? Xue Lingnan didn't pursue the matter. He tapped his fingers on his knees and said slowly, "This female fortune-teller seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She has no background, yet she's able to survive until today. It's a little strange." Suli said, "Eldest young masters, Wang Jilu is surrounded by an iron bucket. There is no way to investigate the inside. If master is worried, I will send someone to keep an eye on her." "There's no need." Xue Lingnan raised his hand and waved it off. "With her strength alone, even if she's different, she won't be able to cause much trouble." "Yes." Xue Rue left the upper room and passed through the corridors. His expression became serious. He had just confirmed two things from Xue Lingnan. First, the emperor had the intention of establishing Ningguang. Second, Xue Lingnan was suspicious of the relationship between him and Yushu. The emperor had been on the throne for 14 years, and the Eastern Palace had existed in name only. As more imperial princes came of age, there was a storm brewing in the court. Many people dreamed of the merit of ascending the throne and had already lined up. Ningguang had framed the 10th princess. The emperor knew that he had committed a great crime, but still protected him. It was clear how much weight Ningguang held in his heart. If he didn't see him as the successor, how could he tolerate him framing his daughter and wronging an official? Xue Rue had a premonition that Ningguang would most likely escape another calamity in this assassination case of the imperial envoy. However, what worried him wasn't the imperial decree, but Xue Lingnan's attention to Yushu. "I don't know if grandfather knows about the matter of the Graydon disaster and the Fate Breaker," Xue Rue guessed. He thought that Xue Lingnan wouldn't be completely ignorant, but he wouldn't know too much. At least, the identity of Yushu as the Fate Breaker was still a secret. Even so, Xue Rue didn't dare take the risk of exposing his relationship with Yushu to Xue Lingnan. Xue Rue knew very well that Xue Lingnan had suppressed the pain of losing his son and raised him. It wasn't for the sake of familial affection, but because the Xue family needed him, the eldest grandson. The Xue family didn't have many people. In his generation, the two branches added together only had him and Xue Guangxu. The other sisters were mostly concubines and weren't of much use. And it was precisely this kind of high official family that placed more importance on marriage. It wasn't that Xue Rue was belittling himself. In Xue Lingnan's eyes, his greatest use was probably to rope in a solid in-laws for the Xue family to form an alliance. In the future, they would support Liu Tan to ascend the throne and replace Liu Hao. Xue Rue had a self-deprecating expression. If Xue Lingnan discovered that he and Yushu were in love with each other, he had plenty of ways to force him to submit. But Yushu had the emperor's spies by her side. If Xue Lingnan interfered, the other side would notice. As long as the Graydon disaster existed, his relationship with Yushu would never see the light of day. Therefore, he could only use a smokescreen to confuse Xue Lingnan and delay the marriage. "Wait until I find out my background and parents. Then I'll decide whether to stay or leave." He did stay in the northeast for 2 years, and he did get to know the Prince of Dongjing and his sister. As for Jiangmi, a figure flashed across Xue Rue's mind, and he instantly felt terrible. If she knew that I used her as a cover, she might whip me again. How could Xue Lingnan know that the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying's precious sister, the lively and lovely little princess he mentioned, was actually a witch. Shui Rui's birthday banquet was held in the evening. The first to arrive was Feng Xiaomiao. This guy sneaked out of the barracks and climbed over the wall to enter the Shui residence in the middle of the afternoon. He didn't dare to go through the main gate, for fear that he would be seen and heard by his father, the general, who would arrest him. After dark, Ruolin, Qi Mingxiu, and Lu Ten also arrived one after another, followed by a few colleagues of the Supreme Court, two of the same rank as Shui Rui, and a few of his subordinates. They all came to congratulate him. Soon, for tables were filled. The banquet was set under the veranda by the full moon pond. A round table could accommodate 8 people. Because Lu Tan and Shui Rui were sitting together, no one dared to act rashly. Only the Ruilin siblings, Qi Mingxiu and Feng Xiaomiao, were at the same table. There are still 2 empty seats. Who hasn't arrived yet? Qi Mingxiu pointed to the empty seat on the left of Shui Rui. Lotus Room hasn't arrived yet. Feng Xiaomiao stood up and stretched his neck to look around. Shui Rui also wondered why Yushu hadn't arrived yet. She said she would come with little 6 of the Xian family. Maybe she was delayed on the road. Sitting next to Ruilin, Rui Zizhu and Shui Rui were facing each other across the 2 empty seats. They secretly looked at each other. Then let's wait before we start the banquet. Lu Tan smiled slightly. It's not good to leave the lady behind and enjoy ourselves first. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Feng Xiaomiao, who was confused, asked, "What lady are you talking about, Your Highness? Are you talking about Lotus Room? Don't you know?" Lu Ten looked around at everyone's puzzled eyes. He turned to look at Shui Rui and said, "Cousin's sworn sister, Yu Xuanzi, is now a celestial commissioner. Fang Zheng is a 5th-ranked imperial woman." As soon as this was said, everyone was surprised and immediately asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui glanced at them and calmly replied to everyone. At this time, Yushu and Xen Lu also arrived at the gate of the Shui family. It's really bad luck to meet a spirit on the road. Xen Lu got off the carriage and did not forget to pat his shoulder and head. He suspiciously said to Yushu, "It's cousin Shui's birthday. We bumped into a dead person and then came to see him. Is it inauspicious?" Yushu smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Saying this, she shook the slender gift box in her hand. She showed the contents to Xen Lu on the road. Xen Lu immediately clapped his hands and laughed. "Yes, you brought this treasure." Asking the driver to wait on the opposite street, Yushu and Xen Lu took 2 steps towards the door. A figure flashed behind them. In a few steps, he walked in front of them and climbed the steps of the door. Xen Lu tugged at Yushu. "Quick, look." Yushu looked up and saw that the person was wearing a cloak that covered half of his body. He even wore a dusty bamboo hat on a hot summer day, hiding his head and face. It was very strange. The person was stopped in front of the door by the guard. He stopped and threw something over. "I want to see Shui Rui. Quickly go and inform him. If you delay my business, you will suffer." Listening to the voice, it was a woman. "TSK, what a fierce woman." Xen Lu whispered to Yushu. The person in the bamboo hat seemed to hear it. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 people under the steps. He put his hand on his waist and said, "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Xen Lu was not afraid of trouble. He was about to answer, but he was stopped by Yushu. Yushu smiled and said to the woman in the bamboo hat, "My sister is young and offended you. Miss, please don't blame her." Hearing this, the man glared at Yushu, snorted coldly, and turned around, ignoring the 2 of them. Xen Lu looked at Yushu unconvinced. His small eyes were asking, "Why are you afraid of her?" Yushu rolled her eyes. "Are you stupid? Don't you see that there is a long whip wrapped around her waist? I can't stop it when it hits you." Chapter 579. They meet a strange woman at the gate of the Shui mansion. Seeing that the woman shows a token for Shui Rui, Yushu is not in a hurry to go in. The woman in the bamboo hat stands on the steps with her arms crossed. Yushu and Xen Lu move a few steps away from her and whisper to each other. "Lotus Room, I think this fierce woman knows cousin Shui." Let's wait and see first. Xian Lu is also curious about the woman's background, even without Yushu's words. At the table, people taste the wine first before eating the soup. They're talking about the appointment of Yushu as a female official. When Shui Rui saw that Yushu had not arrived even after a long time, he became a little worried. He was about to send someone to look for her on the road when a servant who ran errands for the second gate came over and leaned close to him. "Young master, there's a woman outside the door who wants to see you. She gave you this." As he says, he hands something to Xiao Tianze. It is not a card, but a sharp stone. Shui Rui is surprised when he sees it. He gets up and finds an excuse to ask everyone to drink first. Then he leaves the table in a hurry. They wait outside the door for a long time, but no one comes out. Not only the woman in the bamboo hat paces back and forth impatiently, but Yushu and Xian Lu also doubt whether Shui Rui knows this person. "Why don't we go in first?" Xian Lu says. She is hungry because she hasn't eaten anything in the afternoon. Yushu is about to nod when she sees a handsome man coming out of the door. He is neatly dressed and has a handsome face. It is Shui Rui. The woman in the bamboo hat sees Shui Rui before Yushu does. She takes a step forward and looks at him quickly. Then she sneers. "It's not easy to see you. Shui Dalong, you slipped away without saying a word. You never thought that I would come to your door one day." As soon as Shui Rui sees her, he is worried. "Did you come to the capital alone? Does your brother know?" The woman glared at him. I'm not telling you." Because they were standing in the light, the bamboo-hatted woman's position just happened to block Shui Rui's line of sight, so he didn't notice Yushu and Xian Lu standing not far away. In the eyes of Yushu and Xian Lu, the two of them had their own understanding of each other. "Hey, Lotus House, listen to this. Could it be that Cousin Shui has done something bad outside, and they have come to the capital to seek revenge?" Yushu did not say anything. She thought. 3 years ago, Shui Rui left the capital. Other than a few months in Yang, I don't know where he went for the rest of the time. I also don't know where he met this woman wearing bamboo hat. Let's not talk about it. I still have something to do tonight. Where are you staying now? Give me a place to go. I'll look for you tomorrow. Shui Rui asked the person who came because there were many spies around the Prime Minister's residence. He was worried that she would lose her temper and reveal something. Shui Rui was cautious, but the bamboo-hatted woman did not appreciate it. She sneered and said, "What's so important about you that you're in such a hurry to drive me away? Can't I even enter your house?" Shui Rui couldn't help but chuckle when he saw that she was about to lose her temper just because she didn't like his words, and he replied with a question. "Today is my birthday, and I've invited my relatives and friends to drink. Do you want to come?" "It's your birthday?" "Yes." "What kind of scoundrel friends are they?" "I don't care about them." The bamboo-hatted woman changed the topic. Just now she was blaming Shui Rui for driving her away, but now she was disgusted and refused to go in. Shui Rui took the opportunity to say, "Then where are you staying? We'll talk tomorrow when we meet." "No need. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Don't make me wait, or you'll suffer." After saying this, the bamboo-hatted woman turned around and left. When she passed by Yushu and Xian Lu, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. She tilted her neck and said, "Today is your birthday. It's not good for me to be empty-handed. Why don't I give you a gift?" At this time, Shui Rui saw Yushu and Xian Lu. He was stunned for a moment and didn't hear what the bamboo-hatted woman said. However, the next moment, she turned her hand into a claw and attacked Yushu. Shui Rui didn't even have time to stop her. The bamboo-hatted woman had come back and retracted her right hand. At this time, there was one more thing in her hand. For a moment, Yushu found that the fan box in her hand was in someone else's hand. When she was closer, she could see the face under the bamboo hatted clearly. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and a playful smile. "When I came here, I heard these two girls talking. There's a good treasure in it. I don't know what it is. Whether it's good or bad, I'll give it to you as a gift." As she said this, she shook the thin box in her hand and threw it to Shui Rui. Seeing that the gift she had racked her brains to prepare for her lover was taken away, Yushu narrowed her eyes and felt annoyed. She dared to borrow a flower to present the Buddha to her. Shui Rui caught the box and looked at Yushu. Seeing her face changed, he felt a jolt in his heart and knew something bad was going to happen. When the other one was angry, she would use a whip and wouldn't let go until the person's skin and flesh were torn apart. But when this one was angry, she wouldn't stop bleeding. If the two of them really made trouble here, it would be a big deal. Therefore, before Yushu got angry, he quickly walked down the steps, handed the thin box in his hand back to Yushu, and said gently, "Shu, this is the sister of my old friend. I'll tell you in detail later." There was another meaning in his words. He was secretly telling Yushu that he would explain to her clearly, but it was not convenient for him to say it now. Yushu understood at once. She glanced at Shui Rui, took the fan box, and held back her anger. Seeing that Yushu didn't say anything, Xian Lu gritted his teeth and didn't say anything more. Seeing the attitude of Shui Rui when talking to Yushu, the woman in the bamboo hat raised her eyebrows and smiled coldly. She threw a sentence and turned to leave. "Shui Dalong, your ability to hook up with girls is not reduced." Yushu turned her head and looked at the back of the man who was going away. She smiled and thought, "If there is a chance, I'll teach you a lesson so that you know who is a girl." Seeing that the man had left, Shui Rui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yushu. "Let's go in first." Yushu put the fan box in her arms, ignored him, and pulled Xian Lu into the door. Shui Rui touched his nose and knew that he was in the wrong. He thought about how to make her happy later and followed her footsteps. Yushu arrived late. Everyone had been talking about her, but now she was not shy at all. Feng Zhaomiao raised her head and wanted to punish her with drinking. Shui Rui wanted to stop her, but Yushu agreed readily. She drank 3 cups of wine in a row without frowning, which immediately attracted a burst of cheers. Feng Zhaomiao did not notice the warning in Shui Rui's eyes. She pestered Qi Mingxiu, who was next to Yu Tong, to change her seat. She complained to her about how the great camp trains soldiers in the morning and dusk, so they cannot even sleep in. After saying a lot of things, he finally got to the main point with a shy face. "I have a good brother who couldn't sleep well a while ago. He always dozed off during the training the next day and was scolded by the instructor every day. Since his mother hung a crystal stone for him, he stopped snoring at night and was energetic during the day. He could eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal. I heard that the crystal was unique to a treasure house on Qinyuan Street, so I went looking for it. However, after paying a deposit, I had to wait for a month before I could get the goods. After asking around more carefully, I found out that the crystal was actually your handiwork." Lotus Room. "Look at this." Before Yushu said anything, Xian Lu said shyly, "It's his birthday, but you took the opportunity to ask for a debt." Rueline patted his leg and laughed. "I was wondering why you sneaked out of the camp against the wind. It turned out that your idea was here." Feng Zhaomiao blushed at their words. He coughed and looked at Yushu eagerly. Yushu had something in her heart and was not in the mood to tease him. She said, "You were talking about the calming white crystal. I don't have it with me today. I will ask someone to send it to you later." Beijing's starting price for a piece of white crystal sculpture was 100 taels, which was much cheaper than the whole bracelet. So he sold all the stock he had at the beginning of the month. Now, there was no price in the market. It was not surprising that Feng Zhaomiao couldn't buy it outside. "Good." Feng Zhaomiao patted the table and poured another glass of wine for Yushu. He said, "I saw that the boy was wearing a longevity gourd. It was said that it was made of a whole crystal stone. You must find me a bigger one than that gourd, so that I won't be laughed at by him." Yushu nodded. Xian Lu curled his lips and said, "Wearing a gourd is nothing. There is a whole set in the Lotus Room with 5 colors. There is only 1 pearl net. If you take off the crystal stone, there will be 17 or 18 gourds." Feng Zhaomiao said excitedly, "Is it the one she wore at the Gentleman Hibiscus banquet?" Then he looked at Yushu and asked, "Why don't I see you wearing it today?" Yushu took another sip of wine and said, "I was in a hurry and forgot." At the same table, Rue Zizhu put her hand down on her knee. She touched the beads on her sleeve and took them off quietly. Rue Lin noticed her little movement and shook his head secretly. He knew that his sister got a string of pink crystal beads from her mother not long ago. She loved it very much and wore it alone today. He didn't expect that she would be outshone, even though she didn't wear it today. The people at the table discussed animatedly, and they clinked their cups. Shui Rue gazed at Yushu without batting an eyelid. He was able to sense that she was absent-minded, and he thought that the incident that occurred outside the door had caused her to be displeased. He planned to talk to her after the banquet was over, but she couldn't sit still after drinking 7 or 8 glasses of wine in a row. So he put down his chopsticks and stood up to suppress the voices of the crowd. Everyone, please forgive me. My third sister can't eat with us today because of her illness. I'm worried and want to see her now. Please don't be shy. Once he finished speaking, he turned his head and called out to Yushu. Shu, come with me to see Jin Xuan. Yushu was holding a glass for Feng Xiaomiao to pour. She looked up at Shui Rue and didn't pretend to be confused. She put down the glass. Okay, I'll go with my brother. They claimed to be brother and sister. Everyone knew that, so no one doubted them and let them go. There were only 2 people who chased after their departing figures, their gazes a little obscure. One was the young lady of the Rue family. The other one, let's not talk about him. Yushu followed Shui Rue as they walked around the winding corridor. The voices behind them gradually faded away. When there were only the 2 of them on the road ahead, and they could no longer hear anyone's words, Shui Rue only took half a step behind them and tilted his head to look at her. Why are you still angry? Yushu kicked away the pebbles under her feet and said, Why are you angry? You don't even know who she is. This road led to Shui, Jin Xuan's courtyard. There were few servants coming and going. There were walls on both sides. Shui Rue was not afraid that someone would eavesdrop, so he whispered to her, The woman tonight is the sister of Lord of Dongjing, Jiang Mia. Then he chuckled. Now you know who she is. It's convenient for you to be angry. Hearing the identity of the person, Yushu was surprised. You mean Lord of Dongjing? She is his sister? Yes. The previous Lord of Dongjing passed away and didn't leave many children. Only Jiang Mia and Jiang Huaying share the same mother. She was conferred the title of Commandery Princess and practiced martial arts since childhood. The elders around her were all generals and warriors, so she has a hot temper and is not easy to provoke. Yushu suddenly understood. No wonder she was so arrogant. It turned out that she had such a powerful background. Yushu had heard a little about what kind of person Lord of Dongjing was. There was a rebellious analogy. The world belonged to the Emperor of Don, but the land in the northeast belonged to Lord of Dongjing. This commandery princess named Jiang Mia, in terms of status, was not inferior to the princesses in the capital. Yushu's eyes darkened. She asked, When did you go to the northeast? How many secrets he had hidden was something she never knew and never thought about. Not noticing the change in her mood, Shui Rue sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it another day. I still don't know why Jiang Mia came to the capital. I'll ask her tomorrow. He and Jiang Huaying had always maintained correspondence. Just last month, he had received a secret letter from Jiang Huaying, but the letter did not mention a single word about Jiang Mia entering the capital. Therefore, when he saw her today, he suspected that she had secretly run out. Tomorrow? Yushu touched her chin. Then I'll go with you. Why is it inconvenient? Yushu stopped and squinted at him. It seemed that if he said it was inconvenient, she would turn around and leave. She had already given him a lot of face outside the door. If it was someone else, she would not have been so accommodating. It's not inconvenient, but... Shui Rue looked at Yushu's little face and changed his words. Well, if you want to go, then come with me. Only then was Yushu satisfied. She lifted her foot and continued to walk forward, muttering in a low voice. Speaking of which, there's one thing I've been wondering about. When we first met in Yang last year, why did you hide your name? Shui Rue pursed his lips and looked up at the moon in the sky. He answered, to investigate something. Yushu's curiosity was piqued. What is it? This time, it was Shui Rue's turn to stop. He turned to look at her bright eyes and said with a smile, A great fortune teller once told my fortune. He said that there was a woman who was very important to me there, so I want to find her. Tell me the truth. I'm not lying. Yushu sneered at him. Don't tell me you're going to tell me that I'm that woman. Shui Rue smiled, but did not say anything. Yushu rolled her eyes. She knew he was bullshitting. This was a lie to coax a girl. Did he really think she was a little girl who could be coaxed and lied to? By the way, where's my birthday present? Shui Rue asked Yushu for it. What present? I don't remember. She felt a little wrong tonight, so she decided to vent her anger on him. Shu, you have to be reasonable. I'm not the one who made you angry. It was that female Yiksha. It's not the first day you met me. Yushu looked at him strangely. Do you think it's useful to reason with me? Shui Rue looked at her scoundrel and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could clearly see where she kicked the thing, but it was not a good place. Otherwise, he would have picked it up himself. His heart itched at the thought. He stared at the thing in her arms and nodded. Chapter 580. Yushu followed Shui Rue to visit Shui Jinshuan. Because Shui Xiaomei was timid, on a day like today, Shui Rue asked the servants to prepare a table of food and wine for her alone. With a few close maids accompanying her, she did not seem lonely. Yushu saw how attentively Shui Rue took care of his sister, and her heart was moved. She also had a Yu Xiaoxiu in her family, so she could naturally understand Shui Rue's feelings. According to this, she found that she and Shui Rue had some surprising similarities. For example, their father was dead, and although their mother was still alive, she was unreliable. Mother Shui was said to be weak and sick, and Aunt Shui was someone who needed others to worry for her. For example, they both had a younger brother or sister who needed their care. Being in the same boat, was this the reason why the two of them could see eye to eye? Yushu's absent-mindedness lasted until the end of the banquet, and Shui Rue sent all the guests to the entrance. Lu Tan's position was noble, and he was placed in the middle. Before leaving, he said, "My mansion was built in the middle of the month. Originally, I was going to hold a banquet on the 15th, but the palace has to hold a water and land meeting, so it was moved back a few days. At that time, I hope you all can come and drink a cup of wedding wine." Today, the people who came to celebrate Shui Rue's birthday were either nobles in the capital or young and promising rookies. They were not familiar with Lu Tan. At this moment, he made an invitation, which was better than abruptly sending an invitation to the door. Sure enough, after a night of drinking, everyone readily agreed. Shui Rue also pretended that he did not see through Lu Tan's trick. He waited for the carriages to pick up the guests, and in the end, he did not stop Yushu, but watched her and Xian Lu get on the carriage together. When the people were gone, he turned his head and asked someone to take Goyu, put on a black cloak, rode his beloved horse, and ran into the night. Yushu first sent Xian Lu to the Xian mansion in the north of the city, and then returned to the south. She sat in the car, holding the fan box in her hands, looking displeased. I said I wouldn't give it to him, but he really didn't want it. This fan was specially made for Shui Rue, but who would have thought that it would not be given to him today? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have argued with him. It was too boring. In her annoyance, she didn't notice when Lu Zhong's carriage had stopped. She didn't notice until the curtain was lifted from the outside and a dark shadow bent down to approach. She turned around and was almost scared to death. This was an alley at the end of the night. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Only with the lantern hanging from the front of the car, Yushu could clearly see who was outside the window. Her heart skipped a beat. Yushu. Shui Rue gestured with his hand on his lips and looked at both ends of the alley. When he did not see her spies following him, he lowered his voice and said to her, "Come down quickly." Yushu hesitated for a moment and then bent down to get out of the carriage. Shui Rue stretched out his hand and pulled her onto the back of the horse. He turned around and told Lu Zhong, "You go around Qinyuan Street and then wait in the alley behind the house in the south of the city. I will send your girl back." Lu Zhong looked at Yushu and saw her nod, so he drove the carriage away obediently. Shui Rue untied his cloak and wrapped Yushu's body. He turned the horse around and quickly left from the other end of the alley. In the middle of the night, "Are you going to take me to sell myself?" Shui Rue laughed with wind. He grabbed the reins with one hand and covered the back of her head with the other, pressing her against his chest. "Am I willing to do that?" Yushu leaned on Shui Rui's chest. Separated by a layer of velvet cloak, she listened to the sound of the wind outside her ears, as well as the faint rise and fall of his heartbeat. The gloominess from before was completely swept away. He was such a cautious person. It was impossible for her not to know that he was willing to take the risk of being discovered to chase after her. Yushu's temper came and went as quickly as it came. She forgot that she was unhappy in front of the door tonight. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his lean waist, raised her neck, and looked at his square chin. She straightened her body and kissed him. Pa! Shui Rui's hand tightened on the reins, and he lowered his head to look at the person who was causing trouble in his embrace. However, he saw her smiling as she looked up at him, and she didn't seem to be the slightest bit embarrassed, yet it caused his heart to palpitate. His legs squeezed the horse's belly, and the speed increased. The snow-white Magatama moved through the night like a flash of lightning. It was so fast that one couldn't see the person on the horse. Yushu sat in front of him and buried her face in his chest to hide from the wind. After a while, she felt that the horse had slowed down. She lifted her head and pushed aside his cloak. She looked out and saw that they had actually arrived at the banks of the Chunlan River. It was different from the bustling scene of the Double Seventh Festival. At this time, there was no one on the Chunlan River. The moonlight was slanting and the wind was clear. There was a faint smell of moisture in the air. There was a long row of lanterns on the dam in the distance. It was like a water dragon, sparkling like its scales, and a watchtower on the shore was like its horns. This view of the river was broadening one's mind. At this moment, the unknown worries and fears were all washed away by the waves of the river. Shui Rui took off his cloak and put it on her shoulders. He wrapped one hand around her waist, and the other held the reins as he strolled slowly with Magatama. Are you still angry with me? Yushu shook her head. Then where's my present? Yushu did not argue this time. She sat up straight and took out the fan box and stuffed it into his chest. Here, this is for you. Shui Rui received it with a face full of smiles. He felt that it was a pity. He had already planned that if she was not willing to give it to him, he would take it for himself. Yushu did not know how many times she had escaped. She urged him, take a look and see if you like it. Shui Rui had received countless presents since he was young, but the excitement he felt now was far from what it was in the past. He had already made up his mind that no matter what Yushu gave him, he would treat it as a token of their love and treasure it well. But when he opened the box, he saw a black gold fan embedded in the center of the box and an amethyst fan pendant lying quietly in the corner. He was pleasantly surprised. He let go of the arm around Yushu's waist and carefully took out the fan. He caressed the fan pendant that glowed with a purple light and slowly opened the fan. What entered his eyes was the green mountains of the distant mountains. The 16 fan ribs were straight, emitting a scholarly aura. Shui Rui had read many treasures and knew that this fan was a treasure with one look. Seeing the joy in his eyes, Yushu said with some pride, this isn't an ordinary fan. It's made from 100-year-old peach tree root. It's extremely effective in restraining Yin and warding off evil. The silk surface is made from the silk of a cold silkworm. It's waterproof and moisture-proof and can block sharp weapons. This amethyst pendant is also an item to ward off evil. I have kept it in the wind pond for the longest time. You have been in prison for a long time and have been contaminated with evil. After a long time, your luck has been ruined. So many bad things have happened. In the future, if you have this fan, you will not be afraid of those evil things. Listening to her carefully counting and thinking, he could imagine how much energy she had used to make this fan. His heart softened. He closed the fan and hugged her, who was still chattering, into his embrace. He whispered in her ear, Ah Shu, I like it very much. When he saw her digging her heart out for someone else, he only wanted to make her change her mind. He did not dare to hope that he would be able to obtain her sincerity. Yushu was hugged tightly by him and thought that this gift was very much to his liking. She leaned on his chest and said with a smile, The person who made this fan told me that I must give it a name so that it will not be in vain. Quickly think of an awe-inspiring name. With her in his arms, Shui Rui could not think of a name at this time. He put the fan close to his chest and used his chin to rub her forehead. He said in a low voice, "I can't think of a name right now. Why don't you give me some ideas?" Yushu said, "I can't even write well. How can I give you ideas? If the name is vulgar, it will be shameful. I don't know how to do it." Shui Rue said with certainty, "You will." Yushu was feeling strange when a shadow fell over her head. The last thing she saw was his eyes that were as bright as the stars. "Oh." Shui Rue nibbled on her soft lips gently. When he noticed her slight struggle and protest, he pinched her earlobe and coaxed her in a low voice, "Be good and let me kiss you. I'll have an idea later." Yushu wanted to laugh at his shamelessness, but she did not have the heart to reject him. Since there was no one around, it was fine to let him kiss her. So she pushed him twice and wrapped her arms around his neck. Shui Rue knew that this was not an opportunity to be missed. He hugged her waist tightly and entered her lips and tongue, tasting her. This kiss was out of control. Yushu was a novice, but Shui Rue was a veteran. He kissed her until she was out of breath. Only then did he change his position. With a fragrance on his lips, he kissed along her soft chin to her slender neck. His hands were under the cloak, holding her soft waist and slowly rubbing it. Carrying the man and woman on her back, Guyu did not even look back. She walked forward steadily. When she saw the wild flowers and grass on the side of the road, she only glanced at them and did not go forward to nibble on them. Yushu's neck was numb and itchy from his kiss. She shivered twice and wrapped her fingers around the back of his burning neck. She tilted her head to avoid him and said with a hot face, Do you have an idea?" "No." Shui Rue stuck close to her collar that had slid down and lightly bit her shoulder. He didn't dare to leave behind a mark, yet he was unable to endure the temptation of the faint layer of fragrance on her body. He clenched his palms and lifted her up gracefully, then carried her from the horse's back onto his lap. He made her sit up high, and his hands conveniently supported her buttocks. Yushu was at the age of growing up. The food she ate in Wang Ji restaurant was all pure food. She was not lazy and active. After half a year of recuperation, she looked slender, but the places that should have meat were not lacking. Not only were her two long legs straight, but her buttocks were round and perky. Shui Rue raised his palm and knew what was good for him. He rubbed it again, his eyes almost glowing green. Yushu saw that he wanted a foot after taking an inch. She was angry and embarrassed, so she hit his back twice. Shui Rue didn't feel any pain, and he laughed hoarsely before lowering his head and firmly kissing her left breast. He leaned his face to the side and listened to the sound of her wildly beating heart in order to calm the heat in his body. He knew very well that if he took another step forward, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that he wouldn't swallow her whole. Although he stopped thinking, he had no intention of letting her go. Shui Rue raised his head and met her angry eyes. He laughed and said, "I have an idea." "What?" Yushu stared at him fiercely. "You gave me this fan. It is called Mujiang." Yushu felt strange and said, "Why is the fan empty? There is no river or water. What river is there to admire?" Shui Rue laughed heartily. "If there is no river, I will draw one. What I admire is not the river, but you." Chapter 581. Emperor Zhaoqing had agreed to the Dongying envoy's request. Yushu had thought that there would be many officials present who would object. Unexpectedly, no one spoke up except for Kong Qi, who had first asked the emperor to reconsider. She was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, she understood that this situation had occurred. It wasn't because the civil and military officials, including Emperor Zhaoqing, were brainless. It was because in this era where cold weapons were still in power and shipping was not developed, an uninhabited island was less significant than two rare mutants. More importantly, the Onmyoji who knew how to bring the dead back to life was an irresistible temptation to the emperor, who had always yearned for immortality. Looking at Yamada Jiro's confident expression, Yushu couldn't sit still. After all, she was a modern person who had come back from 500 years in the future. She was well aware of the evil deeds these subservient Dongying people had committed in the land of Huaxia. How could she let them coax Diaoyu Island away under her eyes? No, she had to think of a way. It was impossible for her to directly stand up and persuade the emperor not to do such a stupid thing. She had only been a new official for a few days. As a fifth-rank female official, her words carried more weight. How could the emperor listen to her and take back his order? In that case, he could only start from the Japanese and stop them from succeeding. Yushu glanced expressionlessly at the door of the main hall. She quickly calculated in her heart. I'm sure that the yin-yang technique that could summon wind and rain was just a trick. That's easy to deal with. As for the Dongying youth who claimed to be able to bring the dead back to life, I'll have to wait and see. With this thought, Yushu didn't rashly try to persuade the emperor. Instead, she chose to sit and watch. However, the development of the matter was a little unexpected. Your Majesty, Junior Supervisor Ren of the Celestial Commissioner stood up and suggested to Emperor Zhao Qing, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Your Majesty has to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. It's getting late, so you should go and prepare. In my opinion, why don't we let the envoys return to the post house to rest? Tomorrow, we'll invite the Onmyoji from Dongying to perform the art of resurrection for your Majesty. Junior Supervisor Run was the second in command of the Celestial Commissioner. As a second-ranked official, Emperor Zhao Qing still gave him face. That's fine. The Aquatic Conference will last for 3 days. I'll wait until the next day to see the art of resurrection. Although Yamada Jiro was disappointed, he was not afraid that the Celestial Emperor would go back on his word. He didn't move. Yamada Jiro wasn't afraid. Yamada Jiro, he represented the core of the power of the entire kingdom. He had helped the great kingdom for 300 years. Yamada Yu Qing. Another thought. Qing's Ming Zhao Qing's thought. Celestial Run was He Qing's as was Emperor Hu, the imperial astronomer, who represented the core power of the Great Peace Division, had assisted this great nation for 300 years. How could he tolerate the contempt and scheming of a foreign envoy? On the first day of the Water and Continent Conference, the Japanese yin-yang spell masters destroyed the prestige of the Great Peace spell masters, and they parted on bad terms. When Yushu came out of the palace, the rain had stopped. Along the way, she heard the angry whispers of the yin masters. Some could not stand the arrogance of the Dong. Some said that the yin-yang master who summoned the rain was using sorcery. Others said that they were up to no good. In short, none of them said anything good, but none of them hit the nail on the head. Yushu secretly shook her head and did not interrupt. Instead, it was Jing Chun who had walked to her side and asked her in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" He lowered his voice and asked, "Did you see through the trick that Zhan Tian yin-yang master used when he summoned the rain?" Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She turned her head and asked, "See through what? You said it was that strange red light?" Seeing that she was playing dumb, Jing Chun shook his head and told her that red light wasn't anything demonic. It was a kind of chi that would appear when a martial artist's inner force reached a certain level. You should have seen him bite his finger. That red light was just an illusion created by him using chi to force his blood out. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and started cultivating chi at the age of 5. At that time, there were uncle masters with profound inner force who helped him comb his meridians. He had mastered the inner force mantra of Jingyi's sect 3 years ago. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to see through the tricks of the Dong, but in his eyes, there was nothing that could be hidden. Oh, I see. She also knew that the yin-yang master's ability to summon the rain had nothing to do with the red light. But after listening to Jing Chen's explanation, she understood what was going on. I've told you everything I know. What about you? What about me? Faced with her uncooperative attitude, Jing Chun could only make things clearer. In the palace, I saw you writing on the table for a long time. What were you calculating? Did he have eyes in the back of his head? She sat behind him, so he could see what she was doing. I vaguely remember. Jing Chen's voice became softer. There were people in front and behind them, so some words couldn't be heard by others. But it didn't stop Yushu from hearing it. You have a very strange method of calculating the future rain and rain. When you say it's going to rain, it will rain. It's very accurate. Yushu paused and almost stepped on the tripping brick at the city gate. She turned back to look at Jing Chun. Her eyes flashed. She knew that she couldn't hide it from him, so she admitted it. That's right. While I was in the palace just now, I predicted that there would be rain today. According to the divination, there should have been rain today. Sunny rain was rare. Usually, the clear rain calendar method used by the masters couldn't calculate at all. For example, the rain on a full moon night was difficult for the masters to predict. It was the same for sunny rain. But for Yushu's clear rain rule, this was not a problem. Hearing that, Jing Chen's expression turned serious and said, "That is to say, the Japanese onmyologist might have divined that it would rain this afternoon. That's why they used such a strange skill and pretended to summon rain, making us mistakenly think that their onmyologists have that kind of ability." Yushu was about to praise him for his cleverness when she heard him continue. "Since you found out that they were cheating, why didn't you expose them in the palace just now?" Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and said angrily, "How do you want me to expose them? Are you going to tell the emperor that I predicted that it would rain today, so those neon people are liars, and that the rain wasn't caused by them, but arranged by God? Do you think that people will believe me just because I'm making empty promises?" She wasn't the only masters in the entire capital who could predict the sunny rain, but she was probably the only exception among the masters from Da and who had entered the palace to participate in the Water and Land Conference. She had waited until the Japanese succeeded in summoning a rain before making irresponsible remarks. Wasn't that just hindsight? She had to come up with some strong evidence to slap those Japanese in the face. "I didn't think it through. You're right. If you exposed them just now, they might have shown their true colors. Instead, it would make our masters from Da and seem clumsy." Jing Chun was mocked by her, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he openly admitted that he wasn't as thorough as she was. He asked her again, "Then what method did you think of to expose them in front of everyone?" Yushu looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "The Celestial Commissioner's office is being bullied by others. With the head supervisor and junior supervisor around, it's not up to a small female official like me to think of a solution. I thought you purposely predicted that it would rain today to find a way to expose them." "You're thinking too much. I'm just curious." After Yushu finished speaking, she ignored him. She quickened her steps and caught up with Xianya, the left magistrate, to talk to her. Jing Chun saw that she didn't seem to care and sighed helplessly. The Japanese envoys came out of the palace and came to the place where they were staying. Yamada Jiro and Ida Maki entered a room, closed the door, and spoke in their native language. "Yamada-kun, how did I do today?" "Japanese on my OG," Ida Maki asked proudly. Yamada Jiro flattered him. "Haha, Lord Ida, you're too amazing. You've deceived the two Dawn Masters, especially that pretty boy who talks about Taoism. I don't think he's suspicious at all. He's too stupid." Ida Maki smiled and said, "You're also very good. You managed to make the Emperor of Dawn agree to our conditions and hand over the island. If you do this well, I'll definitely report it to General Ashikaga and give you a big reward." Speaking of this, his smile stopped on his face, and he muttered to himself worriedly, "It's just that we have to wait for another night. Will there be any accidents?" "Lord Ida, don't worry. Those Dawn Masters are useless. They only know how to predict good or bad luck and talk big. They don't know the secret of resurrection. There won't be any problems." Yamada Jiro patted his chest and guaranteed. A hint of contempt flashed in Ida Maki's eyes. He shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about those Dawn people. I'm worried about that monster, Kiko. Keep an eye on her. If she ruins General Ashikaga's plan, you won't be able to atone for it, even if you have 10 lives." Hearing this, Yamada Jiro hurriedly apologized and said, "Lord Ida, don't worry. Kiko's mother has been locked up by us. As long as she doesn't want to see her mother's ghost, she won't be disobedient." Ida Masanori nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. In a room on the upper floor of the courier house, a fair-skinned and delicate Japanese boy was squatting on the bed with his arms around his knees, staring blankly at the empty space in the air. His pupils were dim and unfocused under his fringe. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed down his cheeks. Mom. After leaving the palace, the group of Don masters dispersed first. However, a group of Don officials were hurriedly stopped by an assistant official sent by Rin Chiming outside the palace gate. Lords, please wait. The junior supervisor wants you to go home first. After dinner, take a short rest, and then meet at the Celestial Commissioner's Conference Hall. Chapter 582. After a good night's sleep, Shui Rue woke up early. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the fan hanging at the head of the bed. Under the green mountains in the distance, there was a yellow river flowing quietly. The river was shallow, and there was fine sand on the shore. A white shadow was faintly discernible, like a horse drinking under the moon. This was the scene he added to the bottom of the fan after he came back last night. It was the scene of the river that he and Yushu had seen last night. After a night, Ink City had dried. Shui Rue sat up from his bed and removed his fan. He admired and played with it for a while, unwilling to part with it. Only then did he ask Bauda, who was outside the door, to fetch water for him to wash up. After he changed his clothes, Shui Rue held the fan in his hand and gestured in front of the mirror. He looked at the man with a dignified appearance who was holding the dark gold fan in the mirror. He felt that even though he had collected so many fans, none of them could compare to this Mu Jiang fan. Young master, you bought a new fan. Which family's handmade? Look at the good quality. Hadaka had a good eye. He was the one who packed Shui Rue's clothes. When he saw the new fan in his hand, he knew it was not a common thing. TSK, such an exquisite thing. Only a man like me is worthy of it. Shui Rue smiled and closed the fan. He was about to knock his head, but when he was about to knock his head, he retracted his hand and caressed it lovingly. Don't talk nonsense. I told you to keep an eye on the door. If a girl comes to look for me, reply as soon as possible. Yes, yes. Shui Rue sat down and ate his breakfast. When he thought that it was about time for someone to arrive, he saw Bauda jogging back and panting as he told him that someone had arrived. Shui Rue arrived in front of the entrance. Just like yesterday, Jiang Rue was wearing clothes made of coarse cloth, and she wore a large conical bamboo hat that covered her face. She had a tall and slender figure, and when she stood far away, it was utterly impossible to discern that she was a woman. You're here. Seeing him, Jiang crossed her arms and raised her chin. Do you want to go in or talk somewhere else? Shui Rue said, let's go somewhere else. Last night, he had promised Yushu that she would be present when he met Jiang. Hence, he led Jiang to the Forgotten Opportunity Tower. Because there were 2 sedan chairs, there was no conversation along the way. Yushu was already waiting at Wang Ji Tower. After Jiang followed Shui Rue into the building, she looked around the courtyard and commented, this place is not bad, just a little narrow. When Shui Rue saw the maidservant standing outside the side hall on the first floor, he knew that Yushu was there, so he led Jiang inside. Hearing the voices outside the door, Yushu put away the money on the table and looked outside. Shui Rue was the first to enter the door. The 2 of them looked at each other and recalled the scene on the river last night. Their hearts were filled with sweetness. Due to the fact that there were people behind him, Shui Rue restrained the intensity in his eyes. Why are you here? Jiang came in and saw Yushu. She recognized that she had seen her outside the gate of the Shui family last night. She frowned and looked at Shui Rue. Who is she? Why is she here? Shui Rue introduced her to them. Shu is my sworn sister. She is not an outsider. She also knows that I have stayed in the Northeast. Jiang raised her thick eyebrows and looked at Yushu with a scrutinizing look. Yushu stood up with a smile and nodded as a greeting. I am Yushu. Nice to meet you, Commandery Princess Chunwei. After taking off the bamboo hat, Jiang's facial features looked more handsome. She was 1 or 2 years older than Yushu. They were both tall women, but Yushu was slender while Jiang exuded a vigorous aura. When Jiang heard how Yushu addressed Shui Rue, she knew that Shui Rue must have mentioned her to her last night. She slightly curled her lips and did not reply. Instead, she turned to Shui Rue and said, Does that mean that my brother also has a sworn sister? Shui Rue paused for a moment. When he saw Yushu's perplexed expression, he told her, The Prince of Dongjing and I have become sworn brothers with different surnames. He is the older brother, and I am the younger brother. Sworn brothers were extremely righteous. Shui Rui did not need Jiang Huaying to become sworn brothers. In the future, he would also recognize Yushu as his sister. Yushu looked at Jiang's unhappy face as if she had gotten a great bargain. She secretly rolled her eyes and thought, sworn brothers and sisters? What sworn brother and sister? Did he think she was willing? Jiang was only unhappy, but she did not make things difficult. She picked a chair opposite Yushu and sat down. Her legs were spread out. Yushu saw that she did not care about trifles. She had the air of a woman in Jianghu. She was also a princess, but she was very different from Shi Wen's delicate appearance. Shui Rui also sat down. In his own territory, he did not have to worry about speaking. He then asked Jiang, "Does your brother know that you have come to the capital? Why? Do you think that I sneaked out?" Jiang sneered at him. "Without my brother's permission, how can I leave Ningdong City?" Shui Rui looked thoughtful. "There's no need to think about it," Jiang said. "The emperor is afraid of the 200,000 troops stationed in the northeast. He is afraid that my brother will rebel one day. So he ordered mother and I to come to the capital as hostages." Such treasonous words were spoken casually by her, and Shui Rui frowned. He actually didn't hear the slightest hint of the emperor's actions. Of course, he would not say it so directly. He used the empress's mouth to summon us to the capital. A few generations ago, there was an empress in the Jiang family. Coincidentally, she was related to the current empress, Madame Rui. In terms of seniority, Jiang could call Madame Rui aunt. Such a distant family relationship was also used as an excuse. The emperor's meaning was clear. Jiang and his mother, Madame Wei, either obediently entered the capital or they did not come. Then, it would mean that he, Jiang Huaying, had disloyal intentions. In this case, before Jiang and her mother entered the capital, this matter should not be made public. Otherwise, if someone had evil intentions, they could set up an ambush on the way. If anything happened to Prince of Dongjing's mother and sister, it would be a disaster. "You just arrived in the capital yesterday. Where is old madam?" "Mother is still on the way. She will arrive in a few days. I got rid of the escort team last night and came first. Imperial brother has a secret letter and asked me to hand it to you personally." Jiang completely ignored Yushu, who was also present. When she spoke, she did not hide anything. She took a bamboo tube from her waist and threw it to Shui Rui. Shui Rui raised his hand and caught it. He unscrewed the bamboo tube and took out Jiang Huaying's handwritten letter. He saw that there was a layer of wax on it. He looked up at Jiang. Jiang coldly snorted, "Don't worry. I didn't open it. I don't know what is written on it." Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He knew that Jiang Huaying's action was clearly telling him that the contents of the letter should not be revealed to Jiang. He lowered his head to read the letter. Jiang then moved her eyes to Yushu. Last night, they met in front of the door. She just thought that she was a passerby and didn't take it to heart. Now that she looked at her, she didn't look like the little girls who surrounded Shui Rui in the past. She looked gentle and quiet. She was not beautiful at all, but she was in good spirits. "Are you called Yushu?" Yushu was also looking at Jiang. Seeing that she suddenly spoke, she nodded and said, "Yes." "How old are you this year?" 16. Jiang smiled at her, and her expression softened. She was no longer as cold as she had been to her before. "I'm a little older than you. You are quite pleasing to the eye. You can call me sister." Chapter 583. Yushu had to admit that she was a narrow-minded person. She still remembered how Jiang had snatched something from her last night. Even if Jiang had taken the initiative to express her goodwill, she didn't like to be led by the nose. "Thank you for your kindness, princess, but I'm the eldest sister at home. I'm used to being the eldest and don't like to call others elder sister or elder brother. You stole my things when you were in a good mood, and when you were in a good mood, you call me elder sister and younger sister. You're quite magnanimous, but I'm a vengeful person. I have to be willing to do everything." Jiang's smile disappeared. She looked at Yushu, who had tactfully rejected her good intentions, and her voice also turned cold. "If that's the case, then can you call Shui Qingbi elder brother?" Shui Rui had just finished reading Jiang Huaying's private letter when he suddenly heard Jiang mention his name. He looked up and saw the calm expression on Yushu's face. Elder brother Shui and I have been through thick and thin together. We can talk about life and death together. Of course we are different. Shui Rui's heart skipped a beat. He folded the letter and was about to say something when he heard a hearty laugh beside him. Huh, you're quite stubborn. You're not like those lowly people who fawn on the rich and powerful. I like you more and more. Yushu also smiled. She didn't dislike this Princess Zhang's straightforward temper. Shui Rui saw the two girls talking back and forth. They were full of hostility just a moment ago, but now they were smiling. He could only sigh inwardly at the fickle nature of women. I've finished reading it. What did Brother Wang say in the letter? Jiang asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui put the letter away and said to her, Your elder brother asked me to watch over you in the capital so that you don't cause trouble. Jiang didn't think much of it. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Shui Rui knew that it was useless to remind her, so he didn't say anything more. Jiang Huang must have told her everything he needed to tell her before coming here, not to mention that Madame Wei was also here. In fact, in Jiang Huaying's letter, not only did he entrust him to take care of Jiang, but he also told him that a traitor had infiltrated Prince Dongjing's residence in Ningdong City. It was no longer safe for him and Shui Rui to privately pass on information. Thus, when Madame Jiang and her daughter secretly entered the capital, he didn't send a letter to Shui Rui in advance. Instead, he had Jiang carry a letter with her and pass it to him. Where's the princess staying? Why don't you stay at Wangji Tower before Madame Wei arrives at the capital? Yushu suggested. All right, Jiang readily agreed. She then said, Shui Dalong, this is my first time coming to the capital. Shouldn't you show your hospitality as a host? Shui Rui didn't want Jiang to live in his place, but since Yushu said it first, he couldn't refuse her. So he nodded and said, Yes, I am. I will welcome you back at noon. Jiang was delighted. She patted the armrest and stood up, saying, I'm going back to the inn to get the horses. Wait for me. After saying that, she didn't wait for Shui Rui and Jiang Huaying to send her off and left. Seeing that she had left, Shui Rui turned around and said to Yushu, Jiang is a straightforward person. Jiang is a straightforward person. Although she's a bit moody, she is not a bad person. You will know after spending a few more days with her. Yushu raised an eyebrow and said, Are you trying to tell me that she is not a bad person, so you don't want me to be calculative about what happened last night? Shui Rui coughed. I am not afraid that you will be calculative, but I am afraid that she will act rashly and accidentally injure you. She has practiced martial arts since young and is used to killing. When she fights, she doesn't hold back. Yushu supported her head with one hand. She wasn't scared by him at all. Instead, she smiled and said, All right, I will not provoke her. With these words of hers, Shui Rui was at ease, and he was in a mood to take out the Mu River fan in his sleeve before he opened it and shook it. When Yushu saw the additional picture on the fan, her eyes lit up. She moved closer and took the fan to take a closer look. When she saw clearly that the picture on the fan was the scene of the river they swam through last night, she couldn't help but smile and praise. It is really well drawn. There was no one outside the door. Shui Rui pulled her sleeve and pulled her to sit on his lap. He put one hand around her waist, and the other hand held the fan with her. He tilted his head to look at her face and said gently, I wanted to draw you and me on the painting, but I thought it would be too ostentatious, so I only took the river scenery. Look, this white is the Magatama, and the two black dots on it are you and me. As Yushu listened to his explanation, she realized that there was a small white horse by the river in the painting. There were two even smaller black dots on the horse's back. She had to move closer to her eyes to barely distinguish that it was two people. She laughed, and her eyes darkened. She leaned on Shui Rui's shoulder and said softly, I have wronged you. You are my lover, but you can only do it secretly. You can't let outsiders know. I'm the one who wronged you. Shui Rui's gaze was heavy, and he lightly pressed his chin against her forehead. If I had enough power and influence, I would be able to protect you completely and allow you to have no worries in the future. Yet now, I can only advance step by step with you. When Yushu heard him taking care of her, she only felt warm. How could she think that he was not good enough? She swept away her worries and said, "You are the young and promising Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, the eldest young master of the Shui family. Among the younger generation in Amling City, who could be better than you? The eldest young master of the Shui family." Shui Rue smiled bitterly in his heart. He couldn't help holding her hand tightly. He really wanted to ask, what if he was not the eldest young master of the Shui family? That might not necessarily be the case. Isn't there a female fortune teller here who only appears once every 10 years? A young imperial lady? Shui Rue suppressed his impulse and spoke in a serious tone. Yushu sat on his lap with her back to him. She couldn't see Shui Rue's expression just now. Hearing his compliments, she was happy for a while. Then she pushed his arm away and got up from his arms. She tidied her clothes and said with a smile, "I didn't sleep well last night. I will go upstairs to rest for a while. You wait here for Jiang." Shui Rue also slept in the middle of the night, but he was used to staying up late, so he didn't feel tired. So he let her be. Jiang led the horse back to Wangji restaurant. Shui Rue asked people to prepare a table of dishes and wine. He and Yushu entertained her. After dinner, Jiang was very interested in going out for a walk. But Shui Rue had to go to the Supreme Court to work. So Yushu naturally became her companion. Jiang changed her coarse clothes into men's clothes. She looked like a handsome young man. It was not appropriate for Yushu to wear a skirt and wander around with her on the street. So she also changed into a barter gown in the color of green radish. The two went out. They didn't take a carriage. Instead, they strolled west along Horse Street. Lotus Room, isn't your family also from the capital? During lunch, Yushu took the initiative to mention this name to Jiang. She didn't want Jiang to call her sister anymore. "Yes, I'm a southerner. I came to the capital last year for the Great Yin examination," Yushu blurted out, putting the cart before the horse. In fact, she was persuaded to participate in the Grand Yin examination after she came to the capital and met Shui Rue. Jiang was surprised. "Oh, you're also a barter master?" Yushu nodded and didn't say much. During lunch, it was mostly Jiang and Shui Rue who were chatting. She didn't say much. Jiang didn't ask her much, so how would she know her background? Unexpectedly, Jiang's eyes lit up when she saw her nod. She pulled her and said, "Then you should know how to gamble. Let's go. Take me to a place to see what the big gambling houses in the capital look like." On the other side, the Supreme Court. Shui Rue was buried in a pile of files. Suddenly, his nose felt itchy. He rubbed it and remembered something. He slapped his forehead. Chapter 584. In the heyday of Dawn, the imperial court did not prohibit gambling. The gambling industry in Amling was very developed, and there were no less than 100 large and small gambling houses. However, there was a clear rule that gambling was strictly prohibited in the gambling houses in the south of the city. Therefore, if the masters wanted to play, they could only choose a place in the north of the city. Yushu agreed to Jiang Mia's request and took her to Qinyuan Street. There was a section of this street that ran through the capital, full of gambling houses and restaurants. It was a very lively day and night. The key was that it was near two big gambling houses. Thanks to the two families, there were city guards patrolling every day, and the security was very good. When Jiang Mia saw so many gambling houses open, she almost had the word excited written on her face. Lotus Room, which house do you often practice in? Although Yushu could gamble, she was not a gambler. Therefore, she did not know much about the gambling houses in the capital. So she shook her head and said, "I don't gamble often, and it's my first time here." Jiang Mia only thought that she was a novice, so she raised her eyebrows and stopped asking. She looked around and finally pointed to a 3-story building across the street and said, "Then let's go to this one. The shop is big, and the gambling house is also big." Yushu looked in the direction of her finger and saw a flag hanging next to the gambling house's signboard. The flag was embroidered with the word Chui. "Is this the gambling house of the Chui family?" She muttered to herself and followed Jiang Mia to the opposite side. The first floor was a place for ordinary gamblers to play. There were all kinds of people, so it was inevitable that there was a foul atmosphere. When Yushu and Jiangmia entered the door, a waiter saw them. Seeing that Yushu was dressed as a dealer, he came forward. "Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. I don't recognize the two of you. Are you here to bet on the big picture?" Ordinary gambling, such as dice, pai gao, and shuang lu, had a minimum of 2 copper coins. You could place a bet, but gambling was easy. Usually, the gamblers would bet with real money. Gambling was easy. It was also called gambling on the big picture. Yushu did not say anything and looked at Jiangmia. The latter shook her sleeves, and a golden light flashed. "Cut the crap. Bring him upstairs." The waiter quickly caught it. When he looked down, he saw a peanut-sized golden bean in his palm. He was pleasantly surprised. He quickly bowed and led them up the stairs. They passed by the 2nd floor. He didn't stop. The worker who led the way greeted the guards upstairs. He led them straight up. The waiter turned his head and introduced, "Sirs, our casino has a total of 3 floors. There's no need to talk about the bottom floor." The 2nd floor was divided into 2 halves. One half was for trading. Half of them were places for rich men to gamble. As for the 3rd floor, just the gambling alone is played in a different way every day. I'm not boasting, but the bankers here are all famous Master E on the Great Yen list. There's no such thing as cheating, so please enjoy yourselves. At the foot of the capital city, although Master E wasn't a valuable person, his status was still a notch higher than others. For him to come to a gambling house to preside over a gambling house seemed like a waste of his talents. However, it was a different story for a gambling house with the backing of the Great Exchange Hall. There were 12 aristocratic families in Anling, and they had accumulated their wealth for generations. Half of them came from the open and above-board gambling, while the other half came from this casino. There were few bad gamblers in Anling. There was a saying, 10 gambles, 6 trades. This meant that out of 10 gamblers, more than half of them learned how to trade. How many of the gamblers came from poor families? These people relied on fortune-telling and all sorts of methods to earn money. They would then go to the casino to have a good time. In the end, the money would flow into the pockets of the aristocratic families. Therefore, it was not surprising that a gambling house under the name of an aristocratic family would have a master host the gambling session. On the 3rd floor, there was a row of fan screens in front of them. In feng shui, it was a very particular way to attract wealth. The screens had to be made of metal and stone. There couldn't be any wood mixed in. Otherwise, the wind would blow. The shop assistant brought them here and pointed to the bamboo curtains behind the screens. He said softly, "This way, please. I'll take my leave first." Yushu took a few more glances at the natural scenery on the marble screens. She followed Mr. Jiang into the room. Behind the screen curtains, it was very different from what Yushu imagined. There were no gambling tables or walls, and there was no weather forecast. There were tea tables on 3 sides. The windows were bright, and the tables were clean. There were ink paintings hanging on the walls and incense burners on the ground. White smoke rose in spirals. It didn't look like a gambling place, but more like a scholar's tea party. There were about 25 or 26 people at the table. There were still a few empty seats. Mr. Jiang and Yushu picked an inconspicuous seat and sat down. Only then did Yushu see that there were paper and ink on the tea table, a few simple divination tools, an abacus, an 8 trigrams compass, and 3 empty cups of the same size. She didn't know what they were used for. A little old man in a red gown, sitting at the next table, looked at the 2 young people. He held a teacup and said with a smile, "Young people, you came at the right time." The banker went to the back to calculate the chips after the game. "You'll come out soon." Yushu nodded. Mr. Jiang asked with great interest, "I'm new to this place and don't know the trade. Can you tell me how the gambling works here?" It's easy. Young people don't have to worry. The Chui family's gambling house changes its gambling method every day. Today's gambling is easier. There's a name for it. It's called guessing in the urn. What is guessing in the urn? Do you see the 3 cups on the table? These are urns. Ours is called open urns. The proposition of the previous game is fruits. There are 12 kinds of fruits, such as apples, pears, plums, walnuts, etc. The banker has 12 hidden urns, which the guest can't see. At the beginning, the banker chooses 3 hidden urns. The guests place their bets. For every 1 or 2 bets, they can move the hidden urn once, replacing one of the 3 chosen by the banker. Every time they move it, they will add 1 tael of silver. In the end, if no one places a bet, the bets will be taken. After that, it depends on your ability. The guests use various means to guess the wound. Write it down on a piece of paper, and put it in the open urn on the table without moving. After all the bets are taken out, the banker has 3 hidden urns. The gamblers have 3 open urns. Finally, the banker opens the hidden urn, and the guests have 3 open urns. If you win 1, you will get 1% of the bet. If you win 2, you will get 10% of the bet. If you win all 3, TSK, then you will get 100% of the bet. Not only will you win the entire game, but you will also get the 12 hidden urns in the banker's hands. You must know that the proposition of the hidden urns are all melted with real money. When Yushu heard this gambling method, she laughed. This guessing urns was clearly a simplified manual version of a slot machine. The gambling was based on probability. The probability of each of the 12 hidden urns appearing was 1/12. In the end, the probability of guessing all 3 urns correctly was less than 1%. On the other hand, the probability of the banker losing money was so small that it was negligible. Do you understand? Jiang Mia asked Yushu. I think I understand. Yushu's reply was half a beat slow as she silently calculated the probability in her heart. However, Jiang Mia joked, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just watch me gamble." Yushu was quite surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Mia brought her here to gamble for her, the master, to give her an idea. Why did it sound like she was just a decoration? But she didn't hear Shui Rui mention that Princess Chun Wei had also learned how to gamble. Jiang Mia turned her head to talk to the old man next door, asking about the other gambling methods in this gambling house. At this time, a small door on the west side opened. 4 boys walked out first, followed by a young man with a fair and clean face. He wore a black robe with a long veil over it. The banker has come out. When Yushu heard the old man's voice, she turned her head to look and was stunned for a moment. This person wasn't. There were many guests present, so the black-robed banker didn't notice that there were a few new guests. He stood in front of a long table and cupped his hands to the crowd. Everyone has waited for a long time. Let's talk about the rules first. Jiang Mia noticed that Yushu's expression wasn't right. She poked her across the table. What's wrong? Yushu hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and whispered, "The banker is a young lady from the Chui family. Her name is Chui Xin." Although Yushu had only seen Chui Xin once at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, she had a deep impression of this young lady who was said to be Ji Xingxuan's good sister when she was alive. She was in cahoots with Princess. She won and dared to defecate on her. Oh, there was also her younger sister, Chui Yun, who owed her a slap. Was this what it meant to be enemies on a narrow road? Chui family, 12 prefectures? Yes. Jiang Mia asked strangely, why is a young lady from an aristocratic family acting as a banker in a gambling house? Yushu looked pensive and didn't say anything. Chui Xin didn't know that someone had recognized her. After explaining the rules, she clapped her hands, and the 4 boys behind her placed the 12 hidden jars on the long table one by one. The theme of this round is the 12 zodiac animals. There are 12 golden portraits in the jars, and each one is worth 4 taels of gold. Our rules remain the same. If someone can win 3 jars, this set of golden portraits will belong to that person. 1 tael of rotten gold and 10 taels of snowflake silver. This set of objects was worth at least 500 taels. Yushu calculated. As a 5th-rank official, her monthly salary was only 50 taels. It was no wonder that so many businessmen liked to come to gambling houses. Gamblers relied on cheating and luck, but they had more tricks up their sleeves. If they dared to win a round, they wouldn't have to worry about money. You have some skill. Jiang Mia patted the armrest of her chair, looking eager to try. Yushu had to admit that her heart was also itching. She had earned a lot of money from the crystals, but it was all in Pei Jing's hands, and she hadn't withdrawn a single sum. The mansion in the north of the city had been repaired, but it was still lacking in flowers, birds, fish, stones, and feng shui. She also needed to buy a few strong martial arts guards from the Ministry of Offerings. She was short of money everywhere. As she thought of this, she reached for her waist. The next moment, the corner of her mouth froze. Damn it, I went out to change my clothes and forgot to take my purse. Jiang Mia was completely unaware of the struggle in Yushu's heart. She stared at the banker who had chosen 3 jars from the 12 and placed them on the table. She was the first to stand up and throw a golden walnut into the boy's tray. She pointed at the 3 jars in front of her and said, "Place your bet. Change all 3 for me." Chapter 585. Cui Xian recognized Yushu, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. She thought about the reason why she had personally stayed in the gambling house for the past 2 days. In the final analysis, it was this female fortune teller's credit. There was a treasure house on Xinyuan Street that recently sold a kind of feng shui pendant called crystal. It was said that this kind of rare gemstone, after being nurtured by the fortune teller, had a unique and miraculous effect. Among them, there was a kind of yellow crystal which could be worn close to the body. It could bring fortune to people, so any small piece could be sold at a high price of hundreds of taels of silver. Originally, the large gambling house and the crystal trade did not interfere with each other's business. However, the bad thing was that some quick-witted buyers would come to the large gambling house to gamble after buying the topaz. In one day, 9 out of 10 games were won, and for 3 days in a row, they gambled away tens of thousands of taels of silver. This big gambling house lost a month's business. If this happened a few more times, they would have to close down. The manager of the gambling house reported this matter with fear and trepidation. Second Master Cui realized the seriousness of the situation and persuaded the old Master Cui. So the next day, Cui Xian was sent to hold the fort. As for why Cui Xian was sent here, it had to mention the secret of the Cui family, spirit speech. Since they couldn't drive out the customers wearing topaz, they could only suppress it. Others might not be able to do it, but Cui Xian, who could read people's minds, could. For example, in this round of urn guessing, Cui Xian first chose 3 of the 12 zodiac animals from the dark urns. When a customer placed a bet and came forward to choose a replacement, she only needed to listen to their words to know which portrait they wanted or did not want. If the customer was wearing a topaz, she only needed to make sure that one of the 3 hidden jars on the counter contained the portrait that the customer did not want when the customer left his hand after the purchase was made. As the banker, she couldn't move the hidden urns, so how could she guarantee? What a joke. Which gambling house didn't have a swindler? These 12 jars were all marked. Among the guests on the 3rd floor, one of them was an imposter from the casino. When the game started, they just needed to look at her eyes and move the jars. Cui Xian had been here since yesterday. Using this strategy, she smoothly sent away the 2 gamblers who had come to fish in troubled waters wearing topaz, causing them to lose all their money. Today, those 2 people were sensible enough not to come again. She thought that she could have a peaceful day. Who would have thought that Yushu, the main culprit, would deliver herself to the door? Cui Xian's eyes flickered as she quickly sized up Yushu with an idea in her mind. He turned his attention to the woman who was placing her bet. She seemed to be Yu Lianfang's companion. Although she was dressed in men's clothing and had a tall stature, it was obvious that she came from a rich and noble family. She looked very unfamiliar. Such a generous person. When was there such a person in Anling City? Jiang Mia placed her bet. She wasn't in a hurry to replace the 3 jars on the table. Instead, she propped up her chin with one hand and looked at the remaining 9 jars on the long table, seemingly in the midst of choosing. At this moment, a few more gamblers left the table and stood behind Jiang Mia, waiting to place their bets. Some of them were talkative and even gave suggestions. They pointed at this and that and said yes. Jiang Mia frowned and ignored all of them. Seeing this, Cui Xian smiled and said, "Customer, have you chosen? Which ones do you want to move?" Jiang Mia didn't know that Cui Xian was luring her to talk. She pointed at the long table and said, this one, and this one." Chui Xian's hands didn't move, but the boy behind her stepped forward. He replaced the 3 jars that Jiang Mia had chosen with the 3 jars on the table. Following that, another gambler stepped forward and moved one of the jars. Because it was the 4th time that it was moved, the bet also became 4 taels of silver. Jiang Mia took 2 steps to the side, but didn't leave. Instead, she focused her attention on the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. The bets on the plate became bigger and bigger. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a tray was piled up. Of the 20 or so guests present, other than Yu Shu, almost everyone had placed their bets. The minimum bet was 3 to 5 taels of silver, and the maximum bet was dozens of taels of silver. As time went on, the bets needed to move the jars became bigger and bigger. In the end, when it was 50 taels of silver per move, most of the gamblers around the long table had returned to their seats. Only Jiang Mia was left. Only then did she slap a banknote on the table and straightforwardly said, "Exchange all 3 of them for me." She pointed her finger. If someone paid attention, they would realize that these were the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. Chui Xian's expression didn't change, but she was extremely shocked. This was because she had used her spirit language to discern that there were 2 of the 3 jars that the other party had chosen on the table right now. Chui Xian immediately determined that the companion that Yushu had brought along most likely had a yellow crystal pendant on him. Good timing. Chui Xian secretly sneered. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? Jiang Mia looked around with her hands behind her back. She had the aura that no matter who moved the jars on the table, she would move them back in the same place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They thought that even if a rich guest came, they wouldn't have the intention to go up and gamble. Thus, they quietened down. When Chui Xian saw how extravagant Jiang Mia was, her eyes lit up again. I'm not afraid of you gambling well, but I'm afraid that you're not good at it. Yushu had been sitting in the corner and watching coldly. She was puzzled. Does this royal princess Jiang really have some skills, or does she not care about money at all? The swindler, who had been placed among the guests, looked at Chui Xian with a questioning look in his eyes. However, Chui Xian didn't give him any extra looks. She picked up the bell on the table and shook it twice. Since no one is placing a bet, then it's time to place your bets. As soon as the bell rang, the gamblers who had just placed their bets began to move on the spot. Those who counted the sticks, those who dialed the dice, each of them used their supernatural powers to divine which 3 portraits were hidden in the 3 dark jars on the table. Taking advantage of this time, Chui Xian also asked a servant to take out a small scale and counted the bets on the tray in front of everyone. Yushu saw Jiang Mia take out a pen, write 3 notes, and stuff them into the jars on the table. Then, she sat down and drank her tea. She couldn't help but ask, "How confident are you?" Jiang Mia seemed to be in a good mood. She tilted her head and said, "When I gamble, I only win and never lose. If I lose, there's only one possibility." "What?" "There's a swindler in the casino." Yushu couldn't help but laugh. What kind of logic was this? She won legitimately, but if she lost, it had to be someone else who cheated? "You don't believe me?" Yushu didn't deny it. She only said, "It seems that your luck is very good." She touched the 2 extra topaz beads she wore under her sleeves. She thought that since Jiang Mia was so confident, there was no need for her to do anything unnecessary. Soon, the banker calculated the bets for this round. There were 1,378 taels, not counting any excess. After placing your bets, please place the jars on the table properly. If you move them, it will be regarded as cheating. I hope you won't break the rules. Don't make things difficult for me. Chui Xian rang the bell for the 2nd time as a warning. Seeing that all the gamblers stopped, she took a copper hammer from the boy and said, "This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you win 13 taels. If you win 2 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win the banker." In addition to the entire bet, there's also a set of 12 pure gold portraits as compensation. The first jar opened. As soon as she finished speaking, She knocked open the first jar on the table with a hammer. From the broken pieces of pottery, a 2-inch tall golden elephant was revealed. The boy stepped forward and showed it to all the gamblers. It was a tiger statue. Voices rose and fell. There were a few who guessed correctly. The second jar opened. It was a rat statue. There was a chorus of hisses. The third jar opened. It was a monkey statue. Some of the gamblers' faces turned ugly. Obviously, they had placed a big bet. Another one didn't win. A tiger, a rat, and a monkey. The gamblers, please stand up. I'll go forward and check the jar. Yushu looked around. Only 3 people stood up. It seemed that only one of them had won. When she turned her head again, she saw the person next to her, standing up. Yushu was more or less surprised. She had guessed correctly. So she asked, "Which one did you guess correctly?" Jiang Mia tilted her neck and twirled her hair with one hand. "Guess." Yushu shook her head. She hoped that Jiang Mia would win all 3 so that Chui Exin, the banker, would lose money. After a while, Chui Xin checked the 3 gamblers. All of them had won the same jar. The boy carried a silver plate and returned the money on the spot. Even the money they had bet was returned. There was no mistake. When Chui Xin came in front of Yushu and Jiang Mia, the former first cupped her hands and said, "Mr. Yu, do you have time today?" She understood that she did not reveal Yushu's identity. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue today's game. Because Jiang Mia heard that the banker was a young miss from one of the 12 prefectures, she saw that she was so polite to Yushu. She looked at Yushu strangely. Could it be that the younger sister that Shweta Lang recognized was not just a Xiaoyi Shi? Yushu sat upright and did not move. After receiving Chui Xion's greeting, she did not frown at her coldly, like an enemy. She only said lightly, "I'm here to accompany my friend to play. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Chui Xion tactfully turned to Jiang Mia and said with a smile, "This gentleman has good luck. How many did you win?" Jiang Mia waved her hand. "Can't you see for yourself?" Chui Xion did not care about her bad attitude. She picked up the jar on the table and opened it. "Congratulations, you won 2 jars." Chui Xion checked the 3 notes and took the banknotes and taels from the boy and placed them on Jiang Mia's table. "This is your winnings of 137 taels, plus your bet of 159 taels." It was rare to win 2 jars. Hearing this, the gamblers of the scene looked at Jiang Mia with envy. The old man next door gave a thumbs up and said, "Little brother has some skill." Chui Xian left the gambling money and retreated to the back to count the chips. Jiang Mia won money, but she did not look happy. When Yushu asked her, she replied, "I thought I would win all of them. That set of small golden zodiac statues was not bad. It would be nice to win it and give it to Shweta Lang as a birthday present." When Yushu heard this, she could not help but remember some unhappy things. When she looked at Jiang Mia again, she suddenly felt displeased. "Since you've won money, are we leaving?" Asking her to watch others win money was really boring. "Leave?" The corner of Jiang Mia's mouth curled up. She looked at the nearby gambling table that was being cleaned up and narrowed her eyes. "Didn't Shweta Lang tell you? Once I enter the gambling house, if I don't win until the owner cries, I definitely won't leave." At the back of the gambling house, Chui Xian sat and drank a mouthful of tea. She ordered the steward standing in front of her and said unhurriedly, "The people outside are here to cause trouble. Go and get a few more sets of metal tools. Today, I want to make a set so that they will lose so much that they won't even be able to leave this door." Chapter 586. The words of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li, revealed the identity of the condemned criminal and also verified Abe's words. This condemned criminal had been arranged by the Ministry of Justice at the last minute. It was the first time those Wayne Nation people had seen a corpse, so how could they recognize his name? Furthermore, they could accurately state the crimes the condemned criminal had committed when he was alive. It was simply unimaginable. There was only one explanation that made sense. The condemned criminal had come back to life in that dog's body. Witnessing this with their own eyes, looking at the restless dog in the cage, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly became strange. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Emperor Zhao Qing's eyes moved back and forth between the cage and the Japanese youth. Suddenly, he asked, "You can bring a dead person back to life in a dog's body. Can you also bring him back to life in a human's body?" Abe actually only knew some simple official language. When she heard the emperor's question, she turned her head to look at Yamada Jiro with hesitation. However, Yamada Jiro didn't translate for her. Instead, he answered Emperor Zhao Qing's question, "I can, but to bring a dead person back to life in a living person's body, that living person has to die first. Moreover, casting a spell on a living person isn't as easy as casting a spell on a dog's body. This is because animals don't have complete intelligence, so it's easier for them to accept a human soul. However, a living person has a complete soul. Unless you first turn him into an idiot, then you can cast a spell in his sleep and change a dead person's body." After hearing his explanation, Emperor Zhao Qing's eyebrows rose up high. With a thought-provoking expression, he looked at the Japanese youth who could bring the dead back to life. Under her seat, Yushu's heartbeat was abnormal under her calm appearance. A dead person's soul coming back to life in a living person's body. Wasn't this kind of strange thing a true portrayal of her own experience? She didn't believe that a tuft of hair or a candle could summon a soul and bring a dead person back to life. However, when she looked at the peculiar Japanese youth, she recalled the gaze he had looked at her during the water and continent conference yesterday. That uncomfortable feeling was as if someone had seen through her. Could it be that he could tell that the thing in her body wasn't the original? No, impossible. How could this be possible? Yushu quickly denied this thought, telling herself not to scare herself. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Amling City. If someone could tell that she was up to no good, they would have done so a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? If that's the case, why can't he bring the dead back to life in his own body? Why must he occupy someone else's body? This doubt came from the Imperial Astronomer. The one who spoke was none other than Junior Eunuch Run, who had been busy the entire night. "Well," Yamada Jiro rolled his eyes. "I've heard Abe-sama mention it before. In the eyes of a powerful onmyoji like her, there's something called ki in a living person's body. Once a person's body runs out of ki, they'll become a dead person. Their soul will leave their body. If they want to come back from the dead, they'll have to find a new body with ki. They can't use a body without ki." Hearing this, Yushu rubbed her chin thoughtfully as she looked at the young yin-yang master, who had his head lowered in silence. What do you mean by bringing the dead back to life? In this old man's opinion, this is clearly a trick used by the people of the Jianghu. It's fine to use it to deceive people, but how can it be taken seriously? The white-haired Duke of Jing snorted coldly. He was an important minister of the previous emperor and had performed many meritorious deeds. When the current emperor first ascended to the throne, he single-handedly quelled a few rebellious ministers. Although he had no military power now, Emperor Zhao Qing had always treated him generously. If it was anyone else who dared to speak so casually in front of the emperor, they would have long been glared at by the emperor. But at this moment, Emperor Zhao Qing only looked at him with a smile and did not speak. The Celestial Commissioner immediately agreed. Duke Jing was right. This lowly official thinks that the so-called resurrection of the dead by this Japanese warlock is more like a crooked method used by the devil to harm people. How dare they use this to deceive the emperor? They deserve to be punished. Xianya had suffered a loss at the hands of this Japanese yesterday. How could she let go of the chance to ridicule him today? Furthermore, Ren Shiming had already spoken in the morning. She would find fault if she could. As soon as he spoke, the Celestial Commissioner's side became lively. They started pointing out one thing after another, all of them saying the same thing. It's fake. Before we enter the palace, we were all prepared. No matter how real your magic looks, we can't admit it. There's a saying that 3 people make a tiger. It's fine if one person didn't believe it, but when a whole group of people put on a disapproving look, those who were shocked at the start started to doubt the authenticity of the spell. The Celestial Commissioner's voice was unanimous. Even the masters behind him didn't support the Japanese. The words "I don't believe it" were written on their faces. Even Emperor Zhao Qing's eyes were not as fiery as before. Yushu looked at this scene and really wanted to laugh. What was this called? That's right, the home advantage. Emperor Da and his wise. Yamada Jiro probably didn't expect that these people would lie with their eyes open. He immediately showed an expression of being humiliated. He knelt down in front of Emperor Zhao Qing with a red face and neck. I came to pay my respects to your majesty with sincerity. These two on my Oji are precious to our country. They are comparable to tens of thousands of troops. Yesterday, Lord Ida used magic to summon rain. Today, Lord A brought the dead back to life. Your majesty saw it with your own eyes. How can it be fake? I think some people are unwilling to admit that their skills are not as good as others. Today, there are envoys from other countries here. Aren't some people afraid that people will say that the masters of Yurda and are narrow-minded? In addition to Japan, there were also several small countries, such as Siam and Korea. They could understand Chinese and were indeed shocked by Abe's skill. At this time, although they didn't help the Japanese envoys, it could be seen from their faces that their thoughts were probably the same as the Japanese envoys. They thought that the Dan dynasty was going to bully others. Emperor Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at the Japanese envoys who knelt down in front of him. There was some coldness in his eyes. Yamada Jiro, on the other hand, was so focused on achieving his goal that he didn't realize it. He only cared about defending himself and indignantly said to the imperial astronomer, "You keep saying that our yin-yang technique is a lie. Then, may the masters of your country explain clearly which part of it is a lie? If they can't, please don't slander us." Yushu had to praise this Japanese man for his good Chinese. He could even use such an appropriate idiom as slander. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Commissioner was waiting for him to say this. Humph! This time, it was Chao Zwilling who snorted. Yesterday, we didn't expose you because we wanted to show our leniency. Now, you think that we, the Celestial Commissioner, have no one. Then, he turned his head and said to Jing Chun, "Thank you, Daozi Bai." Jing Chun nodded. He was already prepared. He stood up calmly and bowed to the throne, ignoring Yamada Jiro's clamor. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Zhao Qing was naturally amiable towards Jing Chun. "Feel free to speak your mind." Yesterday, the Onmyoji from Japan performed the Onmyoji, summoning wind and rain. It was amazing. However, there are some people in the Dan kingdom who can do this. Oh, Emperor Zhao Qing was interested. When did such a talent appear? Why didn't I know about it? Jing Chen explained, "Actually, it's not difficult. As long as one can accurately predict the weather of that day and make preparations in advance, anyone can summon the wind and rain. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to try and verify its authenticity." When Emperor Zhao Qing heard this, he was a little disappointed. He really hoped that and had a master who could summon the wind and rain. If there was a drought or water shortage, he could send someone there with a wave of his hand. Even disaster relief would not be needed. If there was such an extraordinary person, he could use an uninhabited island to return the disaster. Why not? When Yamada Jiro heard Jing Chen's words, he was stunned for a moment. Panic flashed across his face, but he still bluffed and said, "It's easy for you to say. Then please summon the rain and let us see if it's true." Jing Chun looked out of the hall and thought about the speculation of the master, in the morning. He couldn't help but turn back and look at Yushu, who was sitting below. He saw that she was holding a teacup and watching the show calmly, without any hint. Yamada Jiro misunderstood his action and thought that he wanted to stall for time. He hurriedly said, "Don't you want to summon the rain? Let me make it clear first. Yesterday, it only took an incense stick of time for Master Xiangtian to summon the rain. Don't try to fool us. If it takes too long, even if it rains, it won't be summoned by you." After saying this, he put on a pleading expression and looked at Emperor Zhao Qing. Emperor Zhao Qing also hated this Dong Ing envoy for not being sensible. He was probably very confident in his nephew. Without saying anything, he ordered the servant, "Go get an incense stick and light it." The people on the Celestial Commissioner's side who knew the situation more or less showed a worried expression. However, there was no turning back. Jing Chen didn't want to argue. He took a step and turned to walk out of the hall. His back was slender and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The figure of his back was imprinted in the eyes of others. He was like an immortal returning with the wind. In an instant, it made the hundreds of Master inexplicably more confident and hopeful. Yu Shu, on the other hand, looked at Jing Chen's back as he disappeared outside the palace gates and shook her head lightly. The Grand Tester, who was sitting at the head of the table, turned his head and glanced at her, but no one noticed. After Jing Chen went out, everyone stared at the incense stick. Probably the Celestial Commissioner and the other Master Yi officials had never been so united as today. They all hoped that God would do them a favor and not doze off at this critical moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep bell rang in the distance, echoing up and down the Fengqing Palace. It was just the evening, and the summer sun was setting in the west. The incense stick burned very fast. It didn't seem to have been burning for a long time. It was only as thick as a thumb, but it was still calm outside the hall. There was no sign of storm. Until the last bit of incense ashes scattered into furnace dust, there was no rain. The Celestial Commissioner was silent. Yamada Jiro's face was filled with joy. He smiled proudly at the other side, and then knelt down in front of Emperor Zhao Qing. Your Majesty, what else do the Master Yi of the Holy Dynasty have to say? Emperor Zhao Qing looked in the direction of the Celestial Commissioner expressionlessly. Only those who were familiar with the temperament of this emperor, who had been on the throne for more than a decade, knew that this was a sign of his anger. The Great Commissioner, who bore the brunt of the anger, stood up slowly and knelt down calmly. I have failed in my duty. His kneeling was very serious. The Celestial Commissioner and the others all stood up and knelt down along with him. I have sinned. Yamada Jiro didn't know that he had angered the emperor. He was just proud that he had the upper hand. He asked Emperor Zhao Qing, Your Majesty, please honor the agreement. My country will exchange the island with 2 on my Ojis. Chapter 587. Arriving at the second watch, begging for fan votes and recommendation votes, unknowingly, night fell. The candles at the corner of the window were lit. It was already dinner time. The 32 seats on the 3rd floor of the Chui family's gambling den were all filled. No one left early. In front of the gambling table, Jiang Mia and a small old man stood at the 2 ends of the table, each placing their bets. Seeing that the pot on the table had already increased to 300 taels of silver, and the 12 silver plates on the long table were filled with gold and silver notes at some point in time, the gambler's blood began to boil. Yu Shu did a rough calculation. The bet for this round had reached at least 40,000 taels of silver. Sima Ji's 12 flower treasures were very tempting. In order to win, the gamblers opened their pockets one after another. The lowest bet was 100, and the highest bet was 1,000 taels of silver. Right now, only Jiang Mia and the swindler were competing with each other. This one move, that one move. Move! Jiang Mia was smart, but the swindler was quite difficult to deal with. He forced her to place a bet of nearly 10,000 taels, and he also put in 10,000 taels of silver. Looking at the silver notes falling on the table like snowflakes, Jiang Mia still showed no signs of stopping. Although Yu Shu knew that she already had a plan, she still felt worried for her. While Yu Shu was worried, Jiang Mia was so excited that her cheeks turned red. From her point of view, the bigger the bet, the higher her chances of winning. Chui Xian looked coldly at Jiang Mia, who had taken the bait. Her fingers hidden in her sleeves kept changing their movements. Only the swindler could see what she was doing through the dark-colored cloth. According to her instructions, he placed his bets one by one, moving the 9 hidden urns on the long table. Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 2. Gradually, Jiang Mia sensed that something was wrong. She did not have much money left. At most, she could place 2 more bets. However, she could not gather the 3 hidden urns she wanted. It was as if this swindler knew what she wanted and was deliberately keeping her in suspense, not letting her get what she wanted. How could it be? Jiang Mia shook off this strange thought. She watched as the swindler placed 2 more bets. Out of the 3 hidden urns on the table, there was only one that she was interested in. She gritted her teeth and put down the last 2 bets. It moved. Then, the swindler also placed a bet. Jiang Qia's face stiffened as she watched the 3 jars on the table being replaced with the one she didn't want. At this moment, she was out of money. Nothing could be worse than this. Even if she only guessed one right in the end, the banker would have to return the bets she had placed earlier to her. But now that she had missed a single one, she would end up losing everything. She had really underestimated the Zhuang clan here. Jiang Qia's face suddenly darkened. Did he think that by forcing her like this, she would just let go? Dream on. Young man, do you still want to place a bet? Old Qian asked with a smile. When Yushu saw that Jiang Mia's face didn't look good, her heart skipped a beat. It can't be right. That's not right. The probability is not right. With Jiang Qia's luck, those 9 jars should have been filled long ago. How could she have used up 10,000 taels of silver and still not come across any? Yushu furrowed her brows. She felt that there must be something fishy going on here that she didn't expect. What could it be? I don't have any cash left. Can you bet something here? Jianya asked coldly. Cui Xen lowered her head and pursed her lips. When she raised her head, she revealed an appropriate smile. There are rules, but it depends on what Mr. Hua is betting. If it isn't worth more than 1,000 taels of silver, we won't accept it. Humph. Jianya shook her hand and took out a piece of paper from her bosom. She handed it to Cui Xen. What is this? You should recognize it. At first glance, Cui Xen saw that it was a deed for a house. When she took a closer look, she was immediately shocked. She saw a line of black and white words written on it. Huoding Street, Chaoyang Residence, 45 mu of land. What kind of place was Huoding Street? It was a street close to the imperial city. There were only 7 or 8 households on the street, and all of them were mansions of princes and ministers. Let's put it this way. The residence of the left minister, Yin Tianho, was built on Huoding Street. Cui Xen came from an aristocratic family, so she could naturally tell that the deed was genuine. However, 45 mu of land was almost the size of a prince's residence. What kind of noble status did this woman have to be able to take out such a deed? How much can you bet on this piece of paper? Jiang Qia casually took out the deed to the prince's residence that Jiang Huaying had given her before she came to the capital as the stake. Not only was she a gambling addict, but she was also giving this young miss of the Cui family a warning. If she knew what was good for her, she should not provoke her. Cui Xen was a slick person. How could she not understand Jiang Qia's intentions? She held the deed that couldn't be valued and sighed. She quickly came up with a plan. She hid her shocked expression and said to Jiangya, according to the rules of the casino, this deed is worth 200,000 taels. The moment she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. A piece of paper was worth 200,000 taels, and this was after the discount. She must be joking. Only Yushu knew Jiang Qia's identity. Although she couldn't see what Jiang Qia gave Cui Xen, she guessed that it was the deed to the house and the land. TSK, 200,000 taels for a bet. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yushu muttered to herself. She recalled the days when she was in Yang, where she worked herself to the bone just to earn a few copper coins. Now that she saw how Mr. Jiang didn't care about money, she couldn't help but feel a little unfair. How was Cui Xen going to deal with this? Yushu gloated. If Jiang Qia lost, she would be offending her. If Jiang Qia won, she would lose a lot of money if she won all 3 jars. 200,000 it is. Continue betting. Jiang Qia waved her hand and pointed at the jars on the table. It seemed like she would not stop until the 200,000 taels were spent. Cui Xen quickly exchanged glances with the swindler. The latter understood and took out the last banknote and placed it on the table. He smiled bitterly at Jiang Qia and said, this old man will only bet this 1,000 taels. I'll bet all. After saying that, he had the servant change the jars on the table. He turned around and walked away. He had made up his mind and left. Thus, what was supposed to be a big bet ended so hastily. In the corner, Yushu secretly felt that it was a pity. If Cui Xian had been more stubborn and not scared by Jiang Qia, she would have been able to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. With 200,000 taels, even if she only won one by chance, she would have gotten 2,000 taels. Forget it. She was too greedy. Winning a few hundred taels was also not bad. Jiang Qia raised her eyebrows and smiled. The gloominess on her face disappeared, and she placed another bet. When she saw that the 3 jars on the table were all changed to the one she wanted, she was satisfied and returned to her seat with her hands behind her back. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She turned to Yushu and said, "Did I say anything wrong? What did you say? Are you going to make the boss cry?" Yushu asked in return. She shook her head and pointed at Cui Xian, who was calmly ringing the bell behind the table. She wanted Jiang Qia to see for herself. "Humph. You will know whether she will cry or not when the jars are open later." Although Jiang Qia said that, she did not have full confidence that she would win all 3 jars. She could only be certain that she would not lose. After placing their bets, the gamblers began to busy themselves with the huge wagers on the 10 silver trays. They divined the truth of the 3 hidden jars with all their might, hoping to make a big profit. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the banker calculated the wager for this round. It was a total of 63,500 taels. When Cui Xian announced this sum, Yushu could clearly hear the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. The banker rang the bell for the 3rd time. Everyone placed the jars on the table and sat down obediently, waiting for the results. This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you will win 635 taels. If you win 2 jars, you will win 6,350 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you will win the banker. Other than the wager, you will also win Sima Ji's famous work, 12 Flowers. After Cui Xian finished her words in one breath, she aimed the hammer at the jars. At this moment, it was not that she did not want to give up. But since things had already come to this, she could only ensure that Jiang Qia would not guess all 3 jars. First jar open. The pottery piece shattered, revealing a piece of jade wrapped in gauze. It was about the size of a fist. The boy opened the gauze, revealing its true appearance. Everyone's eyes widened. Someone shouted, "It's a lilac flower." The lilac flower carved from purple jade looked extremely charming under the candlelight. Jiang Qia's lips curled up. Yushu also smiled. She had earned 600 taels of silver. Cui Xian was very clear what Jiang Qia and Yushu had chosen. She took a deep breath and knocked on the 2nd jar. "Pa." After a moment of silence, someone shouted again, "It's an orchid." Jiang Qia frowned and revealed a disappointed expression. The 3 jars she had written in the jar were lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. Now that one had escaped, she would not be able to win the banker. On the other hand, Cui Xian heaved a huge sigh of relief. She relaxed and thought that Yu Lianfang chose peony, lilac, and lotus. Her companion chose lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. The 2nd jar produced an orchid. Neither of them won. Even if one of them won the 3rd jar, they would only lose 20% of the wager. It was not considered a loss. One must know that ever since she mastered the spirit speech technique, she had never made a mistake. Her performance that day at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet was just a deliberate concealment. With this thought in mind, she knocked on the 3rd jar without any hesitation. When she lowered her head to take a look, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It was a peony. At this moment, she felt that there was a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Compared to Cui Xian's good complexion, Jiang Qia's face could not hold back. What bad luck! She turned her head and looked at Yushu, who was sitting beside her. Suddenly, she was not pleasing to the eye. "What are you laughing at? It's all because you, a novice, placed your bet and ruined my luck. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come with you." Hearing her vent her anger, Yushu actually did not refute. 1 lilac, 1 orchid, and 1 peony. "May the guest who won the bet stand up and wait for me to examine the jar," Cui Xian said. Jiang Qia stood up. Yushu also stood up. There were 2 other guests. Cui Xian intentionally went to examine the 2 guests first. She handed over 600 taels of banknotes and several silver ingots to each of them before coming to the two of them. How many did Mr. Hua win? Jiang Qia unhappily said. If I said I won 3, would you believe me? Cui Exin good-naturedly smiled and reached out to look at her jar. She opened it one by one, and there was nothing wrong with it. Congratulations, you won 1. Here is 635 taels and the money you bet. Please keep it well. Cui Xin returned the deed that was like a hot potato to Jiang Qia. She felt relieved. She turned her head and looked at Yushu. Her smile had a different meaning. The friend that Mr. You brought today is very lucky. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. Are you saying that my luck is bad? How could that be? Cui Xin shook her head and picked up the jar on the table. As she opened it, she asked, How many did you win? If I said I won 3, would you believe me? Cui Xin didn't take Jiang Qia's words seriously. She just laughed it off and opened her second jar. When she saw the name of the flower on the note, she froze. Peony? How could it be peony? Shouldn't she choose peony and lotus? Cui Xin was afraid that Yushu would notice something was wrong with her, so she opened her third jar in bewilderment. When she saw the 2 small words written on it, she was really dumbfounded. Seeing this, Jiang Qia's eyebrows jumped. She raised her hand and snatched the 3 notes from Cui Xion's hand. After reading them, she was dumbfounded. You... She stared at Yushu and couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. Ha! Yushu sat down on the chair and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She raised her head and laughed out loud. She felt excited and ridiculous at the same time. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Who would have thought that a small ingot of silver could be exchanged for 60,000 taels? She, who came out to buy soy sauce, became the biggest winner of today's game. Chapter 588. There was a storm outside the palace, but the main hall was a scene of joy and harmony, ignoring the words of the Dongying people. Yushu's heavy rain could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time was the face of God, the right place was the rare occasion of a land and water conference, and the right people was the desire of Emperor Zhaoqing. With the true dragon command in hand, she could call the wind and summon the rain. First, she could solve the predicament of the Celestial Commissioner and restore the reputation of the Da and E-Master. Second, she could suppress the limelight of the Dongying on Myoji's resurrection. Third, she could make the Emperor so happy that he actually led the officials out to welcome the rain. Yushu's wise ruler entered Emperor Zhaoqing's heart. Since ancient times, what did emperors want in life? They only wanted peace and prosperity for their descendants. And a wise ruler was not a self-proclaimed title. There is no stronger proof than the will of heaven. Today, the Land and Water Conference, the foreign countries paying tribute, the female celestial commissioner holding the emperor's command to summon the rain, the blessing from heaven would definitely be recorded in the Da and historical records. Back in the hall, everyone returned to their positions. Emperor Zhaoqing's face was flushed with excitement. He pointed at Yushu and said to the officials, "This woman is an extraordinary person." Everyone praised her. Yushu knew that it was impossible for her to be humble after showing off her abilities. However, there was an important point that still needed to be reviewed. Your Majesty is too kind. This official's ability to call the wind and summon the rain can only be used by a wise ruler. This is the will of heaven. She had done everything she could. As long as she could make the emperor happy, she would not have to worry about fame and fortune. Since Yushu had started the conversation, a group of officials naturally followed up. They sang praises and flattered the emperor. Who didn't know how to do it? Even the foreign envoys expressed their allegiance again and again. Ha ha! Emperor Zhaoqing laughed heartily. In such a situation, among the Celestial Commissioner's side, someone looked at Yushu with a deeper meaning. Yushu didn't notice it at all. She waited until Emperor Zhaoqing was happy enough before she turned the spearhead and pointed it at the Dongying people whose faces were stiff and unsociable. Your Majesty, this official has something to ask the Dongying people. Only then did Emperor Zhaoqing remember the annoying Wei Nation man. His smile faded a little, and he raised his hand to give her permission. Yushu pointed at the half-extinguished incense stick in the incense burner and asked Yamada Jiro, "Lord Yamada, how does my reign compare to the Onmyoji from yesterday?" Many people laughed in a low voice. Wasn't it obvious? Yesterday's drizzle, compared to the lightning and thunder outside, was almost the same as the sky accidentally sneezing. There's a saying that people would die if they compared themselves to each other, and goods would be thrown if they compared themselves to each other. Yamada Jiro was infuriated. These then people were cunning. They clearly had such a powerful person, but they hid it well, making him completely unprepared. "Sir, you are very capable," he replied reluctantly. He glanced at Abe Kue, who was sitting beside him in a daze, and had an idea. "I wonder if you can summon the wind and rain, but do you also know the resurrection spell?" That's right, they also had the resurrection technique, but these people definitely didn't know it. Unexpectedly, Yushu laughed. Before she could speak, someone in the seats behind her said loudly, "Master Yu of our imperial astronomer, although she can't bring the dead back to life, she can determine life and death. Can the Onmyoji of Neon do that?" The one who spoke was Xianya, who had always found him an eyesore. Sever life and death. Yamada Jiro looked confused. It was obvious that he did not know the realm of the great and E-Master. Yushu kindly told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yushu kindly told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die." "Lord Yamada, do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yushu told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yamada Jiro nodded and shook his head. He said, "Even if you can predict when a person will die, it can't be compared to bringing the dead back to life. Arda and Yang Masters are better." Someone hissed. Obviously, they didn't agree. Someone said, "You need to take someone's life to bring the dead back to life. It's not the right way. If you don't take someone's life, you'd be better off dead." Seeing that Emperor Zhaoqing was in a good mood, Kong Qi, who didn't agree to the exchange yesterday, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, these Tuda and Yang Masters are not good. Firstly, we have people with extraordinary talents. Secondly, bringing the dead back to life is harmful. If news of it spreads among the people, it will cause them to panic. Let's drop the previous proposal." Everyone agreed. Yushu let out a sigh of relief. She thought that this scholar wasn't useless. Emperor Zhao Qin wasn't stupid. Although bringing the dead back to life was magical, there was only one way to live. If he kept them, people would criticize him sooner or later. So he hesitated for a while and said to Yamada Jiro, "Ueda and Yang Masters are not inferior to Yorda and Yang Masters. I don't want them." What he meant was, "I have a better one. I don't want you." Yamada Jiro was so angry that his mouth was almost crooked. His plan was ruined. How was he going to explain when he returned? "Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words." In a moment of desperation, he didn't care much and knelt down. "Your Majesty promised yesterday that you will give the island to a small country after seeing the technique of bringing the dead back to life. Are you going back on your words?" Emperor Zhaoqing's face turned cold. Yushu's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a clear voice from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words, but you have to be able to bring the dead back to life." Everyone in the hall turned around. Yushu turned around and saw a person wearing a green and black robe and a square hat striding in. It was second young Master Zhu. Zhu Muzhao looked at his only son who arrived in time. A smile appeared on his calm face. "This subject has offended you. Your Majesty, please punish me." Zhu Qingjue went forward and knelt down. As he lowered his head, he stared at Yushu strangely. Emperor Zhao Qing raised his eyebrows and looked at the Dian. He didn't blame Zhu Qingjue for barging in. He raised his hand and signaled him to stand up. "Zhu Erlang, why aren't you on duty at the Imperial Hospital at this time? Why did you come to Fengqing Palace?" From Emperor Zhao Qing's tone, it was obvious that they were close. Zhu Qingjue stood up and stood beside Yushu. He said, "This subject has something to report." Permission granted. Zhu Qingjue immediately took out 2 items from his sleeve pocket. One was a white candle, and the other was a paper bag. These 2 items were used by Onmyoji from Dong Ying to bring the dead back to life. As everyone knows, this subject is the direct disciple of the Southern Miao King of medicine. I'm good at identifying poisons. After my examination, I discovered that the white candle contains the oil of the 5 poisons insect, and the ash of the talisman paper is mixed with the demonic fragrance grass. When roasted with fire, the smoke will cause hallucinations. The former can make people faint while the latter can make people mad. It's the same for dogs and other animals. It turned out that after the box containing the dead prisoners and the cage used to lock the dogs were carried away, the candle and the ash of the talisman paper were taken away and sent to Zhu Qingjue. Yishu narrowed her eyes and thought. She turned to look at the celestial commissioner. Seeing the calm expression onto Diane's face, she knew that it was his meticulous arrangement. She couldn't help but admire his foresight. So, bringing the dead back to life is fake. Deceiving the emperor is the real thing, Zhu Qingjue said coldly. Being exposed on the spot, Yamada Jiro immediately panicked. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Emperor Zhao Qing's expression. He could only bluff and shout at Zhu Qingjue, "Don't slander me. I'm a Dong Ying envoy who came to congratulate the emperor. How would I have the guts to deceive the emperor? Calling the wind and summoning the rain is real, and bringing the dead back to life is also real. You're framing me. You're being wrongly accused." Zhu Qingjue couldn't be bothered to argue. He directly opened the bag of ash and threw it at him. Yamada Jiro was caught off guard. He inhaled the ash and sneezed. In the next moment, everyone saw his face quickly turn red. His whole body trembled twice, and as if he was bewitched, he spun around on the spot and shouted. His manic appearance reminded people of the dog in the cage that had fallen for the trick. The fair and delicate Dong Ying youth looked at this scene in a daze. Facts spoke louder than words. "How dare you?" Emperor Zhao Qing was furious. A mere envoy dared to play with him, the emperor, like a monkey. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would have become the biggest joke in the world. When the emperor was angry, the few people from the Dong Ying side were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt down. Only Abe Key seemed to be haunted by a ghost and didn't move at all. "Guards, take them all away and throw them into the prison. Then send people to the post house to arrest their accomplices." As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial guards rushed in from outside the door and swiftly dragged the group of people out of the hall. The envoys of the other countries felt a chill down their spines. Now it was quiet. However, things weren't over yet. Duke Jing was also a person who couldn't hold back his anger. He immediately scolded the Dong nation for being disrespectful and harboring evil intentions. He proposed to send troops to suppress them. This proposal was supported by a few people, but there were also voices of opposition. "I think that we should first investigate the whole matter clearly. Who ordered the Dong Ying envoys to do what they did and why they coveted the Jiaoyu Islands? Then, we can decide whether to send troops or not." This was the first time that Yushu heard Shui Rui's grandfather, Right Prime Minister Shui Lingnan, express his opinion in the past 2 days. "I agree." The kind-looking Prime Minister, Yin, also spoke up. After the two sides persuaded, Emperor Zhao Qing calmed down. He immediately issued an order for the Supreme Court to interrogate them. The Ministry of Justice and Swan Temple would assist in the investigation, and Shui Lingnan was appointed to supervise. After dealing with the group of Dong Ying people, Emperor Zhao Qing looked back at the 2 young people who were still standing in the hall. Hearing the sound of rain outside, he felt a little better and drank some tea. He said, "The Celestial Commissioner has done a meritorious deed by summoning the rain, and the Court of Imperial Physicians has done a meritorious deed by exposing the drug. How do you think I should reward them?" Although he was asking everyone, his eyes only glanced at 3 people, Zhu Muzhao, Left Prime Minister Yin, and Right Prime Minister Shui. The 3 people looked at each other. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhu Muzhao naturally didn't say anything. Shui Lingnan also didn't say anything. Finally, Yin Tianho stood up and spoke. Deputy Physician Song of the Court of Imperial Physicians is about to retire. Imperial Physician Zhu is young and promising and can be promoted. As for the Celestial Commissioner, the miraculous deed of summoning the rain and wind will definitely be known by the people in the future. She should also be promoted. However, she has just been appointed as the Imperial Physician of the Kunling Bureau and is still inexperienced. Why don't your Majesty bestow her with a title as a reward and pass it on? Some of the people below were shocked. Although they knew that Yu Shu was going to make a fortune today, no one would have thought that the Emperor would bestow a title. According to tradition, only those with third-class and above titles in the dynasty would have a title. She, a fifth-rank female official, actually received a title. Wasn't this equivalent to giving face to a third-rank official? Moreover, along with the title, there were some hidden privileges. For example, walking in front of the Emperor, not kneeling to the nobles, riding the sedan chair at the Meridian Gate, etc. Everyone was envious and secretly jealous. Only Yu Shu didn't understand. When she heard Prime Minister Yin's suggestion, she felt that she was at a disadvantage. She thought to herself that Zhu Heir had been promoted and made a fortune. Why did he give her a title? Emperor Zhao Qing considered for a moment and felt that this idea wasn't bad. He looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "In this case, Zhu Erlang will be promoted by 1 rank and will be the Deputy Physician of the Court of Imperial Physicians. You will also be rewarded with half a year's salary. Imperial Physician Yu, I will bestow you with a title. You will be called Chapter 589. Shuirui returned from his office in the Supreme Court of Justice. It was already dark, but he still did not see Yu Shu and the rest. His eyelids kept twitching. Just as he was about to go out to look for them, they returned. Shuirui instantly had a bad premonition as he stood at the corridor and looked at the two people who walked in leisurely with their bags in their hands while chatting and laughing. After a while, after listening to the two women's confessions, his premonition became true. Jiang Mia had indeed gone to gamble with Yu Shu. So, the two of you robbed the gambling money, beat someone, and ran back. Shuirui face-bombed. He should have known that the two of them were not easy to deal with. How could it be peaceful when they were together? How can you say that we robbed them? Jiang Jia said unhappily. We won these tales of silver fair and square. If it wasn't for the fact that the casino wanted to renege on their debt, I wouldn't have bothered to teach them a lesson. Don't tell me that we should leave the silver behind and let them extort us instead. Wei Lan is right. The money was not stolen or robbed. It is what we deserve. How can we not give it to her just because she does not want to? Shuirui turned around to look at Yu Shu, who spoke in support of Shuirui. The latter was sitting on the tea table and was counting the large amount of silver that was packed up, and as she looked at the silver that had piled up into a small hill before her, the corners of her mouth that stretched to her ears revealed her feelings without a doubt. Seeing her happy expression, Shuirui did not want to scold her. However, he could not indulge the other one. Is the money more important or the person more important? Shuirui put on a stern face and said to Jiangya, "You are not weak. If you really fight with someone, you will not be at a disadvantage. You can escape unscathed. What about Shu? Have you thought about her? Fists and kicks do not have eyes. If you always rely on your martial arts skills and whip people whenever you are unhappy, you will implicate the people around you sooner or later. Let me give you another piece of advice. This is Anling. This is Anling, not your big brother's Ningdong City." Hearing his cold reprimand, Jiang Ya's face darkened. She wanted to refute him, but did not know where to start. She could only glare at him before turning around and walking out of the living room. When Yu Shu saw Jiang Mia leaving in a huff, she stopped counting the money and said to Shuirui, "You can't blame her for this. She was standing up for me, and she wasn't the one who started the fight. Big brother misunderstood her. Those words just now, that's a little harsh." Shuirui's expression softened. "If I don't speak harshly, she will get into trouble in a few days. You just ought to know Jiang Mia. Didn't he know what kind of person she was? She was a tyrant in Ningdong City. No one dared to provoke him. Now that she's in Anling, there's no Prince of Dongjing to restrain her, and no one can control her. I wonder how she'll behave." As the precious daughter of the previous prince of Dongjing and the younger sister of the current prince of Dongjing, Jiang Mia never needed to care about anyone's feelings in Ningdong City. Compared to the pampered princesses and princesses in the capital, she was 10 times more arrogant and spoiled. Yushu had not seen Jiang Mia's domineering and fierce side. She only thought of her as a bad-tempered and straightforward girl, so she naturally did not understand Shui Rui's worries. All right. What's done is done. Let's not dwell on it. Let's talk about something happy. Yushu waved the stack of banknotes in her hand and said with a smile, "Big brother, do you know how much money I earned tonight?" Shui Rui did not want to spoil her mood. He looked at the white banknotes on the table and sighed at her luck. "I'm afraid it's 10 or 20,000. Yushu wagged her finger and said proudly, "More than that. Just the money I brought back tonight is almost 30,000 taels. In addition, Chui Xian also gave me an IOU." As she said this, she showed the IOU to Shui Rui. There was still Chui Xian's fingerprints on it. Shui Rui was speechless when he saw this. He did not know whether to be angry or laugh at Yushu's despicable behavior. "Are you going to take this IOU to the Chui family to ask for money?" Shui Rui shook his head. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." "Why? Do you want to say that the Chui family will deny it and I won't get the money?" Shui Rui did not explain directly. Instead, he tested her. "You're going to be the Celestial Commissioner. You can't be clueless about your superiors. That's not necessary." Yushu stretched out her fingers and counted. First supervisor is the eldest son of the Zhu family. Below him, junior supervisor Ren Qiming is a member of the Ren family. He is also the son-in-law of Count Zhongyang. Below him, there is no need to mention Jing Chun. The left magistrate Chao, who is half a rank higher than him, is the grandfather of the deceased Chao Yuling. The left magistrate is Xianya. I have seen her before. The right magistrate was originally Ji Huaishan, but he is dead. These 7 people were in charge of the 3 departments and 2 bureaus of the Celestial Commissioner. Their power was not to be underestimated. "It seems that you have done your homework." Shui Rui smiled. "It is just that you did not pay enough attention. It is true that Ji Huaishan is dead. The position of the right magistrate has always been empty. However, after his death, the Celestial Bureau, which was originally in charge of him, has been handed over to the deputy magistrate. This magistrate is the first master of the Chui family, Chui Xiui, magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner." Yushu did not know much about the many positions of the Celestial Commissioner. This was the first time she had heard of this position. Yes, this Chui Xiui is Chui Xian's father. Speaking of their family matters, it is worth mentioning. The head of the Chui family, Chui Taigong, was once an academician of the Imperial Historian's Library. Later, he retired due to illness. Chui Xiui is his eldest son. Unfortunately, he was born of a concubine. Chui Taigong's first wife gave birth to the second master, Chui Min. However, this first wife passed away after a few years. Chui Taigong later married another wife, but she did not give birth to any children. The 2 masters of the Chui family did not get along. Chui Taigong favored the second son, who had lost his mother, and neglected the eldest son. Fortunately, Chui Xiui worked hard in his early years and passed the Dayan exam. Gradually, he was able to sit in his current position. As for the second master, he was not outstanding in learning. It was only because Chui Taigong was biased that he handed over the business of the Dayan store and the gambling house to him. Therefore, even though the first branch is the Celestial Commissioner, they still have to listen to the second branch in the residence. Do you know why Chui Xian, a young lady of an aristocratic family, was brought to the Xiang Prince's residence when she was still a baby? To put it nicely, it was because Princess Xiang wanted to raise another daughter. However, in the end, she did not formally accept her as a foster daughter. She accompanied Xiwen all day long and took care of her daily life. She was only better than a servant. Was Chui Xiui really willing to use her daughter to curry favor with the nobles? Wasn't it all because of the second branch? After listening to Shui Rui's explanation of the Chui family's affairs, Yushu rested her chin on her hands and pondered. No wonder Chui Xian said that she could not make the decision and refused to give me the gambling money. She was afraid that her second uncle would get hold of her weakness. As she was thinking, she suddenly raised her head and asked Shui Rui, "Big brother, do you know about the Chui family's art of spiritual speech?" Shui Rui nodded. He had been the eldest son of the Shui family for more than 10 years. There was nothing rare in Enling that he did not know. I find it strange. Such a powerful family heirloom technique should be passed down to the male and not the female. That Grand Duke Shui is biased towards his second branch. Why did he let Chui Xian learn it? Chapter 590. Yushu voiced out her confusion. Shui Rui thought for a moment and tapped on the table with one finger. "I've heard about this." Yushu immediately pretended to listen. She knew that there was nothing Shui Rui couldn't figure out. The Chui family spirit speech is more mysterious than other families' unique skills. But as far as I know, even Chui Xiui, the celestial commissioner, doesn't know this spirit speech. I know a young master from a side branch of the Chui family. I once heard him talk about it when we were drinking. It seems that the Chui family spirit speech is not something that anyone can learn. Not only does one have to be talented, but there are also other conditions. So I'm guessing that Chui Xian is the only girl among the two branches of the Chui family who meets these conditions. That's why great-grandfather Chui has no choice but to teach her the family's secret skill. Well, that makes sense. Yushu nodded. She felt that Shui Rui's analysis was not far from the truth. Speaking of which, Chui Xian is the banker in the gambling house. This should be the idea of Second Master Chui. Someone brought your yellow crystal to the gambling house to make money, so they came up with this countermeasure. Huh? Shui Rui's expression became strange halfway through. Since Chui Xian knows how to use spirit speech, why did she let you in? Yushu spread her hands. Don't ask me. I can't figure it out either. Logically speaking, if Chui Xian dares to come out, it means that she is very confident in her spirit speech. At that time, at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, she said that it can only be used twice a day. It should be to confuse people just like me. The death-severing mystic art that she used to bluff people, didn't she tell them that she could only use it once a month? As long as she is willing, she can do it anytime and anywhere. Then there must be another reason. Shui Rui thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. He stopped thinking about this strange thing and continued the previous topic. He said to Yushu, "Yushu, the two branches of the Chui family don't get along with each other. If he went to their door to ask for the money, the second branch would definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult for the first branch. This money, the second branch would definitely not pay for it. In the end, Chui Xiui would still have to pay for it. But 60,000 taels was such a large sum of money. He had only been an official for a few years. It was difficult for him to pay for it in a short time. Therefore, there's an 80% chance that he'll find you personally. I'll plead with you." Yushu pouted, although he felt some sympathy for Chui Xiui's background. But that didn't mean she was willing to spit out the meat she had put in her mouth. "I've heard that Chui Xiui is a very kind person. Rather than forcing him to pay you back, why don't you force him? Why don't you sell him a favor first and let him owe you in his heart? In the future, we'll both be officials in the Celestial Commissioner, so we can take care of each other. So you're saying that I don't want the money?" Yushu looked unwilling. Shui Rui smiled and pointed at her forehead with his finger, saying, "It's not that you don't want it, but that you can ask for it later. When you have a firm foothold in the Celestial Commissioner, it's not too late to offend people." Yushu wanted to say that she was not afraid of offending people at all. Anyway, a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, and the Emperor protected her. However, Shui Rui was also thinking about her, so she would not waste his consideration. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Anyway, the money came from the wind, so she didn't feel bad about it. Just the money she got tonight was enough for her to tidy up a luxurious house. As for the rest, she had to save it. If one day she couldn't survive in Anling City and had to run away, she should at least have money in hand. Yushu thought self-mockingly. The next day, Yushu went to the Taihung Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing and told him about the incident of the topaz. Knowing that someone used the luck of the topaz to gamble in the casino, Pei Jing frowned, thought for a while, and said, "It's my negligence, or I won't sell the topaz. This kind of thing, if you block others' way of making money, it's inevitable that people will bear a grudge against you. Sell it, why not sell it?" Yushu rejected Pei Jing's countermeasure and said disapprovingly, "Let them find me if they block their way of making money. Uncle, don't worry. Anyway, I'm an official in the Celestial Commissioner now. I'm not afraid of anyone. Instead of making her live in fear and trepidation, it would be better to just kill her and be happy. Uncle, don't worry about those casinos. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. If they don't want to lose money, they will naturally find a way to deal with it. We don't need to worry about it." Wasn't Shui Xian a good example? Pei Jing listened to her twisted argument and found it very reasonable. After thinking for a while, he was persuaded by her and no longer insisted on stopping the sales of the topaz. However, the price had to be raised. On this point, the two of them had the same idea. After leaving Pei Jing's place, Yushu had another 5,000 taels of banknotes in her hands. This was the dividend of the first crystal sale. She and Pei Jing split it 50-50, and each took half. In just one day, she had changed from a sister who was worried that her younger brother could not afford the tuition fees to a rich woman with a lot of money. This feeling of being a nouveau riche really made Yushu feel light when she walked. She went straight to the new house on Baochong Street in the north of the city. As early as a few days ago, Qiu Jiming sent a letter to her, handing over the blueprint of the house, and it was considered completed. The only thing left was to change the door keys, and then people could live in it. Yushu originally planned to move in the middle of the month, but now that she had a lot of money in her hands, she was not in a hurry. In the morning at Pei Jing's place, she drew up a list of all kinds of flowers, birds, grass and fish, rooted trees, silver ponds, ancient calligraphy, antiques, and bronze wares. She entrusted them to Pei Jing to buy for her. These were all used to arrange the feng shui. The feng shui of a house could even affect the owner's luck and fortune, and it could also be used for protection. For example, the fire in a haunted house was often said to be haunted, but in fact, it was the bad feng shui that made people feel uneasy. A while ago, she flipped through a notebook in the Philosopher's Building in the Taisher Library. It recorded that in the study of feng shui, there were 3 grades of good houses. The lowest grade was suitable for the room and home, and the next grade was full of happiness, and the highest grade was the purple qi from the east. As a dabbler, she didn't want to have the feng shui of the purple qi from the east. The so-called purple qi was taken from the holy qi of Laozi. Other than the emperor, there was no other place to borrow this thing. She couldn't pull the emperor to guard the house, right? However, if she could use money to make a blessing, she could still try. Yushu walked around the new house for the whole afternoon, holding a notebook, paper, and pen. She led Zhou Hu, the new housekeeper, to measure and record many places. By the time she returned home, it was already dark. As soon as she entered the house, she heard that there was a guest. She waited for the whole afternoon. Yushu was wondering who was so patient. When she walked to the door of the living room and saw the person inside, she frowned. "It's you." When Xiaoan stood up from the chair, as if he didn't see the unwelcome look on Yushu's face. He bowed and saluted politely. "Congratulations on your appointment, my lady." Yushu raised her eyebrows. This guy was well informed. She waved her hand, walked in, sat down, and asked bluntly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you last time that I won't accept you as my apprentice?" When Xiaoan straightened up, looked at her, and said seriously, "Today, I'm not here to be your apprentice, but to ask for another favor." Chapter 591. Yushu, a 5th-level female official, was the deputy chief of the Kunling Agency. Not to mention her authority, she could choose 2 guards with ranks from the Jinwu Guards to follow her. She could also appoint and dismiss an 8th-level assistant. This 8th-level assistant only listened to her orders and worked for her, but his salary was from the public. Although he was just a small official, it was a rare opportunity to become a celestial commissioner. When Xiaoan came here today for this position. Last time, he went to the Wangji Tower to ask Yushu to be his disciple, but he failed. Not only did he not give up, but he also paid more attention to her news. Hearing that she was promoted to a female official, he paid a visit again after careful consideration and recommended himself. Hearing Wen Xiaoan's intention, Yushu laughed and said, "You are good at planning, but why should I give this opportunity to you? As long as I spread the news, many people will come to beg me. There are many people who are better than you." That day, when she went to the Celestial Commissioner to go through the admission procedures, she heard these things from the reception officer. But she didn't have time to choose suitable people for the time being. 2 days ago, she met Situ Qinglan in the Taisher Library. Situ Qinglan also vaguely expressed that she was willing to work for her. Academician Sima also recommended 2 people to her. When Xiaoan was good, he was young and mature, steady and smart. But he only wanted to climb up. She admired strong-willed people, but she didn't want to keep such a person by her side. Now he knelt to beg her to be his teacher for a way out, but he might betray her for other purposes in the future. Indeed, there are many people who are better than me. When Xiaoan's face was tense, he calmly faced Yushu and said seriously, "But you can't find a second person who is more obedient than me." Hearing this, Yushu's expression changed. She raised her eyebrows and suddenly became a little interested in him. "What do you mean?" Wen Xiao, and had rehearsed his script countless times before he came. He took a deep breath and said, "If you agree to let me serve under you today, I, Wen Xiao, and am willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you command me, there is nothing I don't dare to do or can't do. If I am the slightest bit negligent, you can punish me however you like." Yushu looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, she said, "You're right. Are you saying that you plan to sell your life for me? Not bad. You better think this through. Even if you serve me like an ox or a horse, I won't accept you as my disciple and teach you the death severance mystic art." Wen Xiao laughed at himself. "Don't worry. I know now that the death-severing mystic art is not something I should be dreaming about." When he first came to the capital, he was filled with hope, thinking that passing the Great Yin examination would give him a chance to stand out. He didn't expect that he, an 8th-rank fragrant husband, couldn't even be ranked in the Anling city, which was full of talents. He became Lord Jing's disciple at the Double Suns meeting, but so far, he had only seen Lord Jing twice. The first time was when he went to ask for a place to study in the Taisher Library and was rejected. The second time was at the banquet in the Xian Spring Garden. He sat in the corner and looked around, but didn't know anyone. It took him some time to figure it out. He was just a nobody, and he didn't have enough hands to climb up to those princes and grandsons. He had been in the capital for a year, but he had accomplished nothing except for the Great Yin. He didn't want to waste time like this and run into walls everywhere like a headless fly. He desperately wanted to find a direction and do something serious. Therefore, he had set his sights on Yushu because he had seen the word opportunity on her more than once. "If so, I'll think about it. You go back first and wait for my news." This time, Yushu didn't refuse Wen Xiao but gave him an ambiguous answer. Wen Xiao wasn't disappointed and instead let out a sigh of relief. If she didn't refuse, that meant there was still hope. "Then I will leave first. Thank you for your hospitality." Wen Xiao clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Yushu had a better impression of him. His shamelessness was annoying, but his perseverance was admirable. It seemed that when he was rejected by her last time, he did not pester her further. It was a good thing that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. It was not perfunctory that she told Wen Xiao and to go back and wait for news. In fact, when he said that he would work for her, she had already changed her mind. She was going to become the Celestial Commissioner and secretly investigate the secret of the Fairy Maiden Lu Run book. For the sake of her future plans, she needed to have someone she could trust under her. It wasn't a good thing to have an ambitious subordinate, but if this subordinate was a sensible person and obedient enough, then it would be a different matter. However, before she replied to him, she first had to confirm that the pitiful background that Wen Xiao had told her was true. How would she confirm it? Should she find someone to inquire about it from the one Chun family in the north. There was no need to bother. She had the little azure stove and the Tihu incense. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the emperor issued a decree to hold a land and water conference to entertain the foreign envoys. He called upon all teachers above the 7th grade in the capital to attend the conference. Yushu finished trying on her official robes. There were less than 2 days left, but before the start of the Land and Water Conference, there was another piece of big news. The case of the assassination of Imperial Envoy Zhou Qing was investigated by the Supreme Court. It was instigated by the 11th Prince, Liu Yi. All those involved were to be beheaded in public. Considering that Liu Yi was young and ignorant and had been instigated by a traitor, he was exempted from responsibility. The emperor issued an edict to expel him from the imperial palace and imprison him in the Rising Cloud Monastery in the suburbs to reflect. When Shui Rui returned from the Supreme Court, he went to Yushu's home to bring the news to her. In the end, it was still Liu Yi who took the blame. Yushu frowned, but it was clearly not Liu Yi who did it. Even if Liu Hao hid his tail well, can it be determined that Liu Yi was the mastermind just from a secret letter on the assassin's body? Shui Rui shook his head with a slight sneer on his face. A few days after Lord Gua took over this case, one of the eunuchs in Liu Yi's palace confessed that Liu Yi sneaked out of the palace one night to meet LV Jinliang. Who is Liu Jinliang? He's Liu Yi's cousin, the fourth young master of the Liu family. According to seniority, he has to call Liu Buhuan second uncle. Yushu did not forget Shui Rui's analysis in Pei County. The emperor wanted to send an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces to catch Liu Buhuan's weakness. That was why Liu Yi had the motive to kill Zhou Qing, and Liu Hao had used this to his advantage. Liu Jinliang was brought to trial. At first, his death was not confirmed. But as a manservant, he confessed that he and Liu Yi had conspired to kill Zhou Qing. This coincided with the secret letter that was previously discovered. Because there were 2 witnesses, the Supreme Court could carry out the punishment. Under the heavy punishment, Liu Jinliang quickly confessed his guilt. The Supreme Court's punishment was the most severe of the 3 departments. According to the law, once the conditions were met, even if the person was a relative of the emperor, the punishment would still be carried out. Yushu frowned. The eunuch by Liu Yi's side and Liu Jinliang's manservant are actually Ning Wang's people? The answer was undoubtedly yes. I also did not expect Ning Wang to have such a card up his sleeve. Shui Rui sighed. He had long expected that it would not be possible to use this case to bring down Liu Hao. Then what about the Death Warrior's waste token from Ning Wang Fu? Yushu did not forget about Shui Rui's framing. The Supreme Court can't possibly think that Liu Yi wanted to frame Ning Wang. Shui Rui was silent for a moment before he said, Ning Wang told the Supreme Court that there was a death warrior in his fu who was punished last year for failing to perform his duties. Afterwards, his whereabouts were unknown. Official Gua asked him to identify the corpse. Ning Wang admitted that the assassin I stabbed to death was the death warrior that he had removed from the list. Yushu hissed. She slapped the chair and cursed in a low voice. Too shameless. Liu Hao's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone had been broken by Shui Rui's sword. And Shui Rui's counterattack had not been able to trap Liu Hao. A few lies had allowed him to muddle through. Only he could think of such a thing. However, when the emperor heard about the case, he still reprimanded Ning Wang for not being strict with his subordinates. He grounded him in the fu for 3 months to reflect on his actions and fined him half a year's salary. After this incident, Consort Liu's family completely became enemies with Ning Wang. Liu Jinliang clearly confessed under torture and was pushed out as a scapegoat to protect Liu Yi. Liu Hao and Liu Yi's falling out was in line with Shui Rui's wishes. In this matter, Liu Hao had shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose a good brother, the 2 spies that he had painstakingly planted were also exposed. Faced with this result, the happiest person was not Shui Rui and Yushu, but Liu Tan, who had been watching the show from the side. Consort Liu had been implicated and demoted to a Liu Pin. Liu Yi had been kicked to the outskirts of Jing. This time, The emperor had openly sent an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi to investigate Liu Buhuan. What the Liu family was about to face was perhaps a decline. In short, Liu Yi had no chance of inheriting the throne. At the same time, Liu Hao had lost a helper. It can be seen how immoral this Ning Wang is. Yu Shu sneered. Liu Yi followed him around all day and did not do anything wrong to him. If he could do something like cutting off his own arm, in the future, if this kind of person really becomes the emperor, none of us will be able to live well. Shui Rui deeply agreed. At this point, the case of the imperial envoy's decapitation was considered over. Shui Rui had also heard that the palace was going to hold the Water and Land Conference. Knowing that Yu Shu and Jing Chun would be attending, he had some misgivings in his heart. When he thought that the two of them would soon be together day and night, his sense of crisis ran out. So he warned her, "I will also be present at the Water and Land Conference. I'll be there for the Water and Continent Assembly as well. Remember to behave yourself when the time comes. Don't fight for the limelight with others." Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry, I'm just going to join in the fun." Although she said so, Shui Rui had a feeling that this Water and Land Conference would not be so peaceful. The two of them were sitting and talking in the living room. The door was closed, but suddenly it was pushed open from the outside. Shui Thalong, Shui. Jiang Mia walked in with her voice raised, not even knocking on the door. Seeing that Yu Shu was also there, she froze for a moment, then raised her eyebrows. "Oh, what are you two whispering about?" Yu Shu laughed dryly, thinking that it was a good thing that she and Shui Rui had been talking about serious matters just now and he had not made a move on her. Otherwise, if Jiang Mia had seen it, what would she have done? Shui Rui, on the other hand, had a magnanimous expression. He glanced at Jiang Mia and said, "We're talking about something that has nothing to do with you. What are you doing here?" These 2 days, Jiang Mia had been living in Wang Ji Tower, causing him to get close to Yu Shu. He had to be on guard against her suddenly appearing. He really found her to be an eyesore. Perhaps the heavens had heard Shui Rui's thoughts. When Jiang Mia was asked by Shui Rui, she answered. Chapter 592. After settling Xi and Lishan down, Yu Shu returned to her room with a heavy heart. She ordered the maids outside the door not to disturb her. In the dark of the study, she found the record of her prediction of Mr. Shinyo's death date and checked it several times. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The Xian father and son asked her to predict the person's birth date, and 8 characters were exactly the same. Everyone knew that Yinhua's son had died for his wife after Princess Liu died of illness. Yu Shu had gotten a lot of information from Xian Lishan. Back then, he had told outsiders that Liu had passed away in less than half a month after giving birth to Jingchun. Yinhua followed closely behind and died in the 4th month of the 13th year of Baodai. Xian told her that Mr. Shinyo's death date was between February and May. It was also after April that he heard the news of his death. The father and son statements coincided with each other. It was obvious that Yinhua Yi's son was Mr. Xianyu. Looking at her prediction, Mr. Shinyo met with 2 disasters in the 13th year of Baodai. The first was a fire in February, but he survived and didn't lose his life. The second was a bereavement at the beginning of May. He lost a relative. This relative was undoubtedly his wife, Princess Liu. In the eyes of the world, Yinhua was a legend who had died many years ago. The date of his death was also a special day. It was the 5th of May, the Dragon Boat Festival. However, Yu Shu did not find any disaster on this day. There was no sign that he was about to die. Obviously, Yinhua faked his death. However, everyone thought that he was really dead, regardless of whether they thought that he had been killed or that he had committed suicide for love. She tried hard to guess what happened 20 years ago. She guessed that Yinhua disappeared after the fire. So Xianyu said that the last time she saw him was in February. She guessed that after Yinhua disappeared, the royal family could not find him. So after Princess Liu died, they made up the story that he died for love. They let him die. So is Yinhua still alive? Yu Shu was not sure. Only when she used the law of time of calamity to predict the disasters for him in the past 20 years could she confirm whether he was dead or alive. 20 years. This is not something that can be calculated in 1 or 2 days. It will take at least half a month. Yushu rubbed her forehead anxiously. Suddenly, her fingers paused, and she opened her eyes with joy. Right, I can use the 6 lines. The art of 6 lines could not determine life and death, but the art of 6 lines had a section on good or bad luck. It could use the birth date of a child to determine whether the parents were healthy or not. Yao Yin only needed to get the date of birth of his parents. Jing Chen's 8 characters. After he recovered his memory, she asked. She had already asked about it. Now that she knew Yun Hua's horoscope, she only needed to do a divination. Regardless of Jing Chen's parents, Princess Lu Yue had already passed away. If it was not a hexagram, it would prove that both of his parents were dead. If it was a hexagram, it would prove that Yun Hua was still alive. Yushu did as she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and the Tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. Yushu did what she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and Tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. In the afternoon, after reporting to Guo Huaiyan the progress of the investigation of a new murder case in Taisher Library, Shui Rui walked out of the Supreme Court alone. The sun above his head made people dizzy. The patrolling guards were already sweating. Shui Rui slowly waved the Mu Jiang fan in his hand. He did not feel hot, just in time for this murder case. You weren't able to come for the 2 days of the Water and Land Conference. Have you heard that His Majesty has conferred the title of Miaoling Emissary of the Imperial Astronomer? The day before yesterday, you really shocked this old man. I didn't think that in my lifetime I would be able to see with my own eyes the magic of a mortal who can call the wind and summon the rain. Your sworn sister's abilities are truly extraordinary. Shui Rui had not heard the news that Yushu was conferred a title. He had been investigating the case in Taisher Library for the past 2 days and did not go home. He did not know that Yushu had quietly made such a name for herself. It surprised him. After the surprise, he fell into deep thought. Shui Rui dared to say that other than Yushu herself, he was the one who knew her best. What was it? How could he not know whether she knew how to use it or not? He guessed that it was the same as the death sentence strange art. It was something she had done opportunistically, and the trigger that forced her to show off was probably Zhan Shuiyuan's tragic death. Sigh. Shui Rui let out a soft sigh. He closed his fan and pressed it against his forehead. He knew that she wouldn't stay put and wait for him to come up with a plan. But after not seeing her for a few days, she had made such a big move. She was really swift and decisive. It made him feel at ease and worried at the same time. When Shui Rui returned to Wangji Tower, he heard that there was a guest in the backyard. He did not disturb them. He changed into casual clothes downstairs and went to the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Yushu sitting in the living room, holding a teacup in a daze. He could not help but stop and look at her. Perhaps it was because she had been thinking too much. She had clearly lost weight in these 2 days. The apricot-colored silk dress was fitting to her waist and shoulders, making her look even more delicate from head to toe. That plain face that did not have much femininity always had an inexhaustible spirit. Even if she was in a daze, it would not dissipate. When Yushu came back to her senses, she found that Shui Rui was standing at the door. She did not know how long he had been standing there looking at her. His eyes were so focused that it made her feel embarrassed. Ahem, Big Brother is back. Yushu cleared her throat and stood up. She moved her numb legs and feet and sat back down. Shui Rui walked to her side in a few steps. He put away his fan and sat opposite her. Did you not sleep well last night? Yushu shook her head. Shui Rui raised his finger and swept it under her eyes. He said, Your eyes are red. You still say you didn't. Yushu smiled and said, It's not because I stayed up late. I was just affected by the fragrance. It's not a problem. Shui Rui's nose moved, and he raised his eyebrows. You use Tihu incense? You have a good nose. Yushu lifted her sleeve and sniffed. There was a little smell, but he could smell it even though they were separated by a few feet. She did not know that Shui Rui had been raised by Shui Lingnan since he was a child. What he learned was not only temperament and strategy. In order to prevent the eldest son of the Shui family from being assassinated, Shui Lingnan's education could be said to be in all aspects. Shui Rui only smelled the spices and medicinal herbs once, and he would remember what they should and should not smell like in his heart. Why do you need to use 6 lines divination? Shui Rui asked. Yu Shu crossed her hands on her stomach. Her eyes changed. I went to visit Xian Mansion in the morning. Guess who I met on the street in front of the mansion? Shui Rui shook his head and said, I heard you brought someone back. He is resting in the guest room. It's the 5th master of the Xian family who was expelled from the clan, Xian Lishan. Shui Rui felt that something was amiss. He leaned forward slightly and stared at her. What's going on? Yu Shu's lips moved a few times. She suddenly stood up and went forward to close the door tightly. She returned to her seat and gritted her teeth as she whispered, Big brother, I told you not to be too surprised. I have calculated that the eldest martial brother whom I have no chance to meet, Yinhua Yitzi, is still alive and well. Chapter 593. Yu Shu told Shui Rui in detail that the father and son of the Xian family had asked her to predict Yinhua's death. Rather than saying that Shui Rui's reaction was surprise, it would be better to say that he was bewildered. So he's still alive? It can't be wrong. I used Jing Qin's horoscope 3 times, and the result was the same. Princess Royal Luyue passed away 20 years ago. If Yinhua is also dead, then the 6 lines will not be a hexagram at all. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she did not hear Shui Rui's reply for a long time. Looking at his erratic eyes, she raised her hand and waved in front of his eyes. Big brother, what are you thinking about? Shui Rui put away his thoughts of running away and said to her, I have some suspicions, but I can't confirm it yet. I won't tell you for the time being. Yu Shu nodded indifferently and continued her words. She said happily, This is good news for us. This is good news for us. Yinhua is my eldest senior brother. Back then, his purpose of entering the capital city was the same as mine, which was to destroy the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens. However, I don't know where he is hiding now. Otherwise, we can find him and ask him clearly. Shui Rui looked at her and asked, Are you going to tell Jingchen about this? Yu Shu had never thought about this before. After thinking for a while, she nodded gently. I asked him to come to Wangji Tower tonight. I will tell him then. Shui Rui said slowly. Jing Chun will be surprised when he hears this news. Yu Shu said, I didn't tell him because I wanted to give him a surprise. I just think of it as repaying him for not hiding the matter of the life breaker from me. Moreover, Yinhua is Jing Chen's biological father and his closest relative. He has a reason to know that his father is still alive. As an insider, what right do I have to hide it from him? Shui Rui's eyes darkened a little, and he said to himself, Does he have a reason to know? Why? Do you think it's inappropriate? Shui Rui shook his head. It's good to tell him. Let him know that the death of Yinhua Ez was strange. He will not blindly listen to the arrangements of that side. The more suspicious he is, the better. Yu Shu suddenly thought of yesterday morning at Kunling Bureau. Jing Chen's promise to her hesitated and did not mention it in front of Shui Rui. It had nothing to do with whether she believed Jing Chen's words or not. She just felt that it was stupid to gossip about her ex-boyfriend in front of her current lover. After she shared this shocking discovery with Shui Rui, Yu Shu also calmed down from the panic she felt when she found out that Yinhua was still alive. Big brother heard about my bravery at the aquatic conference. Shui Rui smiled. You're referring to the fact that you took advantage of His Majesty. Did you fool a bunch of people? What? I'm really talented, Yu Shu muttered. But she did not have much confidence. Shui Rui knew her the best. It would be strange if he believed that she could really summon the wind and rain. You're really bold, Shui Rui said worriedly. You even lied to the emperor. Aren't you afraid that it will be difficult for you to back down in the future? If there is a drought, the emperor sent you to the place to make rain. What are you going to do? Yushu became proud again. I thought about it, so I told him that day. If I use this ability, I will die. I can't guarantee that I can return to Turin. Shui Rue was relieved. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. He chuckled and said, "You're cunning." In the evening, Jing Chen came. Yushu heard from the waiter that Xian Lishan was still sleeping soundly in the house. To prevent him from waking up and bumping into Jing Chen, she sent Gue Ba to guard outside Xian Lishan's mountain gate. Little Qing took Jing Chen to the slightly deserted third floor. Yushu and Shui Rue were waiting in the tea room. There were two long blue and white lamps on both sides of the tea room, illuminating the room. Jing Chen saw Shui Rue, who was wearing a bamboo gown and sitting leisurely. He stopped in front of the door and looked at Yushu with a tired expression. Shui Rue closed the lid of the tea, stood up, and said, "Brother Jing, please come in. I want to see you today. I have something to discuss with you." Jing Chen looked at Yushu's indifferent face under the lamp. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he stepped in. The maid closed the door behind him. The three of them were in the same room. There was a strange silence in the air. The first to break the silence was Jing Chen. "Did you tell him everything about me and you?" Of course, this question was asked to Yushu. He didn't mean to blame her, but he looked at her without moving his eyes. Yushu was silent for a moment. When she was about to answer, she heard a voice beside her. "If you're talking about the great trouble and the life breaker, I know everything." Jing Chen then turned his eyes to Shui Rue. Looking at the man who always appeared beside Yushu, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew this feeling. It was because of many things that he should have done: accompany her, protect her, and not let her be bullied. He couldn't do it, but the person in front of him did it. Shui Rue frankly met Jing Chen's gaze. Not so long ago, he had envied this person. Perhaps Jing Chen's background was slightly more unfortunate than his own, but he was fortunate enough to meet a person who was worth sacrificing for. Unfortunately, he was unable to cherish her and missed out on her. "What do you want to say to me today?" With all due respect, Shui Rue stopped being polite, and his voice became cold. "Brother Jing is righteous. You can set an example for the great peace country. I admire you. Brother Jing is kind. In order to repay the kindness of the sect, you endured humiliation. I understand. But dare I ask, Brother Jing, what did my sworn sister do to you? Why did you disregard her life and involve her in a dangerous situation?" He had long wanted to question Jing Chen face to face. Why could he cut off all ties with him when he wanted to? He wanted to get back together, so he thought that Yushu should obediently give in. Even if his reason was dignified, it couldn't hide the essence of using her. Men always had such a self-righteous drawback. They thought that they could decide everything. A selfish man was more arbitrary than a selfish woman. Seeing Jing Chen, it reminded him of himself 3 years ago. He wholeheartedly wanted to marry the 10th princess, but he didn't consider whether she was willing or not. In the end, he ended up in an irreversible situation. As a man, Shui Rue didn't think that he had the right to blame Jing Chen. But as Yushu's man, he couldn't tolerate Jing Chen's covetous heart. Or is Brother Jing really naive to think that as long as Shu agrees to marry and have children with you, you will live in peace? Although Jing Chen was used to Yushu's cold words, he still felt that Shui Rue's bluntness was a little harsh. The things that he had always wanted to deceive himself and others became clearer. That day at the bottom of the imperial tombs, he had his doubts, but he still chose to believe to Diane's words. The Jian had told him who the person who broke his life was. Apart from kindness and righteousness, in his heart, the person he liked was Xiaoyu. He was happy to have such a chance to be with her again. "She doesn't owe me anything. I'm the one who let her down." "You didn't let me down. I've said that we're even." Yushu's voice was flat. She had long passed the stage of anger and unwillingness. Now, Jing Chen was no longer a friend or an enemy to her. Hearing this, Jing Chen just turned his head to look at her. His handsome face did not show much emotion. Seeing this, Shui Rue stopped and did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, he changed the topic and brought it to the murder case in Taisher Shuyuan. The murderer who killed Zhang Shuiwen has not been identified. It is obvious that those people's goal is to target you, the Scourge of Dawn. That's why the woman close to you is implicated. I'm afraid that their next target is Shu. For her safety, I want to trouble Brother Jing with something. What is it? Go ahead. Recently, His Majesty may send more people to protect Shu. If they mention in front of you, I hope that you can refuse on behalf of Shu. As for the excuse, I've already thought of it for you. Just say that Shu knows the death-severing technique and is not in danger of losing her life. You will also protect her from the side. There is no need to do anything unnecessary. Originally, this was not what Shui Rue wanted to ask Jing Chun to cooperate with. With Zhang Shuin's death, he was afraid that the emperor would disregard Yu Shu's life and arrange the marriage between Jing Chun and her ahead of time, using her to lose her life first. That was why he had originally wanted to remind Jing Chun not to agree to their marriage and delay it. But now, the situation had taken a turn. Yu Shu's performance at the aquatic conference had caused Emperor Zhao Qing to re-evaluate her weight. A title bestowed by the emperor was enough to explain the problem. They would not be in a hurry to send Yu Shu to her death. On the contrary, they would send more people to protect her safety. I don't understand. Jing Chun frowned. Why did you refuse? Yu Shu also did not understand why Shui Rue was doing this. Wasn't it a good thing to have more people to protect her life? But she did not raise her doubts. She believed that Shui Rue must have his reasons for making such a request. Shui Rue quickly gave this reason. Historically, the Emperor of the Kingdom has a group of secret personal guards that follow and protect the Emperor. They're not dispatched by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and there are only a few dozen of them. But in terms of martial arts, there is no lack of people who can compete with Brother Jing. They are also very good at hiding and are loyal. So, since the founding of the Kingdom, although there have been many assassinations, there has never been a precedent of one successful assassination. If my guess is correct, the Emperor will send more people to protect Shu in secret this time. He will definitely choose people from these personal guards, Shui Rue said and glanced at Yu Shu, saying, if you do not want to have people watching you when you eat, sleep, or go to the toilet and report your every move to the Emperor, it is best to refuse. Yu Shu had too many secrets. If any one of them was leaked, it would be enough for her to lose her head. These personal guards were not protective talismans for her, but talismans that would lead to her death. Yu Shu's expression changed. She unconsciously changed her posture and looked at Jing Chun. Her expression clearly showed resistance. Jing Chun lowered his head and thought for a moment. He said, okay, I will pay attention. Regardless of whether the Emperor and the Great Advisor mention it to me, once I find that there are masters around or monitoring, I will come out to stop them. It better be so. Shui Rue said this and turned to Yu Shu, saying, don't you have something to tell Brother Jing? Yu Shu did not expect that it would be her turn so soon. She took a deep breath and looked at Jing Chun, who had been deceived for more than a decade. She could not help but feel pity in her heart. She unconsciously lowered her voice. Chapter 594. Yu Shu didn't tell Jing Chun about the father and son of the Xian family in detail. She just pushed everything to the death judgment magic. I accidentally learned the birth date of Yin Huayi's son. After using the death judgment magic, I found out that he is still alive. I have calculated it several times, and there is no mistake. Jing Chun sat there motionlessly. His face was full of fear, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. No one knew if he heard the latter part of Yu Shu's explanation. Yu Shu could imagine the impact he had felt. Ever since he was young, he had known that he was a disaster. Everyone around him had told him that his parents had been cursed by his Kata's star. He grew up in self-blame and lived alone for nearly 20 years. Suddenly one day, he was told that his father was still alive and well. It must be hard for him to accept it. Yu Shu turned her head and wanted to exchange glances with Shui Rue, but she saw that he was looking at Jing Chun with a thoughtful expression. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Jing Chun opened his mouth. His suppressed voice had a touch of hoarseness. Thank you for telling me. Logically speaking, This was a good opportunity to slander Emperor Zhao Qing and Titian. However, when Yushu saw his hurt expression, her lips moved, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue became, "No need. As long as you don't suspect that I'm lying to you." Jing Chun shook his head and stood up with his hand on the handrail. "Sorry, I can't stay for long. I will leave first." Yushu nodded and turned her head to look at Shui Rue. After hesitating, she stood up and said, "I will walk you to the door. Brother Jing, take care." Shui Rue sat there and didn't move. He watched the two of them go out. Coming down from the third floor, at the corner of the stairs, Jing Chun suddenly stopped. He didn't look back and said in a low voice, "Why do they all lie to me?" What else was there that he had seen and heard since he was young that was true? Yushu didn't know how to answer. Even if the person in her heart was no longer him, she couldn't help but feel sad for him. Perhaps it's to achieve a certain goal, or perhaps he has some difficulties. The back of the person under the stairs was very lonely. Yushu raised her hand and was about to put it on his shoulder. She was not good at comforting people, so she reluctantly said, "Anyway, he is still alive. Isn't it a good thing?" "Oh, yes." With a faint chuckle, Jing Chun turned around and looked at her with an unreadable expression. "At least he's alive, isn't he?" Yushu sent Jing Chun back to the courtyard. The moment she raised her head, she saw Shui Rue, who was waiting for her at the bottom of the corridor on the first floor. She couldn't help but quicken her steps and walk up to him. Did he leave? Shui Rue reached out his hand and held onto her slightly cold hand. He squeezed it lightly before turning around and pulling her into the house. "What?" "Shu Don. Jing Chun is actually very pitiful." "Yes, I think so too." The two of them disappeared behind the closed door. After the water and land conference, greeting cards floated into the door of Yushu's house like snowflakes. Some people heard that Yushu's new house was built on Baochang Street. Both ends were blocked, and people came to see her all day long. Yushu had the experience of becoming famous at the hibiscus banquet last time. Early in the morning, she instructed the two mansions to keep the cards and the gifts. The guests were invited in for tea. If they asked about her, they were to say that she was not at home. But no matter how she hid, she could not hide from some weirdos. As a matter of fact, on this day, she left the house before the sun rose, but was blocked at the main entrance of her house. Not knowing where, two figures rushed out, and with two putong sounds, they knelt down in front of her. If not for Lu Hong and Su Qing blocking in front of her, they would have knocked into her feet. "I am Zhou Min. I have admired Mr. Yu for a long time. I am willing to take you as my master. Please accept me. In the future, I will regard my master as my second parent and be filial to you. I am Wang Sheng. My ancestors have learned the Yi for 3 generations. I can endure hardships and work hard. Please accept me as your disciple, Meowing Messenger. I will definitely study hard and pass on your mantle." 2 black lines appeared on Yushu's forehead. She thought to herself, where did these 2 shameless people come from? They looked like they were in their 30s, and they dared to say that they wanted to be her son. And the one who learned the E for 3 generations, who wants him to inherit the mantle. It was the first time Lu Hong and Su Qing encountered such a situation. They did not know how to deal with it. They turned to look at Yushu, waiting for her to speak. "Ahem, you too can get up. My master has ordered that I am not allowed to accept disciples." The two looked at each other, unwilling to give up. What about the registered disciple? Does the adopted son want one? It took a lot of effort to get rid of the 2 shameless people. When Yushu arrived at the Celestial Commissioner office, it was already dawn. She almost missed a roll call. From the moment she entered the door, people kept greeting her warmly. There were also some thick-skinned people who chatted from the bottom of the bell tower all the way to the outside of the Celestial Commissioner office before leaving reluctantly. Yushu wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and sat down as soon as she entered the door. Xiaolon quickly served a cup of tea and stood in front of her, saying, "Darren, did you go out late today? There's no need to rush. Next time, if you come late and don't have the time to order, this lowly official will go and greet my classmate from the secretariat. Oh, don't mention it." I got up early anyway. Yushu told him about what happened in the morning. At the end, she sighed with emotion. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have 2 adopted sons today. Ha! Xiaolon laughed in spite of herself and poured another cup of tea for her. She said, this kind of wishful thinking can be found everywhere. They're not willing to put their feet on the ground and only want to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Darren, if you meet them again in the future, there is no need to be nice to them. After that, he asked her, you still have an empty place for an assistant. Have you chosen a good person? It is almost the end of the month. I will quickly fill in the vacancy so that I can make it in time for this month's salary. Yushu said, yes, I will write a letter. Send someone to the Taisher library to find him. Yes. Yushu got up and walked to her office. She turned her head and glanced at the stairs. She asked Xiaolon, is the right commander here? Milord Jing took a leave today. He seems to be unwell. I sent someone to check on him in the morning. Oh, the atmosphere in the Taisher library was a bit gloomy these 2 days. Paper could not cover fire. The news of Zhang Shuiyuan's death had spread. The students who came to class during the day were all talking about the aquatic and land conference that had just ended a few days ago. But in private, they were talking about the death. Not many people were in the mood to read. When the Celestial Commissioner sent someone to find one Xiao, and he was sitting in a corner of the ink study. There was no class today. He was surrounded by students who had come here to slack off. Amidst the whispers, he was grinding ink and copying a book. When he received Yushu's handwritten letter, he saw the only line on it, as you wish. He was stunned for a while and then returned to normal. He lowered his head to carefully fold the paper and put it in his pocket. He asked the official to wait outside. Went Xiao and went inside to pack his things. Under the puzzled gazes of some people, he left with someone. Only his brisk footsteps betrayed his current mood. After he left, someone in the study said suspiciously, hey, that person just now seemed to be the Celestial Commissioner's man. At dusk, the sound of a bell came from outside the window. Yushu stretched and put down her brush. On the table in front of her was a thick stack of documents. More than half of them were the official marriage documents that the Kunling Bureau had handled in recent years. The other half were the marriage documents that had been piled up in the past 2 months waiting for approval. One Xiao, and who had just been brought over in the morning, was sitting at a small table opposite her. He was copying and organizing a pile of dusty documents. He had not even changed out of his Taisher library uniform when she pulled him in. Yushu's job could be said to be leisurely. She only had to wait for the brush supervisor and the signature officer to deliver the annotated documents to her. She would look through them and stamp them. Yushu was not willing to slack off. Since she had come to the Celestial Commissioner, she had to make good use of the real power in her hands. She could not be a decoration and waste resources. Therefore, the most important thing was to first understand the affairs of the Kunling Bureau and investigate the past records. She did not want to be a figurehead without knowing it. Xiaolon and Rinrin Jia looked good on the surface, but there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Who knew if they would play tricks on her behind her back? Yushu looked at the sky outside the window and said to one Xiaoan, don't work. Let's end it here today. When Xiaoan put down his brush and stood up, Darren, you can go back first. I will finish writing these down before leaving. Yushu naturally would not discourage his enthusiasm. She waved her hand to let him continue. She called Lu Hong in and put the 8 caddy copper official seal into a box to take away. The Celestial Commissioner had guards patrolling at night. There were also people who would lock the official seal in a cabinet. However, most of the high-ranking officials who had guards would carefully carry the seal with them. Darren, take care. Outside the courtyard of the Kunling Bureau, a middle-aged man stood not far away. He was wearing a dark red official robe with 2 blue clouds embroidered on his shoulders. He looked in the direction of the courtyard door and saw Yushu coming out with someone. He did not hurry to go forward. Instead, he waited for them to come closer before he cupped his hands and said, I ask if you are Yunuyu of the Kunling Bureau? Yushu looked at him and did not know him. Judging from his official robe, he should be a 5th-rank official. However, She had not seen this person at the aquatic conference. "That's me. And this Darren is?" The man lowered his hand and introduced himself. "Celestial Envoy Master of Ceremonies, Chui Xiui." Yushu raised an eyebrow. "Chui Xiui? Chui Xian's father? So it is Darren Chui. I have been rude. It is I who has offended you." Chui Xiui forced a smile on his face. Yushu could see that he was uncomfortable. Thinking that he had come for the gambling debts of the Chui family's gambling house, she smiled. "May I know why Darren Chui is looking for me?" I heard from my daughter yesterday that I have offended Darren Yu at the gambling house a few days ago. I have taught my daughter not to speak, so I apologize to Darren Yu." As Chui Xiui spoke, he lowered his head and bowed to Yushu. Yushu moved aside and sneered inwardly. What did he mean by hearing yesterday that there was a gambling debt of tens of thousands of taels? Were the Chui family deaf? It was obvious that they had planned to leave it unsettled after seeing that she did not say anything. Chapter 595. At noon, the Celestial Commissioner and more than 20 officials of the 7th rank and above were waiting outside Taishi Brothel. Fang Zheng, dressed in a purple robe and golden leather, with a colorful ribbon on his shoulder, appeared in front of the crowd. 2 steps behind him was Junior Eunuch Run, who was dressed in black. Some people were born with an admirable temperament. Even if he did not say a word or smile, just his figure alone was enough to make people admire him. Yushu looked at him a few times and could not help but be fascinated. She bowed to the officials. "Dispense with the formalities. Dispense with the formalities." Zhu Muzhao looked around, the jade chain on his crown swaying, his voice bright and clear. "Today's water and land conference in the palace is a tribute from the various countries of the East Continent. His Majesty has the intention of educating. That's why he has ordered an e-master to send out all capable people to explain and impart knowledge. You, the Imperial Astronomer Yi-chun, should set an example and not be neglected." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, sir." Zhu Muzhao nodded and scanned the crowd again. He raised his sleeve and pointed to a person in front. "The right magistrate is from the prestigious Taoist school of Mount Longhu. Today, he will explain the principles of Yi to you." This meant that the task of explaining the principles of Yi to the foreign envoys fell on the right magistrate, Jing Chun. "Yes, sir." Jing Chun looked calm and was not surprised. It was obvious that the Great Commissioner had already made arrangements. He pointed to another person. "The left magistrate is in charge of the artifacts. You will handle the treasure exhibition." Xianyu was also prepared and went forward to accept the order. Finally, she turned to Ren Qiming and said, "Junior Eunuch is knowledgeable and expected that the envoy will have some questions. You will be in charge of adapting to the situation." Ren Qiming put his hands together and lowered his head. "Yes, sir." After assigning these tasks, Zhu Muzhao turned around and seemed to accidentally see Yushu standing behind Jingchen. He smiled at her, not as stern as before, and actually looked a little amiable. "Female diviner, it's your first time here, so it's not suitable for you to make arrangements. Let's just observe for now." Among the more than 20 officials, Yushu was the only one who had nothing to do but was singled out by the Grand Chancellor. She immediately became the center of attention. He thought to himself, "It seems like the great teacher thinks very highly of this young female fortune-teller." Of course, Yushu knew why he was paying attention to her. She sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she humbly responded, "I understand." Zhu Muzhao nodded his head. His expression was serious. His left hand was behind his back. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered in the wind as he led the officials forward. Although the group of people didn't line up, they followed Zhu Muzhao in an orderly manner according to their ranks. No one gossiped, and the atmosphere was so quiet that Yushu, the newcomer, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To be able to manage such a large celestial commissioner's office in such an orderly manner, and to have all the officials obey his orders without question, he was truly a capable person. Riding on a sedan chair, there were more than 20 celestial commissioner's office officials, and more than 100 officials from the capital. They walked north from Qingming Street, all the way to the foot of the Imperial Palace, right in front of the gate of Sky Bearing. Alighting from the carriage, Yushu realized that there were not only people from the Celestial Commissioner's office at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. On the other side, there were also a few other officials and generals dressed in the same official robes. She tried to find Shui Rui's figure, but after looking around, she couldn't find him even after the eunuchs entered the palace. Wong wong! A deafening sound could be heard, and the wooden wheels slid to the ground as the city gates opened. On top of the city walls, there were nearly 100 Imperial guards standing. Each of them held a spear in their hands, with a bow on their back and a feather pouch hanging on their waist. They looked coldly at the bottom of the city walls. If they discovered any strange movements, they would mercilessly shoot them to death on the spot. Yushu always felt as if there was a dagger on her back. She raised her head and took a look. Only then did she know why. She swallowed her saliva and looked at the towering city gates in front of her. The deep hole that led to the heart of the Da and dynasty made her heartbeat accelerate. She also had a heavy realization about who she would be going against in the future. Could she really resist them? Or would she end up like Yin Hua in the past, dying on this land without knowing why? Yushu couldn't help but shiver. Be careful of your feet. A reminder came into her ears. Her sleeves were gently pulled by someone. Yushu's footsteps suddenly stopped. When she regained her senses, she realized that Jing Chun had unknowingly fallen behind her. When she looked down again, there was a bronze brick under her feet. It was protruding half a foot, and she almost tripped over it. Thanks. Jing Chen's hand loosened in the next moment. There was no sunlight in the middle of the passageway. In the darkness, he looked at her deeply and expressionlessly walked past the front. No one noticed this little interlude. Yushu restrained her thoughts and paid attention to her feet. She concentrated on walking. The imperial city had 3 heavy gates. One palace surrounded the other. After passing the gate of heaven, it was the outer court. Every morning court was held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The officials of the 5th rank and above were familiar with the road. Further to the left was the Palace of Tranquility. It was a place for festive banquets. Further to the right was the Palace of Fengqing. It was a place for grand ceremonies. The July Aquatic Assembly was being held in the Palace of Fengqing. The palace could accommodate 1,000 people. Magnificent pillars supported the sky, and the eaves of the windows were slanted. There were 361 skylights. During the day, the sun could shine, and during the night, the stars could be seen. The emperor had issued a sudden order for the Aquatic Assembly. The Celestial Commissioner, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs had arranged it in great secrecy. Today, in the hall, there were red carpets and green curtains. There were more than 200 seats. On the left and right, there were soft mats, long tables, and short tables. The Celestial Commissioner and the group of Ishur were arranged to sit on the west side. On the east side, there were the princes, civil and military officials, and foreign envoys. The middle path was covered with a golden carpet. It led to the jade steps at the north end. There was a golden couch with a cloud dragon on it. It was the throne of the emperor. Yushu and the others were the first to be led into the hall. They took their seats from top to bottom. She sat behind Jing Chun, in the second row near the front. The civil and military officials on the opposite side took their seats, but there were no foreign visitors. Because Yushu was the Celestial Commissioner, she didn't participate in this event. She didn't know the details. Puzzled, she asked Xialan, who was sitting behind her, "Which country's envoys are here today?" She knew very little about the geography of Dan. She only knew that there were fierce Mongolian Jin people in the north, Hui tribes of the Jade Gate Pass in the west, and Wei Nation and Joseon Dynasty in the east. She didn't know much more than that. According to what I know, there are 4 or 5 small countries. Some are from the East Continent, and some are from the West Sea. There are envoys from Dongying, Korea, Ryukyu, Annan, and Siam. Xialan was more knowledgeable than her. When Yushu heard that these few countries and worlds were similar to the world in the future, she had an idea of what was going to happen. If she had to ask which country's envoy she was more interested in, It had to be Japan's neon. And was strong and prosperous for 300 years. It was even better than the Ming dynasty in the official history. During this period, no one dared to provoke them. She didn't know what the attitude of the small countries that invaded the Central Plains in the future would be. She was curious and looked around. She took the opportunity to remember many unfamiliar faces. The court officials and Ishur sat down. About 15 minutes later, they heard the sound of the guards of honor. The emperor is here. Everyone stood up. Yushu looked at the door. Not long after, she heard a voice coming from afar. First, a bright yellow appeared at the door of the hall. Chapter 596. Above the palace, the four seats were quiet. Emperor Zhao Qing sat sideways on a treasured couch, one hand supporting his head and the other resting on his knees. His posture was casual as he looked at Jing Chun, who was standing not far away and explaining the Book of Changes. Therefore, the big has no outside, the small has no inside. The combination of yin and yang forms all things in the world. To understand all things, one must first distinguish yin and yang and know right and wrong. The Great Way is illusory and real, hard and soft. There is yang and yin and yang. The combination of yin and yang is heaven's law. The Book of Changes was the source of the Book of Changes. It was only about 4,000 words and had gone through 3 ancient times and 3 saints. In ancient times, King Fuxi opened the heavens with his 8 trigrams. In ancient times, there was King Wen's 64 trigrams. In ancient times, there was Confucius's 10 wings. Jing Chen's clear voice traveled to every corner of the palace. When he explained the Book of Changes, it started from yin and yang to everything. The theory was not difficult to understand, but when it was explained by a handsome immortal like him, it was exceptionally clear. The 1-hour lecture wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Some people were engrossed in it, while others weren't paying attention at all. Yushu just couldn't listen. Her learning of the Book of Changes didn't start with the word reason. It was Taoist Qing Zhang's force-feeding method. Later, in order to participate in the Diyan examination, she had to memorize a pile of Book of Changes. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even know where the Book of Changes came from. At this moment, her attention was on the other side of the golden carpet. The first row, from top to bottom, was Prince Xiang and Prince Jing. Next to them were 2 old men whom she had never seen before. One had a head full of white hair. The other had a serious face, wearing a high crown and sleeved robe, with a crane embroidered on his chest. Yushu thought that these 2 must be Prime Minister Shui and Prime Minister Yin. According to the seating arrangement, the white-haired one should be Prime Minister Yin, and the expressionless one should be Shui Rui's grandfather. This deduction surprised her. She had seen noble consort Shui and consort Shu at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. Noble consort Shui was lively and liked to laugh, while consort Shu was strict and serious. Both of them were like daughters and fathers. Who would have thought that Shui Lingnan would be so dignified, while Prime Minister Yin was all smiles? When she thought up to here, she gazed at the few rows in front of her. Shui Rui said that he would come today, yet she hadn't seen a shadow of him since she entered. She wondered if he'd forgotten or something else had happened. Below the 2 prime ministers, there are many foreign envoys dressed differently. Yushu can't recognize the others, but the skinny man with a shaved head and a ponytail must be from Dongyang. There were 2 companions sitting behind the skinny man. One of them was nothing special, but the other was a young man. His black hair was not shaved and was tied neatly at the back of his head. A row of bangs hung down past his eyebrows. His skin was snow white, and he was quite handsome. Girls? Yushu murmured in her heart. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at the Dongyang young man. Suddenly, the young man turned his head and looked in her direction. Their gazes met. She didn't notice it before, but now she realized that the young man's eyes were so pale that they didn't seem to have any color. They were staring at her blankly, causing a chill to run down her spine. It was very uncomfortable. She was the first to turn her gaze away. Her heart felt strange, and she couldn't be bothered to listen to what Jing-chun was saying. She didn't know that after she turned her head away, the Dongying young man stared at her for a long time. The Dongying man sitting beside the young man sensed it and also glanced in Yushu's direction. He asked the young man something in a low voice. The young man shook his head and lowered it without saying a word. His hands were flat on his knees, and he didn't move at all, becoming a statue. When Jing-chun returned to his seat, there was a wave of whispers below. It was obvious that the discussion was the main focus. Teacher Yi's side didn't matter. They were all Han people, and they all spoke in Han. Yushu was puzzled as to why the group of foreigners opposite her could make an expression of sudden realization and enlightenment. Did they really understand, or were they pretending to understand? After the commotion below, for a while, Emperor Zhao Qing slowly sat up straight and placed his hands on the dragon throne. The eunuch who was waiting at the side saw this and swept the horsetail whisk in his hand across the air. He said in a loud voice, "Silence." The voices in the hall stopped abruptly. Emperor Zhao Qing scanned the people below and looked at the envoy. He smiled faintly and said, "You people said that you want to see Maida in E-School. I have to ask someone to reason with you. After listening to what I said just now, what do you think?" Yushu wasn't sitting very far and could barely make out the appearance of Emperor Zhaoqing. With one look, she finally understood why this old emperor favored Ning Wang so much. This pair of emperor and his son could not be said to have been cast from the same mold, but their appearances were 60 to 70% similar. They were both born with imposing features, square foreheads, wide noses, and the faces of nobles. In contrast, Lu Tan, who was present today, had a scholarly and weak appearance. She just didn't know if Lu Hao's fickle and heartless temperament also resembled that of the emperor. The envoys of various countries could understand the common language of dawn. When they were asked by the emperor, they stood up one by one and answered in a strange tone. However, they still wanted to be literate, which made Yushu want to laugh. "Your Majesty's stewed biscuit, it's easy to cook raw, but it's hard to cook raw. I'll wait for your help." This sentence was, replying to Your Majesty, the Sage Dynasty's study is truly profound. We have learned a lot. After listening to what that young master said just now, we have learned a lot. Not only Yushu, but those who had ears when they heard what the other side said, their faces were slightly distorted and they were trying their best to hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha! Emperor Zhaoqing was also amused. His loud laughter was like a signal. Those seated could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter did not contain any malice, so the atmosphere was rather harmonious. When they were done laughing, the Celestial Commissioner then took out a batch of artifacts that he had prepared earlier to display. Among them were treasures that could attract wealth and ward off evil spirits. There are also tools that could keep track of time and calendar. The workmanship was exquisite, and there was a mystery hidden within. The group of foreign envoys were dazzled just by looking at them. Xianya was in charge of explaining the uses of each artifact in an orderly manner. Another hour passed like this, and only then did everyone return to their seats reluctantly. On the spot, there were envoys who suggested that the emperor could gift 1 or 2 rare artifacts for them to bring back to their countries. Emperor Zhaoqing generously agreed and instructed the Celestial Commissioner to handle it. If they want a gift, they would gift a set and not 1 or 2 poor people. Xianu was secretly pleased. He thought that if this task was done well, he would be able to benefit greatly from it. At this moment, the Japanese envoy, who had been silent all this while, stared at the exquisite artifacts. He stood up from his seat, raised his hands, and bowed respectfully to the Emperor of Zhaoqing. Only then did he open his mouth to speak. "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." This Japanese was very fluent in speech. Emperor Zhaoqing was probably in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "You are not guilty. You may speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Japanese was done with his gesture. He raised his head and looked at the hundreds of seats opposite him. A dry smile appeared on his thin and sunken face. He said, "From your humble subject's point of view, the study of in the Holy Dynasty is extensive and profound, but most of it is just theory on paper. Teaching people reason is the best choice, but when it comes to practical use, it is just borrowing tools to sharpen one's abilities. It is really regrettable that one cannot use it as one wishes. In other words, this meant your study of you only talks about general principles, but when it comes to practical use, you still have to rely on those external tools. It is very boring. How many of those who were present were fools? Hearing his praise and criticism, the faces of the teachers darkened. Originally, the Celestial Commissioner had thought it through. In order to widen the horizons of these foreign country bumpkins, he had displayed the feng shui artifacts and tools. Who would have thought that this envoy from Japan would ruin his plan and say that it was borrowing tools to sharpen one's abilities? It was as if they had no real ability and only knew how to play around with these strange tricks. The smile on Emperor Zhaoqing's face faded. He turned to look at Xayanya, who was in charge of displaying the artifacts, and said, "What did he say? Did you hear it?" Seeing the Emperor's gaze, Xayanya immediately felt bitterness in his throat. He knew that if he could not handle the situation today, the Emperor would lose face in front of a few envoys from a small country. That would be troublesome. The Emperor had previously said that the envoy was not to be blamed for speaking recklessly. If that happened, he would be the unlucky one. When he went out this morning, the blue robin on the windowsill kept chirping nonstop. It turned out that it was not a good time to go out. Your subject heard it. It seems like this envoy has misunderstood. Xayanya's expression was still calm. He turned to look at the annoying, skinny Japanese and cursed in his heart. However, he patiently explained, the teacher of Da and study there are thousands of uses and all phenomena in the universe. How can I only be proficient in the art of artifacts? How can an outsider like you know how profound the study of is? Is that so? The Japanese looked like he was willing to learn. Your Excellency, you said that there are thousands of uses. May I ask, can the teacher of the Holy Dynasty summon the wind and summon the rain? Xayanya frowned. He thought that this Japanese was deliberately provoking him. However, with the Emperor looking at him, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "No." Can you summon gods and ghosts? No. Can you bring the dead back to life? No. The Japanese revealed that uncomfortable smile again and said, "If you can't do any of these, how can you say that there are thousands of uses and all phenomena in the universe? Why do you have to brag? I think the teacher of the Holy Dynasty is just SOSO." This sentence was not only directed at Xayanya's face. It was also directed at the faces of the hundreds of teachers present. Xayanya also had a temper. This Japanese from a small country was short-sighted and narrow-minded. How dare he question the abilities of the teacher of Da and spout nonsense here? Hence, Xayanya's face darkened and he asked back, "The abilities you mentioned, unless it's a celestial art, how can a mortal do it?" Who knew that the Japanese was waiting for him to say this? He immediately raised his chin proudly and said loudly, "In our humble country, there is also a school of learning that can indeed summon the wind and summon the rain, order ghosts and gods, and bring the dead back to life." As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Was this Japanese bragging, or was he speaking the truth? Yushu raised her eyebrows in surprise. She could not help but turn to look at the expression of the Emperor of Da, and Zhu Muzhao sat quietly on the main seat the entire time, closest to the Emperor of Zhaoqing. He was calm, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The Emperor of Zhaoqing did not say a word and looked down coldly. Xayanya felt that it was ridiculous, but she did not take it seriously. She put on an act and bowed to the Japanese. So there really is such art that can summon the wind and summon the rain and bring the dead back to life. I would like to ask for your guidance. Words alone are no proof. Please allow us to see it for ourselves. Chapter 597. When they heard Yamada Jiro, the envoy from Japan, say the words Yin-Yang art, many people sitting at Master Yi's side were surprised. Someone commented, "Yin-Yang technique? Did you hear that? Is that the Japanese talking about the yin-yang technique in feng shui? The Yi masters present were all elites. Few of them didn't know that there was a branch of feng shui called yin-yang. It was the only knowledge in Yi Shui that could restrain the dead. There was a small group of Yi masters who preferred to call themselves yin-yang masters. It was said that they could communicate with ghosts and deities and communicate with ghosts and deities. However, it was not recognized by the orthodox Yi Shui. There is a saying in Yi school, when a person dies, his fate energy ends. Since there was no fate energy, how could one predict the future? Xianya sneered and said, I thought it was some celestial technique that could summon the wind and summon the rain. The yin-yang technique that you mentioned, Master Yamada, is also a branch of the Da-in school. Yin-yang and the 5 elements originate from the Central Plains. Don't tell me you don't know that. Xianya's words were what most of the masters were thinking. Many of them looked at the arrogant Japanese envoy like he was a joke, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. However, Yamada Jiro didn't lose his cool. Instead, he nodded. You're right. Our yin-yang technique was comprehended by a celestial pathmaster in Middle-earth a few hundred years ago. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the masters. His face was filled with regret. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that a few hundred years later, the masters of the sacred dynasty forgot their roots and lost their true essence. He didn't seem to see Xianya's change of expression. He faced Emperor Zhaoqing and pointed to the 2 Japanese. Your Majesty, these 2 are the precious yin-yang masters of our country. One of them is proficient in the art of spells and can summon the wind and rain. The other is proficient in the art of spirit communication and can bring the dead back to life. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Thank you, Your Majesty, for showing us the school of the sacred dynasty. With your permission, I'll ask them to perform the art and let Your Majesty witness the true teachings of our country. Look, you guys put on such a big show, showing off how amazing your Yi Shui is, but in terms of real ability, it is inferior to our yin-yang technique. Isn't it embarrassing? The Emperor of Zhaoqing was very unhappy, but as the ruler of a country, he still had the magnanimity he should have. He would not flare up on a small envoy like him. Should he allow this Onmyoji from Neon to show off his skills? It was hard to decide. If it was accurate and they could not show their true ability, then it would be fine. But if they had the ability, then wouldn't it prove that the Da-in Orthodox sect's Yi Shui was inferior to their heretical sect? If it wasn't accurate, it would look like they had a guilty conscience. There were a few other foreign envoys watching from the side. Emperor Zhaoqing glanced sideways at the first seat on the west side. When he saw the Grand Tiandi's nonchalant expression, he felt that his previous hesitation was unnecessary. Thus, he waved his sleeves and approved. Yamada Jiro was overjoyed. He had entered the imperial court this time because he had been entrusted with a mission by the emperor. If he did not succeed, he could only kill himself when he returned. Summoning the wind and summoning the rain, bringing the dead back to life, and dispatching ghosts and gods. How could ordinary people know these 3 abilities? Yushu was just as curious as the rest of the people present. After Yamada Jiro obtained the permission of the Emperor of Zhaoqing, he turned his head to talk to the 2 Onmyoji he brought. He used their own language and said a few words. Between the 2 of them, the man wearing the black-horned hat stood up, while the Japanese youth was still sitting in the same place. Yamada Jiro introduced the Onmyoji to everyone. This Onmyoji in white clothes and a black hat was called Idamaki. He was proficient in talismans and could summon the wind and summon the rain. Idamaki saluted the Emperor of Zhaoqing, said a few words, and pointed at the door of the hall. The Emperor of Zhaoqing asked, "What did he say?" Yamada Jiro quickly explained and acted as a translator. Mr. Ida said that if we want to perform the spell, we can't do it inside. We have to do it outside. Please allow it, Emperor Dawn. Every year, the Celestial Commissioner would arrange a sacrifice. Sometimes, when there was a drought in the north or a flood in the south, the Emperor of Zhaoqing would find a Taoist priest to add to the ritual, pray for good weather, and ask the heavens to rain. However, everyone knew that the wind and rain were not decided by mortals. It depended on the mood of the heavens. Seeing that the Onmyoji from Japan only had this little request, he didn't ask for any altars or cinnabar chicken blood. He wanted to ask the heavens for help empty-handed. The Emperor of Zhaoqing began to feel that this group of Japanese was fooling him. How could he summon the wind and rain? Zhuaner. The Emperor of Zhaoqing allowed Ida Maki to go out and reminded the Emperor, send someone out to take a look, then report back. The Emperor nodded and turned his head. His eyes swept over the heads of the officials behind him and stopped on the two of them. He said, Minister of the Right, the female imperial official will go with you and take a look. Yushu was wondering what kind of tricks those neon people were playing when she suddenly heard the commissioner call her official position. She didn't know how to react until Jing Chun stood up in front of her and looked back at her. He said in a low voice, Official you. Yushu accepted her fate and stood up. She lowered her head and stared at the back of Diane's head. She thought to herself, they really want to match me and Jing Chun to the end. The two of them followed the Onmyoji out of the hall one after the other. Yushu looked up at the sky. It was afternoon and the sun was high up in the sky. It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Jing Chun looked at her silently. He didn't care how the Onmyoji performed the spell. There was an empty space on the marble steps outside the hall. Other than the guards and eunuchs waiting outside, there were no other people. Ida Maki took off his white hunting jacket and spread it on the ground. He knelt on one knee and faced the south. He put his palms together and made a strange gesture. He muttered something in a gloomy voice. However, Yushu had only learned one foreign language in her previous life. She couldn't understand a word, even when she strained her ears. After about a quarter of an hour, Ida Maki's voice became urgent. He lowered his head and bit the middle finger of his left hand. Blood gushed out. He used the blood as a book and started to draw a talisman on the open white hunting jacket. Yushu took 2 steps forward to take a closer look. The talisman drawn on the back of the white jacket was bloody and twisted. It made her nauseous. She had seen Taoist priests draw talismans before, but they used chicken blood and cinnabar. What was this talisman drawn with human blood? After Ida Maki finished drawing the talisman, he used his blood-stained middle finger to smear the area between his eyebrows. He pointed to the sky. A strange red light suddenly appeared on his fingertip and shot straight into the sky. Yushu thought she was seeing things. She looked up at the red light until it disappeared. She couldn't help but turn around and ask Jing Chun, Did you see that? What? That beam of light came from his hand, Li Wuyo said. Yeah. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have to be so calm about such a strange thing? Did you see it or not? Yushu was about to ask again when she saw Jing Chun frown and raise his head. The next moment, Yushu felt a chill on her forehead. She blinked and touched it. It was wet. Chapter 598. The sun was still high up in the sky. A light rain fell without warning. Yushu was shocked at first. She stared at the so-called Onmyoji from Japan. Even though she had seen him casting spells and drawing talismans with her own eyes, as well as the strange red light, she still felt that something was wrong. A mortal being able to summon the wind and rain was beyond her comprehension. Jing Chun was much calmer than her. After standing for a while and seeing that the rain had not stopped, he said to Yushu, Let's go in. Yushu nodded absent-mindedly and followed him back into the palace to report to the emperor. The Onmyoji, Ida Masanori, was kneeling in front of the hunting clothes with the blood talismans drawn on it. His hands were making symbols, and he was chanting mysteriously. The rain outside was light. Through the heavy eaves, the people in the palace couldn't see anything. How is it? Emperor Zhao Qing asked when he saw the two of them enter. Jing Chun reported truthfully, It's raining. Hearing this, there was an uproar. Some people didn't believe him and craned their necks to look outside. They wanted to leave the table to see if it was true. Emperor Zhao Qing knew that Jing Chun wouldn't speak without thinking. It must have rained. He was also surprised and asked for more details. Jing Chun described the Onmyoji's actions outside the palace. At this moment, some of the celestial commissioners' expressions darkened. They had just said that the Japanese was arrogant, but the other party had shown his hand and brought the rain. Didn't that mean that the Dun E school was inferior to them? Jing Shun and Yu Shu returned to their seats. Junior eunuch Run turned to ask the former. The latter silently picked up his wine glass, dipped a finger in the wine, and lowered his head to write on the table. The Japanese envoy, Yamada Jiro, swept his gaze across the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on Exainya, and he asked deliberately, "Seeing is believing. Master E-School of the Sacred Dynasty, how is the Onmyoji of my country compared to your E-School?" Exainya forced a smile and said, "Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. You all learned from us in the Central Plains a few hundred years ago. It is indeed impressive to have such achievements today. But Arda and E-School is far from what you can imagine. One is the source, the other is the tributary. How can you compare?" Thankfully, Exainya was quick-witted. She grabbed onto the fact that Japan's yin-yang technique originated from the Book of Changes and the Five Elements theory. She compared the Book of Changes to the source and the yin-yang technique to the tributaries, refusing to admit that Da An's Book of Changes was inferior. Yamada Jiro did not argue with him. He stood properly and spoke to Emperor Zhaoqing. "Your Majesty, summoning the wind and summoning the rain is only one of the abilities of the Onmyoges of my country. In the entire country, there is more than one who is proficient in it. However, the resurrection technique that I would like to show your Majesty is unique." When Yu Shu heard this, her hands paused. She lifted her head and glanced at the statue-like Japanese youth. Yamada Jiro's monotonous voice echoed in the hall. "Hundreds of years ago, there was an omnipotent Onmyoji in our country. Legend has it that he could capture ghosts and manipulate fire and water. Without stepping out his house, he could know the general situation of the world. With just a pinch of his fingers, he could tell who was alive and who was dead. This Onmyoji was called Abe no Saimai. That's right, I'll tell you a little bit about the past." As he spoke, he pointed at the fair-skinned youth sitting at the table. "And this person is Abe no Saimai's only descendant in this world after a few hundred years, Lord Abe no Saimai. Lord Abe was born in the countryside and was raised by a fox demon. He was born with a pair of yin-yang eyes and could communicate with ghosts and gods. If a person died less than 3 days ago, he could use a technique to collect the soul of the dead and transfer it to a living creature, bringing the dead back to life. Usually, no one would believe that someone could bring the dead back to life. However, with an Onmyoji who could summon the rain before him, no one thought that he was bragging when he said it again. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the Japanese youth who was said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can find someone to test it out now. If I'm lying, I'm willing to pay with my life. If what I said is true, then it proves that the Master E of the Holy Dynasty is not as good as the Onmyoji of my country. I would like to ask your Majesty to agree to one thing." His words stirred up the crowd again. The Master E present glared at Yamada Jiro. Emperor Zhaoqing looked coldly at the bold Japanese who dared to make a request. He knew that he had ulterior motives, but he was also very interested in the technique of bringing the dead back to life. He asked, "What request do you have? Tell me." Yamada Jiro's eyes flashed, and he said, "It's a small matter to the and Holy Emperor. There's a deserted island near the east continent of the Holy Dynasty. It's near Ryukyu and not far from Japan. The Emperor dreamed of going to the island one day and yearned for it. So he sent me as a messenger. If your Majesty is willing to part with it, the Emperor will order me to present the 2 precious Onmyoges to you." Emperor Zhaoqing raised his thick brows and turned to ask the ministers on the right, "Do you know which place he is talking about?" The ministers looked at each other, and no one answered. After a while, one of them stood up. "Please allow me to ask." Yu Shu dipped her finger in wine and wrote quickly on the table while paying attention to the movements in the divine hall. When she heard this, she looked up and saw a skinny young man standing at the end of the table. It was Kong Chi, whom she had met on Chinese Valentine's Day. "Permission granted." After obtaining permission from Emperor Zhao Qing, Kong Qi spoke to Yamada Jiro. Is the island that Ambassador Yamada mentioned called Diaoyu Island? Yamada Jiro nodded and said, "That's what the Holy Dynasty called it." Kong Qi frowned slightly and turned to report to Emperor Zhao Qing. "Your Majesty, the island that the Japanese ambassador mentioned is a place that passed during our diplomatic mission to Ryukyu. There are indeed no people on the island, but it's rich in medicinal herbs. There are also many fishermen fishing for them. I would like to ask your Majesty to reconsider." Hearing this, Yushu was stunned. What did he say? Diaoyu Island? Yamada Jiro heard Kong Chi's words of advice, and his face stiffened. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of my country has instructed that if your Majesty is willing to part with this island, we will pay an additional 30% of the tribute every year. That's more than enough to cover the medicinal herbs on the island." Emperor Zhao Qing was deep in thought. It was obvious that he was considering whether or not to make this deal with the Japanese. Two onmyoges, one could summon the wind and the rain, and the other could bring the dead back to life. He could use them to exchange for an uninhabited island. This deal seemed to be a good deal, but the prerequisite was that the ability to bring the dead back to life was real. "I can agree to your request, but first, I want to see him." Emperor Zhao Qing pointed at the Japanese youth sitting behind Yamada Jiro. "How does he bring the dead back to life?" No matter how the expressions of the people in the hall changed, Yushu's expression sank. Her fingers suddenly stopped moving. She looked at the faintly discernible water stains on the table, and then raised her head to look at the Japanese opposite her. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Summon the wind and the rain? I'm not going to believe you." She stared at him for a while before turning her head to look at Emperor Zhao Qing, who was sitting high up. Chapter 599. Emperor Zhao Qing had agreed to the Dongying envoy's request. Yushu had thought that there would be many officials present who would object. Unexpectedly, no one spoke up except for Kong Qi, who had first asked the emperor to reconsider. She was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, she understood that this situation had occurred. It wasn't because the civil and military officials, including Emperor Zhao Qing, were brainless. It was because in this era where cold weapons were still in power and shipping was not developed, an uninhabited island was less significant than two rare mutants. More importantly, the onmyoji who knew how to bring the dead back to life was an irresistible temptation to the emperor who had always yearned for immortality. Looking at Yamada Jiro's confident expression, Yushu couldn't sit still. After all, she was a modern person who had come back from 500 years in the future. She was well aware of the evil deeds that these subservient Dongying people had committed in the land of Huaxia. How could she let them coax Diaoyu Island away under her eyes? No, she had to think of a way. It was impossible for her to directly stand up and persuade the emperor not to do such a stupid thing. She had only been a new official for a few days. As a fifth-rank female official, her words carried more weight. How could the emperor listen to her and take back his order? Then she could only start with the Dongying people and stop them from succeeding. Yushu looked expressionlessly at the door of the main hall. She quickly calculated in her mind. She was sure that the yin-yang technique that could summon wind and rain was just a trick. That was easy to deal with. As for the Dongying youth who claimed to be able to bring the dead back to life, she had to wait and see. With this thought, Yushu didn't rashly try to persuade the emperor. Instead, she chose to sit and watch. However, the development of the matter was a little unexpected. Reporting to your Majesty, Junior Supervisor Run of the Celestial Commissioner stood up and suggested to Emperor Zhao Qing, "Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Your Majesty has to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. It's getting late, and you should go prepare. In my opinion, why don't we let the envoys return to the post house to rest first? Tomorrow, we will invite the onmyoji from Dongying to perform the art of resurrection for your Majesty." Junior Supervisor Run was the second in command of the Celestial Commissioner, a dignified second-rank official. Emperor Zhao Qing still gave him a lot of face. That's fine as well. The aquatic assembly will last for 3 days. I'll wait until the second day to see this resurrection technique. Although Yamadajiro was disappointed, he was not afraid that an emperor would go back on his words. He thought to himself that if they waited one more night, the island would still be theirs. Yushu watched as Ren Qiming calmly persuaded the emperor. Her eyes drifted and fell on the chief commissioner. Seeing that he was as still as a mountain, she suddenly felt that she seemed to have thought too highly of the celestial commissioner. The celestial commissioner, who represented the core of the Great Peace Division, had assisted this great country for 300 years. How could he tolerate the contempt and scheming of a foreign envoy? On the first day of the Water and Continent Conference, the Japanese Yin-Yang Spellmasters destroyed the prestige of the Great Peace Spellmasters, and they parted on bad terms. When Yushu came out of the palace, the sudden rain had already stopped. Along the way, she heard the angry whispers of the Yin-Yang Spellmasters. Some could not stand the arrogance of a Japanese envoy. Some said that the Yin-Yang Spellmaster who summoned the rain had used sorcery, and some said that they were up to no good. In short, there was not a single good word, and none of them hit the nail on the head. Yushu secretly shook her head and did not interrupt. Jing Chun, on the other hand, had walked to her side at some point and asked her in a low voice, "Did you see through the trick that the Yin-Yang Spellmaster with the surname Sanada used when he summoned the rain?" Yushu's eyebrows trembled. She turned her head and asked, "See through what? You said that it was that strange red light?" Seeing that she was playing dumb, Jing Chun shook his head and told her that red light was not some demonic thing, but a force that will appear when the inner energy of a martial artist reaches a certain level. You should have seen him bite his finger. That red light was just an illusion created by him using his force to force out the blood and qi. He started martial arts at the age of 3 and began cultivating his qi at the age of 5. There were martial uncles with profound inner energy who personally combed his meridians. He had already mastered the inner energy mantra of the Zhengyi sect 3 years ago. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to see through the tricks of the Japanese, but in his eyes, there was nothing that could hide. Oh, so that's how it is. She also knew that the Yin-Yang Spellmaster being able to summon the rain had little to do with that red light. But after listening to Jing Chen's explanation, she finally understood what was going on. "I've told you everything I know. What about you?" What about me?" Faced with her uncooperative attitude, Jing Chun could only make things clearer. "In the palace, I saw you writing on the table for a long time. What were you calculating? Did he have eyes in the back of his head?" She sat behind him, so he could see what she was doing. "I vaguely remember." Jing Chen's voice became softer. There were people in front and behind them, so some words couldn't be heard by others. However, it didn't prevent Yushu from hearing it. "You have a very strange method. You can predict the weather the next day. When you say it will rain, it will rain. It's very accurate." Yushu paused, almost stepping on the tripping brick at the city gate. She turned to look at Jing Chun, her eyes flashing. She knew that she couldn't hide it from him, so she simply admitted it. "That's right. While I was in the palace just now, I predicted the weather of today. According to the divination, there should be rain today." Sunny rain was rare. Usually, the clear rain calendar method used by the E-Masters couldn't predict it at all. For example, the rain on a full moon night was very difficult for the E-Masters to predict. It was the same for sunny rain. But for Yushu's clear rain rule, this was not a problem. Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression became serious. He said, "That is to say, the onmyologist in Japan might have predicted that it would rain this afternoon. That's why they used such a strange skill to pretend to summon rain, so that we would think that their onmyologist had that kind of ability." Yushu was just about to praise him for his cleverness when she heard him continue. "Since you found out that they were cheating, why didn't you expose them in the palace just now?" Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and said angrily, "How do you want me to expose them? Are you going to tell the emperor that I predicted that it would rain today? So, those Japanese are liars? They didn't summon the rain, but God arranged it in advance? Do you think that people will believe me just because I'm making empty promises? She wasn't the only masters in the entire capital who could predict the sunny rain, but she was probably the only exception among the masters from the Kingdom of Da and who had entered the palace to participate in the Water and Land Conference. She had waited until the Japanese succeeded in summoning a rain before making irresponsible remarks. Wasn't that just hindsight? She had to come up with some strong evidence to slap those Japanese in the face. I didn't think it through. You're right. If you had exposed them just now, they might have shown their true colors. Instead, it would have made our masters from the Kingdom of Da and seem clumsy. Jing Chen was mocked by her, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he openly admitted that he wasn't as thorough as she was. He then asked her, "Then what method did you think of to expose them in public?" Yushu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "You're the Celestial Commissioner. If you're bullied by others, with the head supervisor and the junior supervisor around, it's not up to a small female official like me to think of a solution. I thought you deliberately predicted that it would rain today to find a way to expose them. You're thinking too much. I'm just curious." After Yushu finished speaking, she ignored him. She quickened her steps and caught up with Xianya, the left magistrate, who was walking in front. Jing Chun saw her indifferent attitude and sighed helplessly. The Japanese envoys came out of the palace and arrived at the place where they were staying. Yamada Jiro and Idamaki entered a room and closed the door tightly before speaking in their native language. "Yamada-kun, how did I do today?" "Japanese on my OG," Idamaki asked proudly. Yamada Jiro flattered him. "Haha, Lord Ida, you're too amazing. You managed to deceive the two Dawn Masters, especially that pretty boy who was full of Taoism. I don't think he was suspicious at all. He's too stupid." Idamaki smiled and said, "You're also very good. You managed to make the Emperor of Dawn agree to our conditions and hand over the island. If you do this well, I'll definitely report it to General Ashikaga and give you a big reward." At this point, his smile stopped on his face, and he muttered to himself worriedly, "It's just that we have to wait for another night. It's just that we have to wait for another night. Will there be any accidents?" "Lord Ida, don't worry. Those Dawn Masters are very useless. They only know how to predict good or bad luck and talk big. They don't know the secret of bringing the dead back to life. There won't be any problems." Yamada Jiro patted his chest and guaranteed. A hint of contempt flashed in Idamaki's eyes. He shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about those Dawn people. I'm worried about that monster, Kiko. Keep an eye on her. If she ruins General Ashikaga's plan, you won't be able to atone for it, even if you have 10 lives." Hearing this, Yamada Jiro hurriedly apologized and said, "Lord Ida, don't worry. Kiko's mother has been locked up by us. As long as she doesn't want to see her mother's ghost, she won't be disobedient." Idamaki nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. In one of the rooms on the upper floor of the post house, a fair-skinned and delicate Japanese youth was hugging his knees as he squatted at the head of the bed. He stared blankly in the direction of the nothingness in the air. His eyes, which were covered by his fringe, were dull and unfocused. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed down. "Mom." After leaving the palace, a group of Dawn Masters dispersed first. However, a group of Dawn officials were hurriedly stopped by an assistant official sent by Rin Chiming outside the palace gate. "Lords, please wait. The junior supervisor wants you to go home first. After dinner, take a short rest, and then meet at the Celestial Commissioner's Conference Hall." Chapter 600. She had left the palace less than 7 o'clock, a full 2 hours before 9 o'clock. Yushu did not return home, but went to Wangji Tower to find Shui Rui. A few days ago, Shui Rui had said that he would come to the aquatic conclave, yet she didn't see him in the palace today, causing her to feel bewildered. She wondered if something had happened to him at the last minute, which was why he couldn't come. She went to Wangji Tower, but Shui Rui was not there. She could only eat dinner first and then go to the Celestial Commissioner's office for a meeting. The meeting hall, was located in the middle of the 9 palaces pattern. You just had to walk straight past the bell tower in front of the door. Yushu arrived early. The spacious hall was brightly lit. There was a long carpet at the door and more than 20 chairs lined up on both sides. There were only 3 to 5 people who had arrived before her. 2 attendants were walking back and forth in the hall, lighting the lamps and serving tea. Official Yu. Xin was sitting at the front. When he saw Yushu come in, he greeted her. Official Xin. Yushu walked over, looked to the sides, and asked, "Where should I sit?" Xin put down his teacup and pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit here. It's not a formal meeting, so there's no need to be so formal." Yushu thought that she was only 1 rank or 2 lower than Xin, so it was not a bad position to sit next to him. So she sat down. "The matter I asked you to do last time, did you have any results?" Xin leaned over and asked quietly. It was not convenient to talk in the palace in the afternoon, so he did not ask about the death that Yushu had divined for him. Yushu glanced at him without batting an eyelid. She had divined Sir Xinu's horoscope that day, but the result was that the person was not dead at all. Xin had told her with certainty that the person had died 20 years ago, so she suspected that Xin was deliberately testing her and had some crooked idea. "It's only been a few days. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yushu joked with him. "Didn't I tell you? You don't know the date of that person's death, and you don't know the cause of death. It's not easy for you to ask me to do a divination." Hearing this, Xin did not look disappointed. Instead, she smiled and said, "I was just casually mentioning it. I'm not in a hurry to force you. Take your time and help me calculate in detail." Yushu nodded, thinking that she would have to wait until she ran out of Tihu incense pills before telling Xin everything. "Say, what do you think the junior supervisor wants us to wait here for?" Yushu changed the topic and asked Xin about it. After the Water and Land Conference, Emperor Zhaoqing had gone to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. The Great Tipping Point and Rin Qiming had accompanied him and had not returned to the Celestial Commissioner yet. "I think we need to discuss a countermeasure." Xin snorted coldly and said, "Those arrogant Wayne Nation people think that because they know some sorcery, they can look down on us, the Great Ni Division. They even want to confuse the Emperor. If we let them get what they want, we, the Celestial Commissioner, will have no face left." In the afternoon at Fengxing Palace, Xin had been stepped on by the Japanese envoy, Yamada Jiro, which caused him to be glared at by Emperor Zhaoqing. He was still angry. "Is it sorcery?" Yushu rubbed her chin. It seemed that Xin, like the others, did not know what was going on. There's rain on a sunny day and blood talismans. If it's not sorcery, what is it? Xin snorted disdainfully on the surface, but in fact, he was shocked when he saw the rain during the day. Yushu chuckled and did not continue the discussion. The Xin family was a family that relied on creation and was proficient in the art of geomancy. As for their attainments in astronomy and calendar, they were probably not as good as Jing Chun, a Taoist disciple who had learned the chaotic sky divination log. It was not that Xin, as the head of an aristocratic family, was useless. Everyone had their own specialties. As the two of them chatted for a while, more and more people arrived. When Jing Chun entered, he saw Yushu and Xin sitting on the left side of the table. He did not go up to them to make things difficult for himself, and just sat opposite them. After the hour, Junior Supervisor Rin appeared on time, but did not see the Great Tipping Point. "Sir." He stepped in, and everyone in the meeting hall stood up. "Take a seat." Rin Qiming pressed his hand against the air, pursed his lips, and walked to the seat of honor. He turned and scanned the crowd. Yushu did not know if it was an illusion, but his gaze seemed to linger on her for a moment longer. "Today is the Water and Land Conference. After meeting the Yin-Yang Masters from Japan, tell me what you think." As soon as Rin Qiming finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in silence. No one made a sound. Rin Qiming sneered, his expression darkening. "Since no one wants to say anything, then let me say it. His Majesty asked us, the Celestial Commissioner, to preside over and preach the Yishui. His original intention was to enlighten those foreign envoys and show the majesty of the great nation. But two mere Japanese warlocks with unorthodox methods dared to look down on the Ishwe in front of us, the Celestial Commissioner. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel deeply ashamed. His words made everyone blush. Even Yushu was a little embarrassed. Sir, please calm down. Someone could not help but say, when tomorrow is the Water and Land Conference, we will definitely not tolerate those Japanese who mislead the public with their lies. Ren Qiming looked at the official who spoke, his face still cold. What countermeasures do you have? That person was instantly speechless. Cough. Chao Yin, the left commander, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, covered his mouth and coughed. Sir Run, please calm down. I don't think it was difficult for me to understand what happened during the day. Now that I think about it, the so-called Yin-Yang master who can summon the wind and rain probably knows some strange divination of the weather and predicted that there would be a rain in the afternoon. Therefore, he borrowed the east wind. He does not really have the ability to manipulate the weather, nor is it some sorcery. As soon as he said this, the minds of many of the muddle-headed people present changed, and they all came to a sudden realization. Yushu sized up Chao Zwilling, who was speaking. She was not surprised that other than herself and Jing Chun, there was someone else who could think of this point. The Celestial Commissioner, the left commander, was a third-rank official. His authority was below that of Ren Qiming, but he was the head of one of the 3 families with the longest history among the 12 aristocratic families, the Chao family. Chao Yuling, who had been strangled to death in the Taisher Library and pretended to have committed suicide by hanging on the observatory, was his granddaughter. In addition, the Chao family had another in-law that was worth mentioning. It was consort Yin Shufei's maiden family, the residence of Prime Minister Yin. The 12 aristocratic families in the capital city were intertwined, and there were only a few families who were truly in power. However, they were never far from the imperial court because they were filled with in-laws and had many branches and leaves. Ren Qiming's expression softened a little, and he nodded in agreement with Chao Zwilling's words. He then said to the crowd, the so-called summoning of the wind and rain and bringing the dead back to life is only known to the immortals in the legends. We, who learn Yi, should know that Yin and Yang and the 5 elements should be able to counter fortune and misfortune. There are things that can be controlled, and there are things that cannot be controlled. What can be controlled is controlled by us, and what cannot be controlled is controlled by the heavens. It is absurd to think that I can control the will of the heavens, but you all believe in it. You should be ashamed. Everyone felt ashamed, and they all said that they had learned a lot. Seeing this, Ren Qiming said again, today's incident happened suddenly, and no one expected the Dong Ing envoy to launch an attack at the last minute. I was at fault for not being able to deal with it in time. I have already received 3 months of salary penalty from the Imperial Secretary, so each of you will have 1 month reduced. No one had any objections. It was just a small salary penalty, and they did not expect to live with that amount of money every month. Only Yushu had a strange expression on her face, and she was angry in her heart. She had only been an official for 2 days, and she did not even get a copper coin, but she was already punished for a month. Didn't that mean that she would be working for nothing for the next month? Originally, she did not like the Dong Ing people who came to cheat her territory, so Yushu vented her anger on them. Back to the topic, Ren Qiming looked around again, and finally his eyes fell on Jing Chun, who was wearing a silver robe with the Big Dipper embroidered on his shoulder, and said, I heard that in Taoism, you have learned astronomy, calendar, and sorcery. I wonder if you have any insights that can solve the current situation. Jing Chen's face was calm, and he said, sun rain is rare and unpredictable, but it is not impossible to predict. Among the Donging envoys, there must be someone who is proficient in this method. It is not difficult to solve it. As long as we, the Celestial Commissioner, also predict a rain and imitate their skill, their deception will be broken. The difficult thing is we need the weather to be favorable, and there will be a rain tomorrow. Ren Qiming frowned. After a while, Xania, who pretended to be deaf and mute, suddenly said, this tomorrow is the 16th of July, the day of the full moon. How can we know that there will be rain? What was as unpredictable as the sun rain was the special day of the 15th and the 56th of every month, when the full moon would lead to the tide, and the water mist would be forbidden to predict. At least among the Celestial Commissioner, no one knew this kind of strange magic, which could ignore the astronomical calendar and predict the weather of these 2 days. Yushu clasped her hands on her knees and looked up at Jing Chun, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. What? Did he want her to come out to help him again? At this time, Rin Shiming asked everyone that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.